Where is this? Wasn't I watching a basketball game at the court? A faint pungent smell tickled his nostrils. Yao Ming opened his eyes, feeling disoriented. This looks like a hospital, but can hospitals still be this dilapidated these days, eh? What met his eyes was a stark white ceiling with an old-fashioned fluorescent lamp hanging in the corner. Yao Ming felt a stiffness in his neck. He tried to turn his rigid neck, and as his gaze moved downward, he saw the blue and white striped hospital gown on himself and the plaster cast propped high on his left leg. A plaster cast. I was just watching a game. How did my leg end up in a cast? Yao Ming recalled the events before he lost consciousness. Although he had resigned from the position of chairman of the Men's Basketball Association, he still paid close attention to the Xia Kingdom men's basketball team. Previously, he had accompanied the Xia Kingdom team to the Yuanzhou Gymnasium in Korea to watch a game between the Xia Kingdom and Korea. At the start of the game, the Xia Kingdom team fell behind by 15 points in the first quarter, and then they were suppressed throughout, trailing by a full 32 points after 3 quarters. Among the players who Min Xian went 0 for 8 from the field. Midway through, the Xia Kingdom team had a rare chance to close the gap. Gao Xian, in a Onion 0 fast break, actually missed an open layup. The ball hit the back of the rim and bounced away. From that moment, the Xia Kingdom team lost all momentum. Witnessing this, Yao Ming felt everything go black before his eyes. Then when he woke up, he was lying here. Seeing no one around, Yao Ming pushed himself up by the edge of the bed. The plaster cast on his foot was heavier than he imagined. He looked around the room. There were 3 beds in the ward, the other 2 were empty. But as his gaze inadvertently swept across the wall not far away, he was suddenly frozen in place. A bright red large calendar was printed with bold letters 1997. It's already 2026. Why is there a 1997 calendar hanging on the wall? The next moment he stiffened abruptly. His gaze swept over the enamel mug on the bedside table, the old television set not far away, and the parasol tree outside the window. This scene seemed oddly familiar, a memory from long ago. Could it be? His heart raced uncontrollably. He then extended his own hand. The palm was broad, but the skin was smooth and firm, without the familiar scars and calluses. It can't be. Did I transmigrate? Looking at a remote control on the bedside cabinet, Yao Ming instinctively turned on the television, hoping to understand the current situation. The television happened to be on CCTV 5. CCTV 5 Sports Briefing. Dear viewers, this is CCTV 5 Sports Briefing. In a focus match of the men's basketball invitational that ended yesterday, the Bai team faced the Shanghai team. 2 highly anticipated young interior stars had their first head-to-head confrontation. Facing the more experienced Bai team starting center Wang Zhizhi, the 17-year-old Shanghai youngster, Yao Ming appeared somewhat immature. He played 12 minutes, made 1 of 4 shots for only 2 points and 3 rebounds, and committed 3 fouls. He was overwhelmed by his opponent on both ends of the court. Wang Zhizhi, on the other hand, continued his hot streak, making 12 of 18 field goals for a dominant 37 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Whether facing the basket posting up or shooting from beyond the arc, he played with ease, throwing down several dunks over Yao Ming and completely dominating the paint. This game also allowed fans to clearly see the current gap between the 2 young stars, but Yao Ming's potential is still worth anticipating. Let us wait and see his future development. Next is the objective commentary given by the game's commentator Sun Zhangping after the match. Xiao Yao's performance today was indeed unsatisfactory. At the age of 17, facing a top interior player like Wang Zhizhi, the gap in experience and skill is evident. But we should also see that he has unique height advantage. As long as he diligently hones his skills and accumulates game experience, there is no reason he cannot grow into a reliable interior pillar in the future. Alright, thank you Coach Sun for the commentary. Next, we turn the camera to the audience to hear what the fans have to say. Then on the TV, the reporter randomly interviewed several fans who watched the game. Hello, after watching today's game, what do you think of the Shanghai team's young player Yao Ming? A fan wearing a Bai team jersey said bluntly. With this level of play, they dared to compare him to Deji before the game. Over 2 meters tall but soft as noodles, falls at a touch, can't score or rebound. I don't think he's ready for professional basketball. Next was the second spectator. He only has height, but his body is too thin and his skills are very rough. He's still far behind Deji. I can only say keep working hard in the future. Third spectator. The Shanghai team really has no one else, sending a kid like that to get bullied. After this game, I guess whenever he meets Deji again, he'll have psychological trauma. Yao Ming watched the TV comments about him, but he wasn't angry. The audience was only making objective evaluations based on what they saw. If he wanted to refute them, he could only respond with his performance on the court. In his previous life, until brother Deji went to the NBA in 2001, he had always felt that brother Deji was an insurmountable mountain. For those years in the CBA, he really never beat him. It wasn't until Deji left the CBA that he finally won the CBA championship. But there was nothing shameful about it. After all, Deji was the first player from the Xia Kingdom to go to the NBA. He truly had skill. Losing to him when young wasn't disgraceful. In his previous life, a man named Silly had utterly dominated Du Xiaoshui when they were young, leaving him completely lost. Everyone has encountered such an opponent when young. But in this life, things are completely different. If Yao Ming now faced Ji again, even if he couldn't dominate him, at least they could trade blows without any problem. After all, Ji's offensive ability was truly formidable. At this moment, Yao Ming also remembered why he was now lying in the hospital. It was during this invitational match. Eager to perform, he jumped to block a shot, but accidentally stepped on an opponent's foot and was carried off after only 12 minutes of playing time, ending up in the hospital. Just as Yao Ming was watching TV, the ward door was pushed open. A young man in sportswear walked in carrying a thermos lunchbox in his hand. Yao, you're awake. How are you feeling? Yao Ming stared at the face. It was Lu Wei, his teammate from the Shanghai youth team. The young Lu Wei still had traces of youthful innocence on his face, unlike later when he became a coach and always frowned. Yao Ming tested his foot. He didn't feel much, it seemed normal and painless. I'm okay, I guess. The doctor said you have an ankle fracture, at least half a year of rest. Lu Wei placed the lunchbox on the bedside cabinet. The team chipped in to buy you bone broth. Drink it while it's hot. Coach Li said, don't rush, take good care of your injury. The youth team games can wait half a year. Half a year to recover. Yao Ming closed his eyes. Only then did he recall that in his previous life, he really did lie down for half a year. This injury made him miss a crucial growth period, and he didn't debut in the CBA until the second half of the year. And now he was back. He carried with him all the memories of a career spanning over a decade, and the regret of witnessing the ups and downs of Xia Kingdom basketball. How could little South Korea beat us by over 30 points? This time I've been reborn. If I ever run into them, I'll beat them into pulp. What's South Korea? Lu Wei asked in confusion. Are you talking about the Asian Championships? That's next month. Our youth team isn't involved this time. Yao Ming shook his head, offering no further explanation and not dwelling on it. He tried moving his left foot again. Strangely, even when he twisted it, there was no pain under the cast, only a slight tingling numbness. This isn't right. I fractured it only yesterday. How can it not hurt today? Could it be? A thought began to take shape in his mind. A transmigration perk healed my foot injury. Anyone who reads web novels knows that many people who transmigrate can even bring the dead back to life, let alone heal a fractured ankle. Lu Wei called the doctor for me. I think they might have misdiagnosed me. My foot doesn't hurt at all now. Lying in the hospital is a waste of time. That's impossible. You were in a lot of pain before. Don't do something foolish to rush your comeback. Your health is the most important thing. Just go when you're told. Stop blabbering. We'll know for sure once we take a scan. All right, I'm going, Lu Wei said as he walked out of the ward, muttering under his breath. They already took x-rays when we came in yesterday. How could the diagnosis be wrong? Yao Ming must be crazy to rush his comeback. Even though he said this, he still went to call the doctor. Afterwards, at Yao Ming's strong insistence, an elderly doctor, while muttering nonsense, still dutifully performed a new examination and x-ray. The result astonished everyone. Yao Ming's injury had indeed completely healed with no trace of a fracture. The old doctor compared the new film with the old one, utterly stunned. So the hospital had to call Yao Ming's parents. After the discharge procedures, Yao Ming was taken home. The first thing he did at home was go to the bathroom, where a young face appeared in the mirror. This face was not as plump as in his past life, appearing leaner and more angular. The only difference from his former 17-year-old self was that his eyes no longer held the innocence of youth, but a calm maturity that didn't belong to that age. 1997. He had truly returned. Although Yao Ming was the most successful basketball player of Xia country in his previous life, if you asked him whether he had regrets, there were plenty. In his past life, his best personal honor in the NBA was only the All-NBA second team, and his best team achievement was reaching the second round of the playoffs. As for representing Xia country in 3 Olympics, the best result was just the quarterfinals, never leading the country further. Although his jersey was retired by the Hojian team, and he was inducted into the NBA Hall of Fame. But many said he relied on his international influence rather than his actual skill. Yao Ming looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes growing resolute. An idea quickly took shape in his mind. In his past life, he had followed the routine path from CBA, not winning the championship until 2002 when Ji went to the NBA. Then he entered the NBA as the first overall pick, but his career peak ended prematurely at age 31 due to injuries. In this life, I will skip the CBA and go directly to the NBA to conquer the highest temple of basketball. In the future, I will lead Xia country to better results in world competitions, he told himself. It was now April 1997. This year's NBA draft hadn't started yet, but it was coming soon. But he hadn't registered for the draft, nor had he reached the automatic eligibility age of 22. As an international player, he probably couldn't enter the NBA this year. Skip the CBA. Instead, he'll go to the NCAA and dominate for a year. Next year will be easier to handle. Currently, Yao Ming hadn't signed with the Shanghai Tango team, nor landed in the CBA. Although he was nurtured by the Shanghai youth team compared to his past life, he was still relatively free. As long as he could convince his parents and pay some buyout fees, there should be a way to go to the United States. Otherwise, once he joined the Shanghai Sharks and made a name in the CBA, well, everyone knows how hard it would be to break free. Only he himself knew how many difficulties he had overcome in his past life to reach the NBA. Moreover, the NCAA in the United States was probably even stronger than the current CBA. Although he carried the experience of his past life, he still needed to adapt to his current body. Spending a year training in the NCAA would be just right. The 1998 draft class was considered mediocre. If he performed well in the NCAA, it was very possible he could still be the first pick and coincidentally save Olowokandi from being a bust. However, Yao Ming felt a little regret that by entering the NBA next year, he wouldn't be able to face Michael Jordan in his prime. Just as he was thinking, a pale blue light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. The light screen resembled the most advanced transparent display from sci-fi movies hovering in front of Yao Ming. He caught his breath. Is this a system? Clear Chinese characters appeared on the screen. System starter pack. Choose 3 out of 7 starting benefits. Please choose carefully. Host. Below the text, 7 options were listed, each emitting a faint glow. 1. Height exceeds previous life by 5 centimeters. 2. Wingspan exceeds previous life by 10 centimeters. 3. Jumping ability exceeds previous life by 10. 4. Core strength exceeds previous life by 10. 5. 3-point shooting percentage exceeds previous life by 10. 6. Injury resistance increased by 50. 7. Ball handling and playmaking ability increased by 10. Seeing these 7 options, Yao Ming's throat went dry and his heartbeat quickened. Being reborn with past life memories was already incredible, adding a system on top. How could anyone else compete? This was practically the start of invincibility. But who would complain about being too strong? Michael, sorry, but this time your GOAT title is mine. At this moment, someone would surely ask, what about LeBron? Yao Ming could only say, with him dominating this era, could LeBron still be the GOAT? Unless he retired early. Soon Yao Ming stopped daydreaming and began analyzing the 7 options one by one. Option 1, increase height by 5 centimeters. His net height in the past life was 2.26 meters, nearly 2.29 meters with shoes, already a giant among giants in the NBA. Another 5 centimeters. Mobility would decrease further and the body burden would increase. This option was completely unnecessary. Option 2, increase wingspan by 10 centimeters. This one made his eyes light up. In his past life, one of his most criticized physical traits was his wingspan, 2.26 meters tall, but only 2.25 meters wingspan, nearly equal to his height. In an NBA filled with long arms, his wingspan was a disadvantage. If his wingspan could increase by 10 centimeters to 2.35 meters, it would be a qualitative leap. Whether it was shot blocking range, rebounding control, or defensive deterrence, all would be greatly enhanced. Option 3, increase jumping ability by 10. In his past life, his standing vertical leap was about 55 centimeters, and his running vertical leap was around 68 centimeters. Decent for his height, but the absolute jumping height was not outstanding. After a 10 increase, his standing vertical would reach 60 centimeters, and running vertical nearly 75 centimeters. Useful, but not his most urgent need. After all, with his height and wingspan, he could dunk by just rising on his toes. As long as he was careful, no one could block his mid-range shots or hooks. He normally didn't need to jump much, and jumping too high would only increase injury risk and body burden. Option 4, core strength increases by 10. This option made him almost instantly decide to choose it. The intensity of the interline battles in the NBA, especially from the late 90s to the early 21st century, was truly a muscular jungle, especially during the playoffs, where collisions were commonplace. The 4 great centers had not yet retired, particularly the behemoth Shaquille O'Neal, who was in his prime, alongside the peak performance of Duncan Wright from his debut. Without powerful core strength, one could hardly stand their ground in the paint. If the past generation's Victor Wembanyama were to come to this era, he would be easily knocked down. In his previous life, Yao Ming also spent 3 years gaining weight and diligently training his core strength just to barely adapt. Now, with a 10 increase in core strength, it equates to starting off on the right foot. As long as he steadily gains some weight over the next year, he should be able to reach the level of peak Hakeem Olajuwon, which would be more than sufficient for the NBA. Option 5, 3-point shooting percentage increases by 10. In his previous life, Yao Ming's NBA 3-point shooting percentage was 20, and he hardly took any shots. A 10 increase wouldn't make much of a difference. Although he had immersed himself in the small ball era for years and understood the significance of three-pointers in modern basketball, the problem is it was now 1997. As a center shooting three-pointers from the perimeter, the coach would berate you fiercely, and the next step would be a cold bench. Fans would call you soft, and the media would mock you for not daring to go inside. In his past life, the German tank Nowitzki was criticized for enjoying shooting from the perimeter for a full decade. It wasn't until 2011 that he turned public opinion around by winning a championship. Therefore, selecting this option now would be of no use. It would be better to find time to practice it himself later. Yao Ming believed that with his soft shooting touch, developing a reliable three-point shot was not impossible and could serve as a backup weapon. Option 6. Injury resistance increases by 50. Upon seeing this option, Yao Ming felt a sharp pang in his heart. Stress fractures, ankle surgeries, bone spur removal. The recurring injuries from his past life haunted his career like a nightmare. Without those injuries, his peak period would not have been so short, and the national team's results might have been better. What does a 50 increase in injury resistance mean? It means he might avoid those devastating injuries, implying a longer career and more possibilities. Additionally, in this life, he has not joined the national team, and he certainly will not participate in those minor summer events, ensuring better maintenance of his body. He needs to achieve heights higher than the tallest mountains and lengths longer than the longest rivers. Therefore, this option 7, ball handling and playmaking increases by 10. As a center, this ability is more of a luxury in the current era rather than a necessity. Moreover, playmaking ability relies more on vision and awareness, which he can easily compensate for with experience. After a thorough analysis, his thoughts became clear. Yao Ming silently recited in his heart, "I choose 2, 4, 6. The screen flickered and the 3 selected options shone with brighter light, while the other 4 options slowly dimmed and disappeared. Selection confirmed: arm span 10 centimeters, core strength 10, injury resistance 50. Beginner's package has been issued. System binding. Binding completed. Host Yao Ming. Age 17. System task: get drafted into the NBA during the 97-98 season. The better the rank, the better the reward. Reward: 110 free attribute points. Current attribute: panel height 223 centimeters. Arm span 232 centimeters. Standing reach 298 centimeters. Weight 105 kilograms. Speed 58. Jump 55. Stamina 65. Strength 75. Agility 52. Injury resistance 85. Finishing in the paint 85. Mid-range shooting 80. Three-point shooting 40. Free throws 78. Passing 70. Ball handling 55. Block 92. Rebound 85. Low post defense 85. Perimeter defense 65. Defensive IQ 85. Basketball IQ 90. Mental toughness 98. Determination 95. Current attributes are based on NBA players, with 60 being a rotation player, 70 being a starter, 80 being an all-star, 90 being a superstar, and 100 being the ultimate. When Yao Ming finished reviewing his attribute panel, the screen in front of him slowly dissipated. During this process, Yao Ming felt a warm current surge within his body, particularly in his waist and back, with his muscles slightly heating up. His hands were also reshaped and elongated in a short time. He instinctively stretched out his arms and clearly felt that his wingspan had noticeably increased. With my current attributes, it's sufficient to be a starting center in the NBA. Since the system has issued a task, it's time to discuss going to the U.S. with my parents. Thinking this, Yao Ming walked out of the bathroom. What? You want to go to the U.S. to play basketball? Yao's father and mother looked at him in disbelief. In this era, no players from summer country had even thought of going to the NBA to develop. His parents had only wished to cultivate him into a player serving the national team. Yes, I must go to the U.S. to play basketball, Yao Ming said emphatically, without any extra explanation, as there was no way to clarify it now. Dad, Mom, please talk to the Shanghai youth team about it. We can pay a buyout fee, and I can assure you that once I go to the U.S., I will definitely return to participate in the major competitions in summer country. I really want to improve. All right. After all, both Yao's father and mother are professional basketball players and naturally understand the current gap between summer country and the U.S. basketball. Although they couldn't comprehend why Big Yao had such lofty aspirations, they eventually agreed. Half a month later, it was unclear what methods Yao's father and mother had used, but the Shanghai youth team bought out Yao Ming for 2 million renminbi, making him a free agent. In reality, leaving the youth team would certainly be difficult and complicated, but for the sake of advancing the subsequent plot in the novel, it was made simpler. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. In that era, 2 million renminbi was already an astronomical figure. However, for the forward-looking Yao Ming, 2 million renminbi was indeed too cheap, practically a bargain. Of course, another significant reason was that Big Yao had yet to prove himself, and his performance in a previous game had been too poor, which led to this situation. Afterward, Yao's father also contacted a senior player in the CBA who had previously studied abroad in the U.S. and played in the NCAA, possessing some resources in the U.S. This person was named Ma Jian, and Yao's father asked him to find acquaintances in America to help contact some colleges. To join those basketball universities, Yao Ming took the time to film some videos of himself playing along with showcasing his static talents. He believed that not to mention anything else his height of 2.23 meters alone would attract many schools, as centers were still the most sought after during this era. As for the academic requirements of American universities, in his past life, Yao Ming had also self-studied during his leisure time after retiring, and the exams in the U.S. were much simpler compared to the college entrance examination in summer country. He wouldn't say he's a top student, but getting into an average university in the U.S. would be a breeze. Thus, during the subsequent time, Yao Ming waited at home for news from Ma Jian, while also scientifically gaining weight. With the experience from his past life, even without a nutritionist or trainer, he could scientifically exercise on. After waiting over a month in Shanghai, Jiangchun received welcome news in June 1997. Ma Jian called to inform him that the University of California, Berkeley had extended an opportunity to Yao Ming. In fact, numerous universities had previously expressed willingness to admit Yao Ming, but none were renowned basketball powerhouses. Believing Yao Ming deserved better, Ma Jian held off until this year's NCAA Sweet 16 contenders extended their invitations before notifying him. San Francisco International Airport, United States. A cacophony of voices, each bearing distinct accents, filled the air. Yao Ming wheeled his luggage cart through the terminal accompanied by his father and mother. Among the crowd awaiting arrivals, one man held aloft a sign scrawled in uneven Chinese characters. The moment Yao Ming stepped off the plane, his extraordinary height made him instantly conspicuous. No searching was needed. The man spotted him at once. "Yao, over here." A gravelly, aged voice rang out. Yao Ming turned toward the sound and saw an elderly white man in a brown corduroy jacket and black-rimmed glasses vigorously waving at him. The man appeared to be in his early 60s, his light brown hair streaked with silver and combed with meticulous precision, though a few rebellious strands stubbornly defied order above his forehead. His face was lean and sharply defined, deeply etched with nasolabial folds, yet his eyes gleamed with the piercing intensity of a hawk, fixed upon Yao Ming with unblinking scrutiny, as if appraising not a young athlete, but a rare, priceless artifact. "I'm Ben Hammond, head coach of the UC Berkeley Golden Bears. Welcome to the United States, Yao." Coach Hammond strode forward and clapped Yao Ming firmly on the arm, intending to strike his shoulder, but finding it just out of reach. Upon seeing Yao Ming, Coach Hammond's smile nearly spilled over. "Good Lord, your height." The dossier listed 223 centimeters, yet witnessing it firsthand remained staggering. And that wingspan, utterly astonishing. Yao Ming had not expected the head coach himself to greet him, a gesture that signaled profound respect. He responded with a faint, confident smile and fluent American English. "Coach Hammond, it's an honor to meet you. Thank you, and Berkeley, for this extraordinary opportunity." His English bore virtually no foreign accent, a testament to years spent navigating the NBA spotlight, enduring countless interviews, and honing linguistic fluency. For everyday conversation, it was more than sufficient. Coach Hammond's eyes lit up even brighter. A towering international prospect blessed with elite static athleticism and seamless English communication. It was nothing short of striking gold. After all, language barriers often formed the first and steepest hurdle for international players integrating into collegiate teams. Yet for Yao Ming, that barrier simply did not exist. "Wonderful, truly wonderful, Yao. I had no idea your English was so polished." Coach Hammond exclaimed repeatedly, then finally noticed Yao Ming's parents and offered them a warm, brief greeting. "Let's go, the car's outside. We'll head straight to campus so you can settle in and acclimate as quickly as possible. I can hardly wait to see you step onto our practice court." Minutes later, the car pulled away from the airport, winding along the highway toward Berkeley. The scenery gradually shifted from urban sprawl to a tranquil, scholarly town steeped in academic tradition. As the vehicle entered the University of California, Berkeley campus, Yao Ming gazed out the window. Sunlight filtered through towering palm trees, casting dappled patterns across the ground. Ancient stone buildings stood in harmonious contrast with sleek, glass-clad modern classrooms. Students lounged on emerald lawns, some absorbed in books, others basking in the golden afternoon light, while the very air hummed with intellectual freedom and vibrant curiosity. This path, so starkly divergent from his former life, felt both unfamiliar and quietly exhilarating. Coach Hammond drove directly to the basketball arena. Situated unassumingly at the edge of campus, the arena's exterior offered little hint of its legacy. As Coach Hammond led Yao Ming and his parents to the entrance, a pungent, familiar aroma enveloped them. Sweat mingled with aged hardwood floor wax. The dark, polished hardwood floor gleamed under high vaulted ceilings where only a single faded banner hung alongside a handful of retired jerseys. It spoke volumes. The Golden Bears had claimed only one NCAA championship. Along the sidelines, neatly arranged hoops and training equipment awaited use. To Yao Ming, the facility might lack the opulence of later NBA arenas, but it exuded something purer, more authentic, the quiet, unwavering ethos of basketball academia. They did not enter, only paused briefly at the threshold before departing. A far more pressing matter awaited over the next several days. Yao Ming completed Berkeley's General Educational Development GED examination. Drawing upon the knowledge accumulated across his prior life, and having rigorously prepared before arriving in the United States, he passed with exceptional scores far surpassing those of typical high school graduates, thereby securing formal admission. Only then did Yao Ming's parents, who had accompanied him throughout, finally exhale in relief. After heartfelt final instructions, they boarded their flight home. UC Berkeley Basketball Arena. On this afternoon practice day, team members moved through fundamental layup drills and stretching routines under the guidance of assistant coaches. When Coach Hammond entered, leading an Asian youth clad in athletic wear, towering like a living monolith, every motion froze for a heartbeat. Then came a collective gasp, followed by hushed, awestruck murmurs. "Hey Lamprey, look over there. Oh my God, is that even human? How tall is he? 7'3", 7'4". He's Asian. At that height." Whispers rippled across the gym. Even within the rarefied world of collegiate basketball, where giants were commonplace, Yao Ming's stature and proportions delivered an arresting, visceral impact. "Yao Ming will begin with physical testing today." "Yes, coach." Moments later, Coach Hammond escorted him into a compact, instrument-laden assessment room adjacent to the court. Trained staff awaited them inside. Yao Ming's static measurements were swiftly compiled. Height 2, 23 meters. Wingspan 2, 32 meters. Weight 110 kilograms. Standing reach 2, 98 meters. Even though Coach Hammond had reviewed the figures beforehand, seeing them materialize before his eyes still struck him with awe. The support staff reacted with unrestrained astonishment. A monster, a literal human monster. Even the NBA boasts only a handful like him. After all, basketball rewards height as pure elemental talent, and Yao Ming's wingspan was equally extraordinary. With a standing reach of 2.98 meters, Yao Ming ranked among the most physically imposing prospects in contemporary basketball history. Consider Shaquille O'Neal, then at the zenith of his dominance with the Los Angeles Lakers, whose standing reach measured only 2.85 meters. Yao Ming surpassed him by a staggering 13 centimeters, an almost incomprehensible advantage. After completing the static aptitude tests, Yao proceeded to the dynamic talent assessments. His speed, though not exceptional, registered at 58, a figure benchmarked against the NBA's average. In NCAA competition, a speed rating of 58 is fully comparable to that of an average small forward. As for strength, after dedicated weight gain and conditioning, Yao Ming's strength attribute increased by 3 points, reaching 78. Inside the training facility, he performed 10 repetitions of the bench press with 170 kilograms and appeared far from exhausted. A 170-kilogram bench press may fall short of legendary NBA behemoths, yet it aligns comfortably with the standard of a typical NBA interior player. Within the NCAA, however, such a feat places him firmly among the elite, significantly surpassing most frontcourt players. Especially notable is Yao Ming's current weight of only 110 kilograms. His lean frame suggests ample room for further mass gain, and with it a substantial leap in raw power, potentially elevating him to historic levels. Next came the vertical jump evaluation. His standing vertical reached 58 centimeters, his running vertical 68 centimeters. Though modest compared to elite black athletes, this performance is remarkable for a man standing 2.23 meters tall. Consider that his standing reach measures 2.98 meters, while most athletes between 1.80 and 1.90 meters tall achieve standing reaches of merely 2.30 to 2.40 meters. This means Yao Ming gains a natural height advantage of 60 centimeters simply by raising his arms, while add that 60 centimeter differential to his vertical leaps, 58 centimeters standing, 68 running, and the resulting totals, 118 centimeters and 128 centimeters, are virtually unmatched by any player in history. In other words, when Yao Ming jumps, few, if any, can contest his shot. Conversely, blocking opponents' attempts becomes effortless for him. Even guards around 1.80 meters tall would be swatted away as if he were standing still, an unparalleled confluence of physical gifts. Upon concluding these static and dynamic evaluations, the head coach smiled and escorted Yao Ming back onto the basketball court. As Yao Ming stepped onto the court, surveying teammates averaging nearly 1.90 meters in height, he felt less like an athlete joining a team and more like a titan wandering into a land of Lilliputians. "Gather up." Coach Hammond blew a sharp, resonant whistle. "Men, pause what you're doing and look this way." The players quickly assembled, their gazes instinctively drawn toward Yao Ming. "Allow me to introduce our newest member, Yao Ming from Shanghai Tango." Coach Hammond stepped forward and clapped Yao Ming lightly on the back. "Yao, say hello to the team." "Hello everyone, I'm Yao Ming. You may call me Yao. It's a true honor to join the Golden Bears. I look forward to working alongside all of you. to strive to grow and to win every game ahead. His English was clear, poised, and dignified, neither deferential nor arrogant. Following the brief introduction, Coach Hammond moved directly to the heart of the matter. Last season, we advanced to the Elite Eight in March Madness. You all performed admirably. But O'Donnell and Jason have departed for the NBA, the next tier of professional basketball. I know many of you feel our roster has weakened. Even rival colleges doubt whether we'll even qualify for March Madness this year. His gaze swept across several veteran players, pausing deliberately upon their faces. Yet let me remind you, nothing in this game is absolute. What I truly wish to convey is this competition is eternal, an opportunity ever present. This afternoon we'll hold an intra-squad scrimmage. As always, starting positions will be earned, not assigned, but earned through performance. Soon Coach Hammond announced the team rosters. Team 1 center, Francisco Hernandez, power forward, Ryan Myers. Small forward, Marcus Lamplight, shooting guard, Thomas Kilgannon, point guard, Gino Esposito. Team 2 center, Yao Ming, power forward, Justin Bell, small forward, Kenny Gruber, shooting guard, Brian Weathers. Point guard, Blair Gray. Team 1 consisted primarily of returning starters and veterans. Anchored by Gino Esposito, the squad's strongest guard, and Marcus Lamplight, its premier small forward. Team 2 comprised exclusively freshmen, including Yao Ming, who had been assigned to the rookie squad. As Yao Ming approached the freshman half of the court, a broad-shouldered black player with a closely cropped haircut strode purposefully toward him. It was Francisco Hernandez, Team 1 center, standing 2.06 meters tall and weighing 115 kilograms, renowned for his brute strength and relentless rebounding, yet still heavier than Yao Ming himself. He tilted his head upward to meet Yao Ming's gaze, his expression laced with open provocation and disdain. "Hey, Twig." With casual force, he nudged Yao Ming's shoulder. "Welcome to real basketball. Under the basket later, I'll show you that height alone means nothing. I'll shatter your bones and send you crying for your mama." Yao Ming looked down at the man, nearly a full head shorter, whose bluster seemed comically mismatched to his stature. A faint wry smile flickered across his lips. "Seriously? Must every story begin with a cliched antagonist rushing forward to get humbled?" Having endured the NBA's genuine enforcers and master trash talkers, this level of posturing struck him as little more than nursery school squabbling. "Hope you're still this cocky after the game," Yao Ming replied, shrugging indifferently. The burly player, stung by Yao Ming's dismissive calm, opened his mouth to retort. But Coach Hammond interjected. "Enough standing around. Warm up now? The scrimmage begins shortly." Assistant Coach Michael turned to Hammond, puzzled. "Coach, Team 1 consists entirely of last year's veterans and starters, while Team 2 is all freshmen. Isn't this arrangement rather unbalanced?" "Precisely why I structured it this way, to assess this year's freshman class, especially Yao Ming." Hammond closed his roster sheet as on the court veterans began showcasing thunderous dunks, intentionally raising the psychological stakes for the newcomers. Every player in this Division I program could dunk, and several freshmen, refusing to be outshone, answered with dunks of their own. Amid the clamor, Yao Ming remained apart, warming up methodically, stretching thoroughly, then casually sinking a few mid-range jumpers. Soon Assistant Coach Michael blew his whistle. "Ready, men." All players gathered at center court. After rotating his shoulders a few times, Yao Ming stepped confidently into position for the tip-off. "Begin," Michael shouted, tossing the ball skyward and sounding the whistle once more. The jump ball offered no suspense. At 2.23 meters tall, with an arm span now measuring 2.32 meters, Yao Ming's fully extended reach already exceeded the maximum height Francisco Hernandez could attain, even with a maximal leap. The referee tossed the ball into the air. Yao Ming didn't even jump with full force. He simply timed it perfectly, lightly lifting his toes and sweeping his long arm, sending the ball toward his teammate Blair. Upon landing, Yao Ming immediately took big strides toward the front court. His speed might not be fast compared to some shorter guards and small forwards, but in comparison to the NCAA's big men, he was already quite quick, easily keeping pace with the rhythm of the offense and defense. Blair was the point guard for the freshman team, standing at 185 centimeters tall. He was quick and aggressive, though somewhat arrogant. As a newcomer this year, he aimed to secure a full scholarship and directly join the main roster. After receiving the ball, he quickly dribbled it to the top of the key. The senior team's Gino stepped forward with his arms wide to block his way. "Here." A voice entered Blair's ears, and at that moment Yao Ming had already established position in the low post, reaching out his hand. Those familiar with Yao Ming knew that when he established position in the low post and was full of energy at the start, no one in the NBA could stop him from scoring. However, eager to impress the coach, Blair completely ignored Yao Ming's call for the ball. He performed a series of flashy dribbles beyond the three-point line, trying to break past the senior Gino. After wasting over 10 seconds, realizing he couldn't break through, he barely managed to drive toward the free throw line and forced a jump shot. Bang! The shot was interfered with, hitting the front of the rim and bouncing away. Yao Ming had been occupying space against Francisco, putting him in a disadvantageous position for the rebound. The ball was snatched by the senior team's power forward Ryan Myers, and the senior team immediately launched a counter. Senior guard Gino, with plenty of experience, quickly advanced after receiving the ball. With a simple dribble move beyond the three-point line, he effortlessly bypassed Carlisle in front of him and drove straight to the basket. In his mind, a tall figure at 2.23 meters couldn't possibly be that agile. With no one in his way, Gino raised his hand and chose a delicate layup. However, just as the basketball left his fingertips, a figure burst out from the side, casting a huge shadow. Yao Ming had sprinted to his side, stepping in from the back with outstretched arms like a giant eagle. His impressive wingspan covered a large portion of the key. He leaped high, not violently swatting the ball away, but rather precisely placing his right hand on the ball as it followed its trajectory. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as he pinned the ball against the backboard before smoothly cradling it. A clean and sharp block. The crowd erupted in astonishment at this block. Gino looked at Yao Ming in disbelief. He had never been blocked like that before. What a terrifying big man. As the teams transitioned, Yao Ming passed the ball outside before sinking back into the low post. After all, his ball handling was merely a 55, and his height made it easy to have the ball stolen. This time Carlisle seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still chose to break through himself. Unfortunately, he still couldn't penetrate. Gino's lateral speed was too quick for him to handle, and he reluctantly passed the ball outside to his teammate Brian, but the shot missed. Under the basket, Francisco yelled as he established position, ready to claim the defensive rebound. But Yao Ming's judgment was quicker. He faked a move outward, tricking Francisco into shifting his weight slightly. Then he pivoted sharply, using his longer wingspan and excellent rebounding instincts to tap the ball toward himself above Francisco's head, quickly jumping again before Francisco could react, slamming the ball into the basket with both hands. Boom! The rim groaned. Yao Ming hung on the basket for a moment before effortlessly landing, leaving Francisco behind with a stunned expression. Get back on defense. After scoring, Yao Ming instinctively shouted loudly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Whether in the Fire Sword team or the national team of Xia country, he had grown accustomed to leading his team, and he instinctively saw himself as the leader of the squad. The first two offensive and defensive exchanges were a microcosm of the first half of the game, and in the following several rounds, Yao Ming completely dominated both ends. On the offensive side, knowing that his freshman teammates all wanted to showcase themselves and didn't like passing, Yao Ming decided to take the initiative to grab rebounds and score. He no longer battled for position against the opposing center, focusing solely on the basketball. Whenever his teammates missed a shot, Yao Ming relied on his height, wingspan, and rebound anticipation to snatch offensive boards over Francisco and the opposing power forward, either scoring directly or drawing fouls for free throws. Sometimes when he was far from the basket facing Francisco's tight defense, Yao Ming would just slightly feel his pressure with his back, then utilize various shoulder fakes or fancy footwork to leave him completely disoriented. Then Yao Ming could easily take a step or use a soft hook to score. His footwork was so skillful and his rhythm so clever that Francisco was made to look foolish. After witnessing Yao Ming's strength, the seniors became wary of his prowess in the paint, causing their defense. Thus, Yao Ming moved up to the high post, clearing out the paint. Whenever his teammates struggled to drive and the shot clock was running low, they would pass him the ball. Once Yao Ming received the ball near the free throw line, he would not hesitate to take a standard jump shot, ignoring the single defender. The basketball traced a smooth arc, swishing through the net. With an 80 mid-range attribute under NCAA-level defense, and at Yao Ming's height, it was nearly unstoppable, with almost every shot hitting its mark. On the defensive end, whenever the opposing center Francisco tried to force his way in using his bulk and strength, Yao Ming's 78 strength taught him a lesson. Yao Ming's lower body was as solid as a rock. Francisco tried several times, but no matter how he pushed, Yao Ming remained unyielding, and he was the one being pushed back. Every time he forced a turnaround shot, Yao Ming's extended arm would interfere, either blocking the shot or causing wildly inaccurate attempts. It got to the point where his teammates were hesitant to pass him the ball. Meanwhile, in terms of help defense, the senior team's best small forward Rampley would often break through with his speed. However, every time he entered, Yao Ming would come over from the other side to help defend his impressive wingspan and 92 blocking attribute, making him an impenetrable wall against these players under 2 meters tall. Sometimes he didn't even need to jump. Facing the senior team's 198 centimeters small forward, he simply extended his arm and swatted the ball out of bounds. With still some time left in the half, he had already recorded 6 blocks, leaving the senior players who penetrated the paint with a clear psychological shadow. Soon the first half ended with a score of 35-37, with the freshman team still leading the senior team by 2 points. The statistics board displayed Yao Ming's numbers, which were particularly striking. 18 points, 9 rebounds, 6 blocks, and 2 assists. It was as if he single-handedly carried the team forward, all while his teammates were distrustful of each other, each wanting to showcase themselves and refusing to pass him the ball. Watching Yao Ming's performance, Coach Hammond from the sidelines had a gleam of excitement in his eyes behind his glasses, constantly murmuring to himself, "Incredible. Simply incredible. With his height and such a soft touch, those dreamy footwork and terrifying defensive awareness. He looks like a veteran who has played in the league for 10 years. We've struck gold. We've truly struck gold. He's only 17 years old, and the future is simply unimaginable." The assistant coach, acting as referee, was already in awe of Yao Ming. The staff by the sidelines looked at Yao Ming walking off the court as if they were observing a monster. After the first half, the atmosphere of the freshman team was somewhat peculiar, because apart from Yao Ming, the other positions were almost entirely suppressed by the seniors. If it weren't for Yao Ming, they wouldn't even know how much they would lose by. Blair hung his head low, knowing his performance in the first half was terrible, failing to fulfill the duties of a point. Having finished the first half, he only had 4 points and 3 assists along with 4 turnovers. This data was nothing short of a disaster for a point guard. While he was still contemplating how to make up for it in the second half, Coach Hammond directly called him aside, his expression quite serious. "Carlisle, look at me. In the second half, I need you to make a change. When you see Yao in the low post passing the damn ball, immediately do you understand? I don't want to see any more of your meaningless dribbling. Unless another teammate is wide open, you pass everything to Yao Ming. Got it?" Carlisle was intimidated by the coach's stern tone and nodded quickly. I understand, coach. College is not like the NBA. The coach is everything capable of deciding a player's fate. If you don't obey, he can kick you out of the basketball team in no time." Seeing Carlisle obediently agree, Coach Hammond's expression softened. Then he walked over to Yao Ming, who was wiping sweat with a towel, instantly switching to a smile. "Yao, how are you feeling? Can you adapt to the intensity of this game?" Yao Ming took a sip of water, breathing steadily. "Coach, I think it's great. The pace is a bit faster than I expected, but I can keep up." "Very good." Coach Hammond patted his shoulder firmly. "In the second half, I want you to play freely. I want to see your true abilities. Don't let me down." "Don't worry, coach." Yao Ming nodded, his gaze calm, yet filled with confidence. "Who are the seniors?" "The strongest. Gino and Rampley are just future second-round picks in the NBA, and they are at the very end of the second round. They are players who will only linger on the fringes of the NBA, playing a few games before becoming unwanted. Without him, the 9,798 season Gold Bears wouldn't even make it to March Madness in the original world. In NCAA Division I, they could only be considered a mid-tier team. If he couldn't dominate these weaklings, then his rebirth would be meaningless. Though his body may not be fully mature, yet his skills and awareness, especially on defense and rebounding, are already sufficient to create a dimensionality reduction effect at the NCAA level." Soon the second half began. The first possession went to the freshman team's offense. Carlisle dribbled past half-court, coach's words still echoing in his ears. This time, he did not hesitate. Seeing Yao Ming in the left low post, he immediately passed a high lob to him. The pass was a bit high, but it was just right for Yao Ming. Yao Ming extended his long arm to easily catch the ball, not even dribbling, using his strength to push Francisco back a step, then quickly turned towards the baseline, performing a little hook shot that went through the net with a satisfying swish. This basket was effortless and felt like art. The defending Francisco shook his head at his teammate, truly at a loss. It seems like getting assists this way isn't so bad after all, Carlisle thought to himself. He had never imagined that getting an assist could be so simple. Then it was the senior team's turn to attack. During the transition back on defense, the freshman team's shooting guard Weathers accidentally fell down. The seniors had a 5-on-4 advantage. The senior team naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity, and after some passing, the basketball landed in the hands of shooting guard Thomas Kilgannon. Facing no defenders, Kilgannon surprisingly missed the shot. Yao Ming easily grabbed the defensive rebound, dribbled once, and sent the ball to the opponent's half. He threw it with force, making a precise long pass to his teammate, who hadn't had time to recover from falling, assisting him for an easy layup. What a precise pass, absolutely no error. The coach on the sidelines thought, astonished by the surprises Yao Ming continued to bring him. Aside from not making a three-pointer, Yao Ming seemed capable of everything. Once again, it was the seniors' turn. With Yao Ming around, they had started to hesitate entering the paint. His long arms had cast a shadow over them. Fortunately for them, luck was on their side. The guard Gino at the top of the arc made a quick crossover that shook off Carlisle, and then immediately shot a three-pointer that went in. It was a counterattack. The freshman team's possession had Yao Ming running to the corner to receive the ball. Unexpectedly at this moment, the senior team's small forward Rampley immediately abandoned his man and rushed over to double team. They had already realized that aside from Yao Ming, the other players on the freshman team were nothing but scrubs. They didn't trust that those scrubs could shoot them down. Yao Ming's vision was wide open, and he had long since noticed. He first held the ball high with both hands faking a pass to deceive Rampley into going for a steal, then taking advantage of the moment when the double team hadn't fully formed, he dribbled hard towards the baseline with Francisco closely following and Rampley closing in from the side. Yao Ming forced a jump between the two defenders, his body showing a clear delay in the air due to the contact, and his core strength allowed him to maintain balance as he threw the ball high, banking it in. Smack! Francisco committed a foul. And won. The basket counted, and the whistle blew. "Hey brother, nice defense," Yao Ming said, giving Francisco a thumbs up, then calmly sank the free throw. This moment was a response to the previous opponent's three-pointer, further widening the gap between the two teams. The senior team was completely stunned. Not only could they not handle Unknown, but they also allowed the double team to easily yield a 21. Given this performance on the court, you call him a freshman. Francesco was thoroughly demoralized by that shot. Subsequently, Yao Ming became an unstoppable force, while the other players on the senior team went completely mad. They didn't want the newcomer Yao Ming to steal the spotlight, so they started to double-team him frantically, and when two players couldn't contain him, they sent three. Every time he was faced with multiple defenders, he always managed to find an open teammate. His passing rating was a remarkable 70, which would make him a key player even in the NBA. He was as good as the point guard on the team, and his height gave him a superior court vision and an understanding of the game beyond his years. Under Yao Ming's orchestration, the offense of the freshman team became fluid. Especially knowing that Yao Ming was there to grab rebounds, his teammates felt no pressure when taking shots, which led to much higher accuracy. Even Carlisle, who had been playing poorly in the first half, received several excellent passes and made 2 three-pointers. This is the impact of a top-tier center. Not only could he perform well himself, but he also elevated his teammates' game. With smooth offensive plays, the defense for the seniors became extremely challenging. The inside players were afraid of being blocked and dared not attack, while the freshmen recognized this and began to closely defend, showing no fear of their drives. Yao Ming's defensive range covered well within the three-point line, forcing the seniors to resort to mindless three-point attempts, which made their offensive strategy exceedingly one-dimensional. But it was not the small ball era anymore. How many players could consistently make three-pointers? Hitting over 35 was considered impressive. Finally, a match that was torturous for the seniors came to an end. The score settled at 6-8-2. The freshman team achieved a resounding victory by 14 points. In the slow-paced rhythm of NCAA basketball, a 14-point lead was considerable. Yao Ming walked towards the sidelines, and surprisingly, the assistant coach, acting as a referee, handed him water and a towel before he could reach them. This stunned Yao Ming. He didn't expect to have won over the assistant coach so quickly. He accepted the water and towel without hesitation and simply said thank you. At that moment, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. A stamina rating of 65 is still too low. It seems I need to train harder in this area. Fortunately, competing against these college students was far better than the high-intensity confrontations in the NBA of his past life. After the NBA, it truly felt like a battle, and he would be utterly exhausted for the next game. After such a match, he at least felt he still had some breath left. After all, the intensity of the confrontations was not comparable. By the end of the game, Yao Ming's stat line was finalized. 45 points, 19 rebounds, 8 assists, 9 blocks, and 1 steal. This was an all-around terrifying performance in the NCAA, nearly filling every statistical category. What Yao Ming didn't notice was that the entire gym had gone silent with everyone staring at him. Not only had he conquered the assistant coach, but he had also impressed all the other players. Suddenly, applause erupted, first from the assistant coaches and staff on the sidelines, followed by the players of the senior team, who couldn't resist clapping. In those brief 40 minutes, they had witnessed a divine presence descending upon them. Admiration is human nature, especially evident in the United States. Francesco, the center of the senior team, walked up to Yao Ming. His previous provocative demeanor completely vanished, awkwardly extending his hand. "Well played, Yao. You're truly a monster. It seems he'll only be a backup center this year." Yao Ming high-fived him. You're also quite strong, Francesco." Yao Ming genuinely couldn't find a point to compliment him, so he just said that. Coach Hammond stood on the sidelines watching Yao Ming being subtly surrounded by his teammates, unable to suppress his smile, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. He turned to his chief assistant and said, "Did you see that, Michael? We no longer have to worry about losing out or not. What we have gained is a giant who might change the landscape of the Pacific 10 Conference. No, he might even change. From today onwards, our tactical manual will need to be rewritten around him. He is the sole core of our Golden Bears for the coming years." Very soon, the head coach gathered the players together to announce the main roster for this year's Golden Bears. Center Yao Ming. Power forward Francesco Hernandez. Small forward Marcus Rampley. Shooting guard Thomas Kilgannon. Point guard Gino Esposito. Although the freshman won in the intra-squad game, only Yao Ming made it to the starting lineup in the head coach's main role. It was obvious to anyone that if it weren't for Yao Ming in the recent game, the freshman team would have been completely over. With Yao Ming as the interior powerhouse, allowing the seniors to score 68 points showed just how ineffective the other freshmen were. Among the team, the original center of the senior team was surprised to find himself in the starting lineup. He had just been thoroughly dominated by Yao Ming, scoring only 4 points and 6 rebounds on a couple of wild shots. However, he understood once he realized that the original senior team's power forward was only 2.01 meters tall, and he felt relieved. After all, at 2.06 meters, he was indeed more suited to play power forward in college. After all, he still possessed some strength and decent rebounding ability. In truth, the head coach thought the same way. In the future, with Yao Ming as the core, there had to be someone who could grab rebounds when Yao Ming was on offense. In this team, with Yao Ming as the offensive powerhouse, it didn't matter how strong or technically refined the power forward was. After all, the original power forward of the senior team, Ryan Myers, wasn't much better offensively than Francesco and was shorter. After this intra-squad competition, Yao Ming's reputation quickly spread throughout the entire school. Anyone who followed basketball at Berkeley College knew that a towering player from the Xia Nation had arrived standing at 2.23 meters. At just 17 years old, he had come in and directly overwhelmed the upperclassmen. In the following period, the head coach and assistant coaches designed several efficient tactics centered around Yao Ming as the absolute core of the team. The first was naturally the high-low coordination tactic. Yao Ming would draw attention in the paint while the other 3 players would spread out to the perimeter to shoot 3-pointers, except for power forward Francesco, who would stay near the free throw line. Once Yao Ming received the ball, he could directly back down his defender. If he drew a double team, he could immediately pass to the power forward at the free throw line or the perimeter shooter. If the opponent decided to play him unknown, Yao Ming could simply use his footwork to drive to the basket for a dunk or a turnaround jumper to finish off his opponent. This tactic was simply a perfect match for Yao Ming. With his seemingly unbeatable inside presence in the NCAA, it maximized his ability to draw defenders and showcased his playmaking skills, effective against both zone and man defenses. The second set of tactics is the classic high pick-and-roll strategy. Yao Ming mentioned setting a pick above the free throw line with the point guard using the screen to drive, while the 2 wings cut along the baseline towards the basket. After the pick and roll, Yao Ming has 2 options: either roll to receive a pass from the point guard for an easy score, or stop near the free throw line to finish with an accurate mid-range shot. Given Yao Ming's height, after the pick and roll, the defender in front of him would be the opponent's guard. For Yao Ming, facing a guard is almost no different from being wide open. The third tactic is to execute a fast break strategy, focusing on the transition between offense and defense. When facing a larger opponent with strong defense but slow mobility, this tactic can be effective. Although Yao Ming's mobility is not particularly fast, he is still at 58 points, which is comparable to the typical speed of rotation players in the NBA. Naturally, he is much faster than the average big man in the NCAA. If a guard makes a steal or another player collects the defensive rebound, they can quickly counterattack. Once they reach the opponent's half, they should pass to Yao Ming before the opponent's center returns to defense. After receiving the ball, Yao Ming can directly attack the basket using his height advantage. If he faces multiple defenders, he can pass to other players who are following up. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the players have mostly mastered these tactics. The NCAA tournament is also about to begin this year. The Golden Bears team is sharpening their skills, and everyone is brimming with confidence. During practice games, watching Yao Ming, who looks like a great demon king, they feel that this year they can definitely surpass last year's Sweet 16. The head coach also has high expectations for them. On this day, Yao Ming was practicing his shots when the head coach suddenly approached him. "Hey Yao, the NCAA tournament is coming up soon. Are you nervous?" "Coach, the word nervous doesn't exist in my dictionary. It should be our opponents who are nervous." "Wow, that's great. I like your attitude. By the way, let me tell you something. Recently, a NJCAA school contacted several NCAA colleges to arrange a warm-up game with us, including our school. You might not know what NJCAA is. It's actually the junior college league in our beautiful country. How about it? Before the official NCAA games start, do you want to relax a bit?" The head coach said casually, clearly not taking the NJCAA school seriously. Perhaps he was also thinking of letting this newly formed team gain some confidence by playing against a weaker opponent before the NCAA tournament. After all, they had been training together without competing against other teams. Yao Ming was a bit surprised. Having spent so many years in the beautiful country, he naturally knew about NJCAA. One could say that NJCAA is one tier below NCAA. For NJCAA teams to defeat NCAA teams is nearly as difficult as CBA teams beating NBA teams. He couldn't understand why this NJCAA school dared to challenge teams like theirs. Did some people just enjoy the thrill of being beaten? He had never played in the NCAA in his past life. Could it be that fishing for explosions is also an NCAA tradition? Yao Ming thought to himself. Coach, I don't understand why would that NJCAA team dare to challenge us? Well, normally no NJCAA team would dare to challenge us. We were originally planning to find a weaker NCAA team to play a warm-up game. But this NJCAA team is a bit different. They have a basketball prodigy who can only go to junior college due to not meeting academic requirements. I don't know if you've heard of him, Steve Francis. Damn big brother Francis. Yao Ming didn't expect that his first game in the beautiful country would be against his older brother. In his past life, he made it to the Fire Sword team because big brother Francis selected him as the first overall pick. Moreover, he had been quite caring towards Yao Ming. What a coincidence. The first person I encounter after being reborn is big brother Francis. I didn't expect him to be an academic underachiever unable to get into any NCAA school and only able to mix in NJCAA. Yao Ming thought to himself, Coach, let's accept the challenge. I'm eager to see this basketball prodigy. All right, I'll respond to them right away. 3 days later at the Berkeley campus basketball arena. After finishing lunch, Yao Ming entered the venue and was momentarily stunned. The usually empty stands were filled with people today. It's just a warm-up game, yet there are so many spectators. Yao Ming was a bit surprised. What he didn't know was that since the NCAA tournament ended in April, fans had not seen their school's basketball team play for a long time. Students wearing Berkeley Golden Bears blue shirts gathered in groups, holding homemade hand-painted signs that read, "Go for it, Golden Bears, or crush them. Crush them." The air was filled with the scent of popcorn and the noise of young people, with buzzing conversations, whistling, and occasional bursts of laughter mixing together, giving this old arena a long-awaited competitive energy. What caught Yao Ming's attention even more were the special seats near the player tunnel. There sat several men and women dressed in suits or polo shirts with notebooks or tablets on their laps. They were focused, their sharp gazes sweeping across the court, whispering to each other, forming a stark contrast with the excited student fans around. Those people seemed to be scouts, and there are quite a few of them. Yao Ming estimated that there were at least 7 or 8. Yao, over here. Assistant coach Michael was the first to spot him and waved him over. Yao. Yao. Teammates like Gino and Rampley also came forward to greet him. Yao Ming approached Coach Hammond and nodded towards the scouts on the sidelines, quietly asking, Coach, are these invited by you? Coach Hammond followed his gaze, shook his head, and revealed a hint of a self-deprecating smile. No, Yao. To be honest, they are primarily here to watch the opposing team's number 3 Steve Francis. That kid made quite a name for himself in the NJCAA last year. His playing style is explosive, and he has been dubbed the disciplined Iverson. These scouts are here for him. He patted Yao Ming's arm. For our team, which lost its core last season and has no significant reinforcements this year, they don't have high expectations. So today is also our opportunity to let these scouts who are only focused on the genius see our true strength. Yao Ming nodded in understanding. This situation is indeed a bit ironic. In a warm-up game at a Division I NCAA team's home court, the scouts' target is actually the opponent from a lower division. This also indirectly indicates how unattractive this Golden Bears team is in the eyes of professionals without his presence. At the same time, Yao Ming felt a hint of surprise at the title disciplined Iverson. I didn't expect the young big brother Francis to have such a title before entering the NBA. It is known that Iverson scored 30 points in his first regular season game in his rookie season, averaging 23, 5 points and 7, 8 assists per game, directly showcasing an all-star performance and undoubtedly winning the Rookie of the Year award that season. To call Francis the disciplined version of Iverson shows how high the expectations for him are. However, Yao Ming did not dwell on it too much. Not to mention the Francis from his college days, even the Francis who later entered the NBA years later, Yao Ming was confident he could dominate him completely. Soon he turned and went to the locker room to change into the familiar number 11 jersey. As he and his teammates lined up and walked out of the tunnel again, a significant cheer erupted from the stands. Clearly, the visual impact of this moving Great Wall would amaze anyone who saw it. Especially months ago, the students of Berkeley College had already heard about a particularly impressive new student joining their ranks. Though they had never seen him, they had longed for this moment. The Golden Bears actually have an Asian player. With the cheers from the audience, several scouts near the observation platform noticed Yao Ming. Wow, this guy is really tall, probably around 2 meters. I wonder how good this tall guy is. I doubted it, otherwise we would have heard about him already. I've never seen an Asian player who was good at basketball. Indeed, looking at his physique, I genuinely worry that a gust of wind might blow him over. While the scouts were discussing Yao Ming, the Falcons from Allegheny College of New Jersey had also entered the arena. Instantly, the scouts' eyes all turned towards Francis. Yao Ming quickly spotted the familiar figure wearing the number 3 jersey, practicing crossovers and jump stops as he ran onto the court. The young Francis, sporting a head of short curls, looked almost the same as when Yao first saw him in his past life, except he was missing a thick gold chain around his neck. Many black players look mature, as if they are in their 20s or 30s, even when they are just teenagers. At this moment, the confidence in Francis' eyes and the explosive power contained within his body were already starting to show. When Francis completed a flying dunk on the court and casually glanced towards the Golden Bears, half his gaze was instantly locked onto Yao Ming. A look of shock flashed across his face, quickly replaced by a mix of excitement and a strong desire for challenge. He grinned, revealing white teeth, and said something to his teammates, then fixed his burning gaze on Yao Ming, as if sizing up a prey, or perhaps a perfect backdrop. Awesome, Francis thought to himself. With so many scouts watching today, if I can dunk over this giant in front of them, my draft stock will definitely soar. He had already begun to envision himself leaping over Yao Ming and slamming the ball into the hoop. On the other side, Yao Ming also sensed that aggressive gaze, but calmly continued his warm-up shots. In his heart, he pondered, I was planning to take it a bit easy today, but I didn't expect you to dare look at me like that, Big Francis. So today you can't blame me. Originally, he intended to give Francis some opportunities to shine out of respect for their past life, but evidently, he had many thoughts of his own. Having played basketball for so many years, Yao Ming naturally knew that many people were looking to make a name for themselves by dunking over him. Soon the warm-up came to an end. Both teams gathered around their respective coaches for the final briefing. Coach Hammond of the Golden Bears looked at the opposing center, who was barely over 2 meters tall, and made a decisive decision. Listen up, lads. Today, we will use the first and second sets of tactics we practiced. Yao, you need to apply pressure on them both low and high. Gino, make good use of Yao screens. The rest of you keep moving, create space. We have to Yao inside. Take your shots when you have the chance. His gaze swept over all the players, his voice rising. Look at the sidelines. Those scouts are here for whom? They think we can't measure up to a NJCA star. Today, right here, show them how wrong they are with your actions. Let them see the fangs of the Golden Bears, see the value of each and every one of you. Understand? Understood, coach. The players shouted in unison, their morale ignited. Yao, do you have anything to say? Coach Hammond finally looked at Yao. Yao Ming moved his neck slightly, his tone calm, but filled with unquestionable confidence. Nothing much, just set a small goal. Let's win by 20 points. The players were taken aback for a moment, then they all burst into laughter, their tension seemingly dissipating. Coach Hammond also smiled and clapped his hands vigorously. All right, that's the goal. Let's go out there and take them down. As the players stepped onto the court, the blonde-haired cheerleaders quickly exited, and the referee walked to the center circle holding the ball. The noise from the audience gradually subsided, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Beep. The whistle blew, and the game began. The jump ball was without a doubt. Yao Ming barely exerted himself to jump. With a stretch of his long arms, the ball was deflected towards. Following the tactical arrangement, he first observed the low post, waiting for Yao to position himself. However, Francis' defense was highly aggressive, sticking to him like glue and constantly reaching in to disrupt. Gino almost lost the ball due to a misstep, quickly sidestepping to protect it while signaling with his hand. Yao Ming understood immediately and moved up from the low post, setting a solid screen near the top of the arc for Gino. Francis crashed solidly into Yao Ming's broad back, as if hitting a concrete wall, and came to a sudden stop. Gino seized the opportunity to break free and accelerated past from the other side, driving straight to the basket. The opposing center Lowell hurriedly came over to help defend. Gino did not force it. Following the previous tactic, he made a backward pass, delivering the ball to Yao Ming, who had just completed the screen and was one step outside the free throw line. At this moment, the player who switched to defend Yao Ming was Francis, who was nearly 40 centimeters shorter than him. Francis quickly adjusted his footwork, spreading his arms wide, trying to interfere with his speed and jumping ability. However, Yao Ming showed no hesitation after receiving the ball, not even faking. He calmly lifted the ball over Francis' head, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball traced a high arc. Swish! It went straight through the net. 20. Wow! A chorus of admiration erupted from the stands. Among the scouts on the sideline, someone let out a soft "Oh." This big guy has a very soft touch. His shooting motion is quite standard, not stiff like most big men. Facing a smaller defender, he handled it calmly and shot directly, showing great confidence. However, these well-informed scouts were only slightly surprised. A tall guy with shooting ability is good, but if judged by NBA standards, that alone wasn't enough to prompt them to raise their evaluations immediately. Their attention remained primarily on Francis. Francis stared at the basketball as it passed through the net, somewhat dazed. Did it really go in? He had just prepared to use his astonishing jump to make a block, but the opponent acted too quickly, leaving him no time to react. He mumbled a phrase, but didn't pay much attention. It was the Falcon team's turn to attack. Francis dribbled quickly across half-court, eager to reclaim his pride after being humiliated a moment ago, his gaze sharp as he searched for a breakthrough opportunity. However, at that moment, the center Lowell was already reaching out for the ball, shouting, "Steve, pass it to me. Let me teach this skinny pole a lesson." Lowell stood about 2 meters tall with a sturdy build, considered a little tyrant in the NJCA's interior. He was matched up against Yao Ming with a noticeable height difference, but he was confident that his strength could overpower the seemingly frail Yao Ming wanting to assert his dominance in the paint. Francis hesitated for a moment. He had a good relationship with Lowell, and he thought that if they could open up the interior it might draw more of the opponent's defense. Therefore he lobbed the ball inside, deciding to give it a try. Lowell received the ball in the low post, backing into Yao Ming. He pushed back, slightly feeling considerable resistance. "Yo kid, you're not too weak, huh? But I'm going to use my strength now. Are you ready to be crushed, skinny pole?" Yao Ming faced his provocation with an expressionless demeanor, spreading his arms like a huge barrier, completely sealing off Lowell's path to the basket, while his long arms overshadowed Lowell's shooting space. At that moment, the scouts on the sidelines also noticed Yao Ming's long arms. This tall guy's wingspan seems quite impressive. This Asian guy's static talent is indeed remarkable. His defensive area is quite large. Lowell also realized he seemed to have no way to maneuver. He decided to forcibly turn towards the baseline, using his strength to create space. Just as he was fully focused and ready to make his move, a large hand reached out like a ghost. Yao Ming seized the opportunity when he noticed Lowell's dribble was slightly high, his arm darting down like lightning. Smack! The ball was cleanly swatted away. "Hey buddy." Yao Ming scooped up the ball, his calm voice ringing in Lowell's ear. "With your dribbling skills, I advise you to talk less while playing." After saying that, he directly sprinted towards the front court. "Shit." Francis at the arc's top cursed silently upon witnessing this. "Had I known I would score, I wouldn't have passed. Oh, I wasted an offensive opportunity." Without a moment's hesitation, after stealing the ball, Yao Ming immediately tossed it to Gino, who was already sprinting down the court, while Yao Ming took large strides forward like a starting light truck, thunderously charging towards the front court. His strides were enormous, and his pace was not slow, actually leaving the chasing center Lowell far behind. Gino understood the cue, quickly advancing with the dribble, attracting defenders before tossing the ball high as he approached the basket. Only after throwing it did he realize he might have thrown it a bit too high. At this moment, Yao Ming had already charged into the paint, and the opposing small forward Donaldson, upon realizing Yao Ming's intent, even tried to jump up to disrupt the shot. Ignoring Donaldson, Yao Ming propelled himself off the ground, leaping at least 70 centimeters. In midair, he grabbed Gino's tossed ball, and over the hastily jumping Donaldson, forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. Boom. 4-0. The rim shook violently, and Donaldson was sent flying, crashing outside the baseline. Wow. The entire arena was instantly ignited, with spectators jumping from their seats like crazed fans, erupting into deafening cheers and screams. After all, a dunk is always more explosive than a shot. With Yao Ming's enhanced core strength, his jumping ability and speed were significantly stronger than in his past life, and with an injury resistance of 85 points, he wasn't too worried about injuries, which led to that breathtaking moment. In his past life, he would never have dared to play like that. This time, the scouts on the sidelines could no longer remain seated. Many instinctively straightened their backs. Oh God, that height, and he can display such speed. He can even fast break. Not only fast, but also jumps high, and that finish after the contact was solid. His core strength sent the opponent flying. Height, wingspan, shooting touch, speed, strength, plus a strong defensive awareness. This guy, could he be another airborne demon like Duncan? How old is he? Is there any information on him? Why have we never heard of him before? The scouts exchanged surprised glances, rapidly jotting down notes or searching on their tablets. Their focus, initially on Francis, was now completely captivated by this emerging Asian giant. "This is amazing. After so many years, I finally get to coach a kid with such talent." Coach Hammond on the sidelines crossed his arms, unable to hide a knowing smile. "Hey kid," a scout near the sidelines couldn't help but grab an excited Berkeley student. "What's the name of that tall guy in jersey number 11? You mean him? I think his name is Yao. He's from the summer country and is a freshman this year." The student proudly, "A freshman? That means he's only around 18 years old." The scout's eyes lit up. So young, yet possessing such incredible static talent, combined with the dynamic talent and basketball IQ he's already shown. He was simply a treasure. To the scouts, youth represented infinite potential. Just based on Yao Ming's performance in those 2 plays, even if he lacked skills in other areas, he was already enough to secure a spot in next year's NBA draft lottery. During the transition back on defense, Gino excitedly came to high-five Big Yao. "Yao, that dunk was amazing." Yao Ming responded warmly. "Your pass was pretty good too." Amid the loud commotion in the arena, the game continued. After witnessing Yao Ming's strength, Lowell dared not demand the ball casually anymore. Francis finally had the chance to showcase his talent, effortlessly using a crossover to shake off Gino, and seeing no opportunity to dunk over Yao Ming, he abruptly stopped at mid-range and hit a steady jumper. Score 4-2. As expected of Big Francis, that drive was too quick. Yao Ming didn't even have time to help defend. The ball was already in. If Gino could have delayed just a bit, Yao Ming would have had time to help, but unfortunately the talent gap between the 2 point guards was too vast. After all, Francis was destined to be a top pick. he was not a typical NCAA player. One could say that even in the NCAA league, Francis was among the top point guards, though otherwise he wouldn't have attracted so many scouts. After scoring, Francis provocatively glanced at Yao Ming and loudly proclaimed, "See, big guy, who can't hit a mid-range shot." Standing beside Francis, Gino saw him score and not even glance at him, instead looking towards Yao Ming, causing Gino to clench his fists. Unfortunately, he was indeed no match for his opponent, and their movements were all centered around Yao Ming. Gino dared not go against the coach's wishes and play the ball back. What's there to be proud of? It's just about being a bit faster, dribbling fancier, and jumping higher. Scoring one basket makes you feel like a god. Why don't we compare assists instead? As Gino dribbled past half court, he thought to himself. With Yao Ming around, he wasn't afraid to compare assists with others. As long as he passed the ball to Yao Ming, it was practically an assist guaranteed. Soon, all his teammates positioned themselves. There was Yao Ming had already reached out for the ball. Without a second thought, he passed it over. As soon as Yao Ming received the ball, Lowell rushed up behind him, simultaneously pressing his wrist hard against Yao Ming. If this were in the future, such an action would have been a clear foul. Unfortunately, it was 1997, and this level of physical contact was considered a normal defensive move. However, Yao Ming was unfazed. Seeing himself in a reasonable collision zone and only a few steps away from the basket, he charged forward without a second thought. Boom! Lowell was caught off guard. He never expected the slender Yao Ming would dare to back him down, and that he would have such strength. In an instant, he was knocked down by Yao Ming. Yao Ming took a step and soared for a powerful dunk. Oh, such a violent display was what the audience loved most, and the stands erupted in cheers. The students from UC Berkeley were thoroughly entertained today. Even the scouts on the sidelines were caught off guard by this scene. The seemingly frail Yao Ming possessed such immense strength that he knocked down the opposing center with just one move. It's simply unimaginable. His power is completely inconsistent with his physique. We really need to take this big guy seriously. Honestly, I feel like he can do anything. If possible, I must get our Cavaliers to sign him. I believe he is the future emperor of our team. As the scout marveled, the Hawks' shooting guard Jared reluctantly helped Lowell up. Hey buddy, is this Asian skinny guy really that strong? Are you all so soft today? Before Lowell could respond, the small forward Donaldson, who overheard, immediately grew displeased. If you're not afraid of dying, go try it yourself later, and you'll know. Hell, try it. I don't believe he can knock me over, Jared said disdainfully, really not believing that a skinny guy could be that strong. Hey guys, this isn't the time for a fight. Just spread out and let me handle it. Don't worry, we're just temporarily behind. Oh, we'll catch up. Francis did not expect his teammates to argue after just a few rounds. He quickly said, Hawks inbound. Francis receives the ball, quickly dribbling it to the front court. Gino spread his arms and glared fiercely at Francis. Francis, however, remained unfazed, merely making a simple three-threat gesture. Gino, fearing he would break through, nervously took a step back. Many spectators began discussing in the stands. Hey, no kidding, the opposing team's point guard is really fast. He just blew past Gino in one step. Yeah, I heard he's a star player in the NJCAA and might enter the lottery. He's very strong. It's a shame that our Golden Bears lost two strong core players to the NBA last year. Otherwise, if those two could team up with Yao Ming, we would have a shot at the NCAA championship this year. Indeed, the other players on the team still lack some strength. While the UC Berkeley students were discussing, Francis quickly spotted a defensive gap from Gino and directly released the ball, using an incredibly fast first step to break past Gino. Seeing this, the other Golden Bears players did not shrink back on defense, as they all noticed Yao Ming rushing towards the basket. Francis felt a surge of adrenaline as he saw Yao Ming daring to intercept him. At 2 meters tall, all Francis could think was to dunk over him. He accelerated into the paint, gathering the ball just outside the 3-second area. With a full sprint, he leaped into the air, hands gripping the ball tightly, aiming for the basket. At that moment, he felt on top of the world, reaching his peak. But in the next second, Francis was horrified to see a large hand appear above him. The height was clearly greater. That person was, of course, Yao Ming. At that moment, he positioned himself between Francis and the basket. Forget your basketball dreams. With a loud smack, Yao Ming's hand came crashing down on the ball Francis was holding. The basketball was sent flying out of bounds by Yao Ming. Francis lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. Bang! Francis sat dazed on the ground, completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After landing, Yao Ming saw Francis' bewildered face, grinning widely, and extended his hand. Hey brother, if you don't want to be blocked, I suggest you stay away from the basket. Francis did not expect Yao Ming would come over to help him up. He didn't hold back, grabbing Yao Ming's hand and instantly rising. Oh damn, your height and wingspan are just unfair, brother. Francis shook his head, feeling a bit desperate. He had been playing basketball for so long and had never been blocked so solidly by anyone. The basketball blocked by Yao Ming flew directly into the chest of a pretty blonde girl in the front row. She stood up at least one. 7 meters tall, curvy, and instead of being angry, she looked thrilled, excitedly shouting, "Yao, I love you to death." In just a few rounds, Yao Ming had nearly captivated all the fans' hearts. Wow, 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 wow. Many people nearby who heard this immediately started shouting. The blonde girl kissed the basketball and then tossed it straight to Yao Ming. Yao Ming smiled helplessly, thinking, these beautiful girls in this country are just so open. But this time the possession still belonged to the Hawks, so he could only throw the basketball back to the referee. At this moment, the Hawks head coach had already realized that Yao Ming in the paint was extremely intimidating and could not be provoked. He shouted to Francis, "Steve, control the pace, try to play outside." Francis nodded. The Hawks were inbounding the ball. Center Lowell stood on the sideline as Yao Ming moved up to interfere. The referee threw the ball to Lowell. Having just been blocked and knocked over by Yao Ming, Lowell was now feeling a mental shadow of fear towards him. At this moment, Yao Ming stood before him, and he felt as if every pass he attempted risked being intercepted. Here. Fortunately, a remark from Francis at this moment helped him regain his composure. Hearing the sound, he quickly threw the basketball away as if it were a hot potato. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Yao Ming's long reach. As soon as he heard the sound, Yao Ming guessed he was going to pass and instinctively reached out to intercept the ball. His large hands seized the basketball. Gino, fast break. Gino was taken aback that Yao Ming had intercepted the sideline pass. He froze for half a second after receiving the ball. But that half second made him miss the opportunity for a fast break, and the quick reacting Francis caught up with him near the three-point line. Gino had no choice but to slow down and wait for his teammates to position themselves. Just as he stopped, a voice came from behind. "Throw it hot." It was Yao Ming sprinting in with the utmost speed after the steal. Without thinking, Gino threw the ball high towards the basket. At this moment, Jared, the shooting guard for the Eagles, had also returned to defense. Seeing the high throw, he instinctively rushed to the basket. But then he spotted Yao Ming charging towards him. Faced with Yao Ming's terrifying momentum, he who had boasted earlier about trying to challenge him instinctively sidestepped. Boom. Another spectacular dunk. Cheers erupted, and the entire arena transformed into a sea of joy. The Great Demon King. The Great Demon King. The Great Demon King. Someone on the court was the first to shout, and soon most people joined in. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Yao Ming raised his hands and waved, interacting with the audience in the stands. Jared, who was just saying he was going to challenge. "Why did you dodge?" Looking at the evaded Jared, Donaldson sneered in mockery. Jared remained silent. At that moment, he realized that only when truly facing Yao Ming could one experience that unparalleled sense of pressure. Though only a few rounds had been played, whether knowledgeable about basketball or not, everyone could already see that in this warm-up match the Eagles were destined to lose. Even with Francis, it was futile. Yao Ming was simply too monstrous and too unfathomable. As expected in the subsequent time, only Francis from the Eagles still had some fighting spirit and scored quite a few good plays. The others spent the match in despair. Finally, the final whistle blew, and the players of the Eagles almost fled the Golden Bears' court as if escaping for their lives. Because the score was simply too humiliating. The final score was 8-6-5-3. A staggering 33-point gap, simply a massacre. Francis, who had the best stats for the Eagles, scored 28 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, which could be considered exhausting. But Yao Ming's stats were even more terrifying. 48 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, 8 blocks, and 3 steals. A triple-double with 4,020. These numbers dazzled everyone. I initially thought that with Francis the Eagles would have a fighting chance against the Golden Bears, but I didn't expect this year's Golden Bears to recruit such a monster. Indeed, this year's Golden Bears are stronger than last year, and they might go further in March Madness. If Yao enters the draft next year with his talent, he'll definitely be in the top 3, and being the first pick is also a possibility. His talent is simply terrifying. The slower scouts were still in awe and idle chatter. Meanwhile, the quicker scouts had already pulled out their phones to contact their teams. They had already sent out clips recorded earlier and were excitedly describing Yao Ming's omnipotence to their team. After the game, as he returned to the locker room, a bucket of ice water was suddenly poured over him. Yao Ming was caught completely off guard and soaked to the bone. However, he was not angry. He knew this was his teammates wishing him well. "Hey Yao, so many NBA scouts came to the sidelines today, I think you're going to get famous now," exclaimed the power forward Francisco excitedly. "Yeah, I saw those scouts looking at you as if they were gazing at a stunning beauty. They couldn't take their eyes off you," Gino also chimed in. With Yao Ming's strength, if he enters the draft next year, I believe he will be the first pick without a doubt. Others inside also began to discuss. At this moment, the head coach walked in with a smile. "Boys, I'm glad we won big today, but this was just a warm-up match, and it was only against an NJCAA team. This season, we still have 27 games to play and March Madness to tackle. You all need to keep working hard. I hope you can seize every opportunity for improvement and go further in the future." A day later, news of the Great Demon King began to spread in many places in the western part of beautiful country. Though it was just a warm-up match between NCAA and Shanghai, Yao Ming's displayed abilities had already captured the attention of many, including several NBA teams. In an office of the San Francisco Chronicle, editor, guess what I saw yesterday? A white female reporter burst into the editor's office in high heels after knocking. Oh, Flora, don't keep me in suspense. Ooh, just say it. I hope it's a breaking news story, the white fat editor said unabashedly, sizing up the beautiful reporter in front of him with a smile. All right, I went to Berkeley yesterday to watch a game between the Golden Bears and the Eagles, Flora excitedly said. Oh, the Eagles. I know there's a guy named Francis who plays pretty well, but that's not really news anymore. No, I'm not talking about Francis from the Eagles. Although he does play well, there's someone even better than him. Better than Francis? How is that possible? The fat white editor seemed somewhat incredulous. In yesterday's game, Francis scored 28 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, but can you guess how many points the person I'm talking about scored? 30 points. Flora shook her head. 35 points. Flora still shook her head. Oh my God, surely not 40 points. That's an astounding score in the NCAA, the fat editor said, shocked. 48 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, 8 blocks, and 3 steals. Flora articulated each number slowly. What? 48 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, 8 blocks, 3 steals. The fat editor's eyes widened, thinking he had misheard. How could anyone achieve such statistics? Even an NBA All-Star might not be able to put up numbers like that in the NCAA, right? Who was that person? Tell me quickly, the white fat editor asked urgently. A person capable of such achievements would undoubtedly become famous in beautiful country. He is called Yao Ming, a 17-year-old from the Xia Kingdom and a freshman at Berkeley this year. Moreover, I must tell you, he stands at an impressive height of 2.23 meters, and astonishingly, he has an accurate shooting touch, rapid speed, and is a powerful beast in the paint, often dunking over his opponents. Flora spoke excitedly, her expression exuberant, as if she were back on the court yesterday. Every time she saw Yao Ming dunk, she felt exhilarated, and when she returned home, she immediately took a shower. 17 years old, standing at 2.23 meters, and a beast in the paint. Does such a monster really exist in this world? The editor-in-chief, a plump man, could hardly believe it. But he quickly regained his composure. All right, Flora, the news you brought back today is extremely important. Print it, and make sure to highlight this giant from the Xia Kingdom on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. San Francisco has a large Chinese community, and our newspaper will focus on the Chinese district tomorrow. With an NCAA star like this, I believe they will buy our newspaper in droves. Understood, editor-in-chief. Flora immediately agreed, and after speaking, she prepared to leave the office. By the way, just as Flora was about to leave, the editor-in-chief called out to her. From now on, you are to follow Yao Ming closely during every game of the Golden Bears. I want the quickest updates after each game this season. I believe that not just the Chinese community, but Yao Ming will become a hero in San Francisco and a significant factor in boosting our newspaper's sales. As the impact of this game spread, Yao Ming himself felt no pride and continued his normal training as usual. He knew that the Eagles were merely an NJCAA team, even with a star player like Francis. But if they were to be placed in the NCAA's Division I, they would at most be a mid to lower-tier team, even considering Francis their star. The other 4 players on their team were simply too weak, worse than Yao Ming's 4 teammates. Thus, even achieving a triple-double with 40 points and 20 rebounds felt insignificant to him. However, from that day on, he truly became a celebrity at school. Whenever a girl saw him, she would take the initiative to chat, and some even began asking Yao Ming for autographs. Those who had seen him play were certain that Yao Ming would eventually enter the NBA, and once he became an all-star, his autograph would be valuable. Time quietly passed amidst sweat and repeated tactical movements, and soon it was November 1990. The smoke of the NCAA's non-conference warm-up games was about to ignite, marking the real test of strength and cohesion among Division I teams before the regular season began. The Golden Bears' first opponent was the formidable St. John's University Red Storm from the Big East Conference. This team is certainly not to be underestimated. The Red Storm had a solid performance last season, reaching the second round of the NCAA March Madness. This year, their lineup has been significantly strengthened, and they are predicted by many basketball media to be a top contender for the Big East Championship with a real chance to go further in March Madness. Their core lineup is impressive. Ron Artest plays small forward, a sophomore standing at 1.98 meters and weighing around 110 kilograms, known as a beast forward in college basketball. Last season, he averaged 5.6, 3 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and an intimidating 2.5 steals per game. He is physically strong with highly aggressive defense and a fierce playing style. Yao Ming also knew that he would later create the malice at the Palace incident in the NBA, and in 2001, break Michael Jordan's rib during a practice game, which delayed Jordan's return. He later changed his name to World Peace. At this time, he was already a nationally recognized defensive powerhouse and a symbol of toughness, projected to be selected in the lottery. Eric Barkley played shooting guard, a freshman who was hailed as the #1 high school player in America during his standing at 196 meters, gifted with explosive athleticism, able to dunk with ease, and possessing a comprehensive scoring arsenal. He was seen as a future NBA star prospect. Though just a freshman, he had already drawn significant attention from scouts, considered a strong contender for the lottery. Kyle Murphy played center, a junior, standing at 213 meters. Weighing 118 kilograms, he was a traditional blue-collar center. Last season, he averaged 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 blocks. He played with toughness, excelling in rebounding and interior defense, serving as the backbone for the Red Storm in the paint. He was projected to be selected in the second round. A team boasting future NBA star Arteas, top high school talent Eric, and reliable center Murphy was undoubtedly a formidable test for the Golden Bears at the start of the season. As game day approached, the entire Berkeley campus and even the San Francisco Bay Area's basketball atmosphere, local media began to hype this focal battle, especially with Flora's continuous coverage in the San Francisco Chronicle, which had already made Yao Ming the representative figure of local basketball. The Chinese community reacted enthusiastically, with many planning to attend in person or stay in front of their televisions to support this little giant from the Xia Kingdom. Countless fans yearned to witness the Big Devil perform under more intense competition once again. On game day, a long line had already formed outside the Berkeley gym. Surprisingly, the attention this warm-up game received far exceeded expectations. Not only did local television stations broadcast trucks arrive at the venue, but reporters from multiple sports media outlets also flocked in. When the audience and reporters spotted two special figures in the VIP seats at the sidelines, the entire "Oh my God, look, that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar," shouted a keen-eyed fan. And next to him, that looks like Jeff Petrie, the general manager of the Kings. I didn't expect him to be here too. Jabbar, look at Skyhook Jabbar. The astonished whispers spread like ripples, with nearly all eyes focused on the tall, legendary center at the sidelines, along with the well-dressed, capable-looking NBA executive beside him. The sound of camera shutters and flashes instantly melded into one as reporters surged forward like sharks sensing blood. Jabbar wore his signature gentle smile, accepting a brief interview from one reporter. When asked why he came to watch an NCAA warm-up game, he smiled and said, "I heard there's a young man from the Xia Kingdom, exceptionally tall, and plays with a very aggressive style. You know, I always have a special interest in tall players. So since I had the time today, I came to see for myself." Jabbar's words sparked a lively discussion among the local reporters in San Francisco. They felt honored. After all, Yao Ming was one of their own, a player from the Berkeley Golden Bears. Kings general manager Petrie was more direct as he addressed the gathered reporters. "I am here to scout this exceptionally talented young man. Since the last time a scout attended one of his games, Yao has caught the attention of our Kings. I don't need to mention his height. It's said that his physical condition and basketball skills are impressive. I want to see how he performs against tougher opponents. After all, which team wouldn't want a Skywalker?" Petrie directly compared Yao Ming to Duncan, who reached his peak right from college, highlighting how highly he regarded Yao. At that moment, inside the Golden Bears locker room, the atmosphere was different, more serious and eager. Coach Hammond stood at the door while the players lined up. "Listen up, guys. The Red Storm is not the Falcons. They are a real powerhouse in the Big East. They have 3 core players on their team. Small forward Arteas, known as the Beast, possesses explosive physicality. Eric Barkley, last year's top high school player, has talent that's evident. Murphy, a towering figure at 213 meters and weighing 118 kilograms, excels in rebounding and defense, serving as the imposing force in the Red Storm's interior." The coach's gaze swept over each player. "In this match, we need everyone to cooperate as a team. Yao will undoubtedly attract a lot of defensive attention, which means there will be plenty of opportunities for the rest of you. Gino, Eric's talent is definitely greater than yours. You need to stay calm against his tight defense, utilize Yao's screens, and while I don't expect you to stop him, try to delay him as much as possible. Marcus, you're certainly not a match for Arteas in a direct confrontation, but your experience is more valuable. Use your positioning and defense to wear him down. Thomas, I want you to keep moving, searching for open shots, and shoot decisively. Francisco, your task is heavy. I'll protect the board, support Yao, and be mindful of help defense." Finally, the head coach approached Yao Ming. "Yao, do you know who is here to watch you?" "Jabbar, one of the greatest centers." "Petrie, the NBA manager. Many people are waiting to see your performance. But remember, you don't need to perform for anyone, you just need to win for your team. Although Murphy is a tough guy, your skills exceed his. There's no need to go toe-to-toe with him. Conserve your energy and focus on scoring. Also, the Red Storm will likely double-team you, so just maintain your composure as you did in practice and play your own. I believe in you." Yao Ming nodded casually. "Don't worry, coach, I know what to do. This small scene doesn't scare me." In the past 3 months, under scientific training and dietary adjustments, Yao has gained about 4 kilograms, reaching 114 kilograms. While he still looks lean, with a 10% core strength boost, his strength attribute has now reached 80 points. This gives him greater confidence in physical confrontations against NCAA-level players. While not completely overwhelming, he shouldn't struggle against them unless he faces a lottery pick. After the coach finished speaking, Yao looked at his teammates. Addressing everyone, his voice was clear and strong, though not loud. Brothers, many people are out there to see us. When we step onto the court, it will only be us and our opponents. St. John's University is strong, but so is our Berkeley Golden Bears. I believe that as long as we focus on making every shot, defending every play, and fighting for every rebound, we will absolutely win. Charge. Let's go get that damn victory. Charge. 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 Get the victory. Others responded enthusiastically, and the morale in the locker room soared as they united. Yao Ming looked at these earnest college students and nodded in satisfaction, surprised that his few words had such a good effect. Of course, compared to some commentators' nonsense, what he said was already quite meaningful. For instance, one commentator, whenever the Rockets score over 100 while their opponents score less than 100, the Rockets' winning rate is 100%. Hearing this statement, Yao was left dumbfounded. Looking at the spirited players, the head coach glanced at Yao Ming, nodding in approval. Not bad, this Yao Ming is a born leader. I almost felt full just listening to his motivational speech. Meanwhile, in the Red Storm's locker room, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, with players displaying a hint of arrogance. The head coach was also emphasizing tactics. Our focus is that big guy from Summer Country, Yao. I've heard that the Golden Bears' offense revolves almost entirely around him. Murphy, your task today is to wear him down, making every catch and every shot uncomfortable for him, forcing him to expend more energy. Arteis, pay attention to weak side, help defense. If Murphy needs assistance, double team decisively, but be mindful of rotations. On offense, utilize our athleticism to attack them. Eric, I hope to see your full potential in a normal game, letting everyone know the worth of you as the top high school player in the nation. Arteis said nonchalantly while tying his shoelaces. Coach, don't worry, he's just an Asian big guy. How tough can he be? He just exploded against a weak NJCAA team. Watch how I apply pressure on him later. He cracked his neck, producing a light popping sound. Center Murphy confidently patted his chest. You can trust me with that Asian guy. So what if he's tall? After the game starts, he'll show him that NCAA's paint isn't child's play. I'm going to bring him back to reality in this game. Newcomer Eric didn't speak, but excitement sparkled in his eyes. He was eager to prove himself in such a high-profile game, wanting everyone to know that even in the NCAA, he remained a top player. The head coach concluded with encouragement. The core lineup of the Golden Bears is similar to last year's. Aside from Yao, the others are hardly a threat. As long as we contain Yao, victory will be ours. Remember, we are the St. John's Red Storm. Let's show the people of California the ferocity of East Coast basketball. Red Storm, victory is ours. Red Storm, victory is ours. Red Storm, victory is ours. The players shouted in unison, charging out of the locker room with great momentum. The players from both teams began their warm-up routines. As the enormous figure of Yao Ming appeared on the court, the stands erupted with thunderous cheers. The shouts of the great Demon King rose and fell. On the other side, Al Jefferson stretched expressionlessly, while Murphy occasionally glanced towards Yao Ming's half of the court. On the sidelines, Jabbar observed Yao Ming, who was warming up, with a deep gaze. Petrie took out a small notebook, scribbling something. These old-school individuals preferred using notebooks to electronic devices, enjoying jotting down notes and sketches. The camera constantly switched between Yao Ming, Al Jefferson, Jabbar, and others. A highly anticipated showdown was about to begin. The whistle for the start of the game blew, and both team starters took their positions. Center Yao Ming. Power forward Francisco Hernandez. Small forward Marcus Lamprey. Shooting guard Thomas Kilgannon. Point guard Gino Esposito. Red Storm's main players. Center Kyle Murphy. Power forward Deshaun. Small forward Ron Arteist. Shooting guard Marcus Banks. Point guard Eric Barkley. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Yao Ming instinctively calculated the apex of the basketball's trajectory, preparing to tap it away easily, just like in practice. However, this time the opposing center Murphy was clearly prepared. He let out a low shout and leaped with all his might, managing to touch the ball first, seizing the offensive advantage. Seeing that he was shorter than Yao Ming, yet still claimed the offensive advantage, Murphy felt a surge of pride and disdainfully mocked, is this the so-called Great Demon King? It seems to be all show and no substance. Watch me make you doubt life in this game. Although Murphy's scoring ability wasn't particularly strong, he was quite confident in his defense. Not bad, ambitious. Keep it up. Yao Ming remained unfazed, even complimenting Murphy before striding back towards the defensive half. Such a cocky kid. Murphy, sensing Yao Ming's contempt, angrily chased after him. The Red Storm's offense began with high school star Eric advancing with the ball. After all, he was the top high school player in the nation, standing 196 meters tall, dribbling with remarkable steadiness while being able to shoot and drive. As Eric dribbled past half-court, many spectators eagerly anticipated his performance in this first play. Gino spread his arms wide guarding Eric. However, the rookie Eric, playing his first NCAA game, was not nervous at all. He was confident that with his height, he could mismatch anyone in the NCAA. Generally, those taller than him were not as fast, and those faster were not as tall. Seeing Gino, who was shorter, Eric did not hesitate and attempted to break through with a quick change of direction. However, this time Eric could not break through as easily as he wished. Gino swiftly moved laterally and managed to block Eric's path. After all, Eric was not a future lottery pick like Francisco. Few high school stars truly excel once they reach. Those with genuine talent were likely long gone, already selected by NBA scouts like Kobe, Tracy McGrady, and Kevin Garnett. As for Gino, he was a second-round pick in the 2000 draft. Not at the end of the second round, but he was not a player anyone could bully in the NCAA, still maintaining a mid-tier level. Seeing that the shorter defender was surprisingly quick and he couldn't shake him off, Eric decided to use his height and weight to force his way through. He couldn't believe that at 1.96 meters tall, he couldn't overpower this shorter opponent by 10 centimeters. So in the next moment, Eric leaned into Gino and jumped, attempting a forceful layup. But after the contact, just as he managed to push Gino away the moment the ball left his fingertips, he felt the trajectory was good and his touch was smooth. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him from behind Gino, and a long arm shot out from behind Gino. A figure soared into the air and astonishingly blocked his seemingly certain shot. Smack! After landing, Eric stumbled, utterly shocked. He had never expected his guaranteed basket would be blocked in such a manner. Is this what NCAA centers are like? They are indeed not comparable to high school players. He thought to himself in shock, unaware that it wasn't that NCAA centers were this strong, but rather that the Golden Bears had a bug-like player, a talent so rare that even in the NBA they were hard to find. That player was none other than Yao Ming. With years of experience and an understanding of human nature, Yao Ming had seen through Eric's intention to force a breakthrough from the very beginning, realizing that the top high school player in the nation would likely want to showcase himself on his first play. So he decisively moved in, catching up just in time as Eric made his strong drive. The Great Demon King. The Great Demon King. The Great Demon King. Witnessing such a spectacular block, the crowd erupted. The sideline cameras continuously captured Yao Ming. A block like this is even more explosive than a dunk, providing a more thrilling visual effect due to its difficulty. It requires precise timing and significant jumping ability. If Yao Ming weren't nearly 30 centimeters taller than his opponent, and if Eric hadn't taken a shot without sufficient elevation after the contact, such a feat would generally be impossible. On the sidelines, Jabbar and the Kings' general manager watched the play, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Only they understood how rare it was to have a player with such a vast defensive range and awareness on a team. From just this first play, they saw the reflections of many current NBA players in Yao Ming, such as Duncan from the Spurs, Garnett from the Timberwolves, Olajuwon from the Rockets, and Mutombo from the Hawks. In these times, the NBA still believed in winning championships through defense, which is why professionals like them focused more on defense. After the block, Gino quickly reacted, retrieving the ball that Yao Ming had sent flying. He gave Yao Ming a thumbs up, and they exchanged smiles as they ran towards their respective halves. As they transitioned from defense to offense, Gino swiftly dribbled past half court. Eric noticed Gino's steady handling, and due to his shorter stature, kept his dribble low without any unnecessary movements. When it was the Golden Bears' turn to attack, nearly everyone anticipated Yao Ming's performance, eager to see how he would conclude this play. As Gino brought the ball to beyond the three-point line, Yao Ming and Murphy had already engaged in a fierce battle. In the past 2 months, Yao Ming had gained a few kilograms, bringing his strength to 80. When clashing with Murphy, the defensive powerhouse of the NCAA, he suddenly felt that this top-tier blue-collar player in the NCAA was just average. Requesting updates, requesting tips, However, Yao Ming did not expect that just as he got into position, Murphy would break the unwritten rules of the game and wildly swing his elbow at him when the referee was not paying attention. He actually wanted to use this method to defend against him, or perhaps to intimidate him. To be fair, this tactic could indeed work against those who fear confrontation. There are many elbow experts in the NBA. The most famous among them is Karl Malone, whose iron elbows few dared to confront Heaton. In this day and age, not to mention behind the referee's back, even elbowing right in front of the referee usually doesn't count as a foul. You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? Yao Ming naturally would not back down and also started swinging his elbows toward Murphy's chest. In an instant, the sound of bang, bang, bang echoed as the two refused to give in. However, this left Gino in a bind. He intended to pass the ball to Yao Ming, but at that moment Yao Ming was focused on elbowing, and the two were clearly in a heated exchange in the paint, leaving him with no chance to pass. Gino glanced at the other players on the court, all tightly guarded by their opponents. Then he looked at Eric, noticing that this guy seemed to have just been dunked on by Yao Ming, and was still in a daze, his eyes unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. A great opportunity. Gino then made up his mind, suddenly dribbling and jumping for a three-point shot while Eric was distracted. Eric hardly defended against the shot, nor did he jump to interfere. Gino essentially had an open three-point attempt. Unfortunately, it missed. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Damn it, pass the ball to Yao? Who told you to handle it like that? Coach Hammond shouted angrily at Gino from the sidelines. Gino's face showed difficulty, feeling helpless. Yao Ming had just been busy swinging his elbows and hadn't noticed him at all. How was he supposed to pass? Passing it would likely lead to a turnover. Fortunately, the moment he heard the sound of the ball hitting the rim, Yao Ming quickly reacted. He came to the court not to brawl with the big guy in front of him, but to win the game. It was not worth it to trade blows, so he gently nudged Murphy aside, then leaped with all his might using one hand to firmly pin Murphy down, preventing him from jumping. He then caught the basketball that bounced off the rim and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. Boom! With a loud crash, Yao Ming completed the putback dunk over Murphy. Beautiful! Every movement Yao Ming made in the paint was simply textbook. The coach praised loudly, completely forgetting about Yao Ming's earlier brawl. In the coach's eyes, everything Yao Ming did was right, to the point where it seemed like he would say even his farts smelled sweet. The assistant coach chimed in as well. Damn it! After landing from the dunk, Yao Ming faced Murphy and let out a furious roar, not forgetting to pound his chest to showcase his tough guy image. Murphy was slightly stunned by Yao Ming's shout in his face. What the hell? Wasn't it said that Asians are reserved and gentlemanly? Why is this big guy so violent? Looking at Yao Ming running away, he touched his chest, feeling a sharp pain. He originally wanted to intimidate Yao Ming with this defense, but instead it was he who ended up being intimidated first. Meanwhile, Yao Ming, taking advantage of the distraction, lightly rubbed his own chest. I wonder if I scared this big fool. He elbowed me several times, and with that last excited punch to my own chest, I misjudged the strength, and it hurt even more. However, he knew that in the arena one must never show weakness. Once you do, your opponent will take advantage of it. This was a lesson Yao Ming learned in his previous life in the NBA. When he first arrived in the NBA, that Commissioner Ma guy had called for a defensive switch and easily faked him out. Nate Robinson, that little potato, ignored his own defender and focused on him jumping up to block him. During games, there were often people shoving or even body slamming him, and he initially tolerated it, leading those players to take more liberties later on. In this life, he was determined not to allow such things to happen again. Moreover, years of experience from his past life had taught him that in America, on the NBA court, humility and reasoning are worthless. Only strength matters. Only strength is the truth. Look at those basketball superstars. How many of them are morally upright? Michael Jordan, Kobe, Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James. So in this life, from the very beginning, he needed to showcase his tough side, ensuring that no one dared to offend him. Just like Big Ben, as soon as he entered the NBA, everyone knew he was the disciple of the notorious Charles Oakley. Although he was an undrafted player after entering the NBA, he presented himself with a hot-tempered image, and not many dared to provoke him. Especially after the Palace incident, hardly anyone dared to talk back to him. This is the importance of establishing a reputation. Yao Ming aimed to shape a tough guy image that would not be easily provoked. The possession changed. Eric of the Red Storm team held the ball, realizing he had just made a mistake. It was only now that he fully came to his senses and began to seriously engage in the game. He dribbled past half court. After experiencing the defensive intensity of the NCAA this time, he didn't prepare for a onion, but directly called for Murphy to set a pick. Yao Ming was switched onto Eric. With his perimeter defense rated only 65, he dared not slack off. He crouched slightly, stretching out his long arms to block Eric. Eric, shake him off. Not far away, Arteist shouted loudly as he saw Eric had a chance to exploit a mismatch. During team drills, Arteist had witnessed Eric's strength and believed that with his ability, it should be very easy to shake off a big man over 2 meters tall. After all, the taller the body, the harder it is to control the center of gravity. This is also why the pick-and-roll tactic is so common. Upon hearing Arteist's words, the players of the Red Storm team were quick to understand, all clearing space for Eric, allowing him enough room to showcase his dribbling skills. But upon hearing what Arteist said, Yao Ming sneered. You think you can shake me off? Dream on. In his previous life, when he first entered the NBA, he had no experience and weighed about 130 kilograms, which is why he was easily faked out by Marbury. But now, with 10 years of NBA experience, having seen so many superstar guards, and with a lighter weight and longer arms, how could it be so easy to fake him out? Seeing his teammates cooperating so well, Eric recalled Yao Ming's earlier block. Just right, you humiliated me before, now I'll return the favor. Eric constantly feigned moves, dribbling with crossed hands, abruptly stopping and shaking his shoulders. However, as time passed, Eric was surprised to find that Yao Ming's defensive position was stable, and he moved without a hint of panic, exuding an air of confidence that rendered Eric's feints ineffective. He dribbled at the arc for several seconds, and not only did he fail to shake Yao Ming, but he couldn't even find a suitable opportunity to break through. At that moment, Eric realized he had underestimated Yao Ming. He was starting to sweat, slightly feeling anxious. Previously, it took him several seconds to cross half court. Now he had wasted over 10 seconds. The most crucial issue was that time was running out. The 35-second shot clock was nearly up. Am I really going to let down my teammates by giving up? He thought unwillingly. At that moment, he wanted to pass, but having boasted earlier and seeing how much his teammates trusted him, they had spread out for him. He glanced at the timer above the basket, which showed 11 seconds left on the shot clock. Forget it, shaking off this big guy seems unlikely. I should just try to make a shot. Even if I can't shake him off, as long as I make the basket, it won't be embarrassing, he thought, making up his mind as he suddenly bent down and accelerated with all his might. Yao Ming, being naturally slower than the smaller guards, was caught off guard as Eric broke through to mid-range. Eric saw the Golden Bears' power forward Francisco ready to intercept under the basket, having given up on guarding his own power forward. But Eric did not pass. He made a sudden stop, jumped off both feet, and took a mid-range shot. It was a very beautiful jump shot. However, in the next second, smack, a figure in a blue jersey appeared behind him, extending a large hand and forcefully swatting Eric's shot away. Oh! The spectators and reporters on the sidelines erupted in cheers. They clearly saw how the block happened. When Eric thought he had escaped Yao Ming, he didn't expect Yao to react quickly. He skillfully turned around and caught up to Eric in just 2 large steps. As Eric made his jump shot, Yao Ming followed suit, delivering a solid block. This guy's defensive awareness is incredibly strong, and he plays with a frightening calmness. He doesn't seem like a freshman at all, Jabbar commented to the Kings general manager Petrie. I didn't believe it when I read it in the papers or heard others talk about it, but seeing it with my own eyes, this guy is even more terrifying than rumored. While considering the Spurs, maybe we should consider tanking this year. If we can get Yao Ming, it would definitely be worth it. After all, this season has already started with a record of 1 win and 5 losses, and making the playoffs seems difficult. He'll discuss it with the owner when I get back. Petrie thought to himself. Yao Ming was unaware that after just 2 defensive plays, he had already impressed the team's general manager enough to consider tanking for a year. That was so cool, what a block. His teammate Francisco was particularly delighted because the blocked ball landed right in front of him, and after bouncing slightly, he caught it. Yao Ming reacted swiftly. After blocking the shot, he noted the approximate location where the ball would fall, and before his teammates could grab it, he sprinted towards the opponent's half as fast as he could. Having witnessed the previous generation's GOAT play so many games, Yao Ming naturally knew the trick to quick counterattacks to run ahead. Since he had just blocked the shot from behind, he was closest to the opponent's half. Moreover, the players from the Red Storm had just pulled away to allow Eric to play unknown, so they were far from their half. They also did not expect Yao Ming to deliver another big block to Eric, and the ball came directly into the hands of the opposing player. Yao Ming sprinted into the opponent's half, and seeing no one returning on defense, he yelled, "Ball coming." Only then did Francisco react, delivering a powerful full-court pass. The pass was slightly off, but thankfully Yao Ming's arms were long enough. He reached out and securely caught the ball. He then took 3 steps within the 3-point line, jumped after stepping 2 steps past the free throw line. Boom. A spectacular one-handed dunk. In the previous few plays, Yao Ming completely dominated both offense and defense. Roar. The spectators on the sidelines erupted in excitement. Initially, it was thought that the matchup against the powerful Red Storm would be competitive, but unexpectedly the start turned out to be a one-sided massacre. Yao Ming is too strong. Yeah, I feel like he's on a different level from other players. Indeed, I have that same feeling. With Yao Ming on our team, the Golden Bears might just make it to the NCAA championship this year. Several fans on the sidelines were discussing passionately, their faces flushed. Eric, with a pale face, chased after Yao Ming, but could only watch helplessly as Yao Ming dunked. He felt an overwhelming shock mixed with a hint of defeat. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Red Storm had begun to express dissatisfaction with the players' performance, yelling loudly, "Eric, stop trying to go solo. I'll pay attention to your teammates' positions. You need to pass the ball, connect the team, and play in a reasonable manner." Hearing his coach's words, Eric nodded obediently. He wasn't foolish. Going solo was just asking for trouble, and even without the coach's advice, he planned to focus on passing from then on. The Red Storm launched another offense. This time, Eric did not go solo. Instead, he brought the ball to the perimeter and began to observe his teammates' movements. Artest was indeed a future NBA star. He was significantly stronger than the average NCAA. At 198 meters tall and weighing 110 kilograms, Artest was even faster than the Golden Bears' 95-kilogram small forward Marcus. Within a few seconds, Artest completely shook off Marcus and received Eric's pass from the wing. Without hesitation, he took a shot. Swish. A perfect shot. Nice shot. Good shot. As the visiting team, the fans naturally wouldn't celebrate, but the players and the coach were all thrilled. This is our rhythm. From now on, everyone play according to my pre-game strategy, move more, and Eric, watch for your teammates' open positions. The head coach of the Red Storm shouted loudly. Within the team, the point guard, shooting guard, and small forward all posed a three-point threat, while the power forward had a solid mid-range shot. Their outside game was strong, so naturally they would focus on it. As for the inside game, as long as Murphy could tire Yao Ming out as instructed before the game, victory would be theirs. Don't think just because you started off well that the score is only 4-3, you're only leading by 1 point. This little guy is still too young. By the second half, when you run out of stamina, let's see how you fall apart, thought the head coach of the Red Storm with a sneer. P.S. Please support and urge for updates. Thanks to Lord Chu, who loves white creamy soup, for the bubble tea. The Golden Bears launched an attack. Gino dribbled the ball to the front court. This time Yao Ming did not position himself against the imposing Murphy in the paint, as it would be a waste of energy to expend it on such a formidable opponent. He set a solid screen for Gino, easily blocking Eric. However, just as Gino circled around Eric and made his way in, he noticed that the opposing center quickly came to defend. At that moment he intended to pass back to Yao Ming, but Yao Ming remained squatted in a horse stance, facing away from Gino, in order to firmly hold Eric. Murphy's massive height and extended arms directly blocked Gino. Fortunately, at that moment Gino saw his teammate Francisco holding off the opposing power forward, who was reaching for the ball under the basket. So he threw the ball in. Francisco, originally the center for the Golden Bears, had tremendous strength and still held an advantage over most power forwards. He charged in forcefully, creating a bit of space before leaping up for a powerful dunk. Yao Ming turned around just in time to see Francisco's dunk, offering a slight smile. Having a teammate share the offensive burden was the best scenario. Although he was strong, his stamina was limited, and he couldn't possibly attack every possession without exhausting himself. Fortunately, while Francisco may not excel at shooting, he is quite effective at finishing near the basket. Besides me, other positions on the team also hold advantages, making this game more manageable. In the NCAA too, 0.6 meter, 115 kilogram power forward is still quite formidable. After all, the NCAA is not the NBA, and there aren't as many freakishly talented athletes. After scoring, Francisco ran back on defense, excitedly approaching Yao Ming for a high five. Yao, how about that dunk I just made? Absolutely fantastic. Let's see a few more like that later. Don't worry, just bump the opposing power forward. On the sidelines, Golden Bears head coach Hammond finally smiled as he witnessed this scene. He had previously noticed that his team's point guard and small forward were significantly outmatched by their counterparts. Although the opposing center was not as good as Yao Ming, he still had his merits. If they relied solely on Yao Ming, they would certainly win, but it would be exhausting. However, having a second offensive option to help relieve some of Yao Ming's scoring pressure would make things much easier. On the other hand, the head coach of the Red Storm, Donovan, frowned as he watched that play unfold. It seemed Yao Ming could hear his inner thoughts. As he contemplated wearing down Yao Ming to prevent him from playing in the second half, Yao Ming had already stopped battling Murphy in the paint, opting instead to run out and set screens. How could he possibly tire Yao Ming out like this? He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Sigh. Let's just let the players on the court play for now and reassess the situation later. After several offensive and defensive exchanges, the first quarter of the game entered its final possession. During this stretch, the Golden Bears' offensive efficiency was exceptionally high. Yao Ming's mid-range jumper off a screen or his pass to Francisco under the basket after attracting a double team near the free throw line, along with shooting guard Thomas Kilgannon hitting a three-pointer after finding space, all contributed to their scoring. In contrast, the Red Storm relied too heavily on outside shooting due to their fear of Yao Ming's blocks. Although they managed to make a couple of three-pointers and some mid-range shots, the three-point shooting percentage was generally low in this era. At this moment, the score was 19-13, with the Red Storm trailing by 6 points. At this time, the Golden Bears were still on the offensive. Since Yao Ming had not engaged in any physical battles in the paint for several possessions, Murphy thought Yao Ming was merely feigning toughness at the start and was actually afraid to confront him head-on. Thus, he grew arrogant again, constantly resorting to dirty tactics against Yao Ming. He either pulled on Yao Ming's jersey or, when the referee wasn't looking, discreetly punched him in the back. Come on again. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? With the first quarter coming to an end and a brief rest period approaching, Yao Ming steeled himself and decided to force his way in for a strong play, intending to show Murphy just how formidable he was. He extended his foot to wedge between Murphy's legs, then pushed hard, causing Murphy to stumble. Yao Ming quickly stepped forward to secure his position and reached out for the ball. Seeing this, Gino quickly passed the ball over. As Yao Ming prepared to make a strong move under the basket, Murphy immediately tensed up. However, before he could make any move, Yao Ming had already leaned back, putting his weight onto Murphy. Murphy hurriedly extended a hand to brace Yao Ming's back, while taking a deep breath, preparing for a solid confrontation. Bang! Yao Ming leaned back against Murphy, but Murphy did not budge at all. Is this all the strength you have in your back? Blocking you is too easy, he thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet the next moment his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Yao Ming released the ball once, and then crashed into Murphy again, this time with at least twice the force. Murphy was knocked back 3 steps by Yao Ming's charge, losing his balance and falling directly under the basket. Seeing this scene, Yao Ming naturally would not hold back. He turned from his back to face the basket, dribbled once, took 2 steps forward, and soared for a violent dunk. Ding! The basket was good. The basketball fell from the rim and struck Murphy squarely on the nose, causing blood to gush from it immediately. After hanging on the rim, Yao Ming landed smoothly, standing over the sprawled out and extremely disheveled Murphy, looking down on him from above. Playing basketball relies on strength and strategy. I advise you to put away those damn dirty tricks, or I will make you even more miserable later. Yao Ming stared intently at Murphy on the ground, while secretly thinking, you little show off. The culture of Xia is profound and extensive. It'll let you understand what is real and what is illusion. Playing basketball requires brains. In fact, if Yao Ming chose to play straightforwardly without any tricks, he could still defeat Murphy Heaton, but it wouldn't be so easy. Just like Pau Gasol facing the Space Jam Yao. Compared to Jinlian, Gasol's strength is certainly great, but without employing trick Space Jam, Yao could still hold his own against Gasol several times, making each of his baskets cost a lot of stamina and resulting in a very difficult game. Although others like Yao Ming cannot see the system's panel attributes, Yao Ming estimated that Murphy's raw strength was at least around 75, not far behind his own. First of all, black players inherently possess explosive power. Secondly, Murphy weighed several kilograms. If it weren't for Yao Ming having a 10-core strength bonus from the system rewards, it would indeed be very difficult for him to overpower such a black center through sheer strength. As the home crowd witnessed Yao Ming execute such a brutal attack, they all erupted in cheers, with many jumping up and covering their heads. While the precise mid-range shots and graceful three-pointers were pleasing to the eye, the sight of someone being knocked down followed by a two-handed dunk was far more impressive, especially when it was against a heavyweight center standing over 1 meters tall. Aurora Rose Yao Ming is truly the great shark of our Jinxiong team. It is inconceivable that so slight a frame could conceal such terrifying strength. Yao is simply unbeatable. Jaya Bear, seated at the front of the stands, watched Yao Ming in the same disbelief. At Yao's current height and weight, if he chose to bulk up to 140 kilograms, one can scarcely imagine how formidable his power would become. Perhaps only that league's fat shark could withstand his charge. No Calamu, haven't you noticed? Yao is not a mere brawler. He does not rely solely on brute force. He is far more skilled at using his mind to play. Such a player is the most terrifying of all. Patelli, general manager of the Guang team, spoke as he quickly jotted notes in his notebook. 10 minutes of the first half had passed. A brief respite followed. Duan Yuan, head coach of the Hongsa Fengbao team, strode angrily over to Ma Fei, who was holding his bleeding nose, his face dark with fury. Ma Fei, don't tell me that at nearly 120 kilograms, you couldn't hold your ground against that lanky fellow. Damn it, were you out at the clubs last night? At 13 meters and 118 kilograms, Ma Fei was no comparison to that ragged, barely over 2-meter center from the NJCA Falcons. A build like his would count as a heavy center, even in the NBA. Coach Duan Yuan found it hard to believe Ma Fei could be toppled by a single bump from Yao. Such a thing defied common sense. He assumed Ma Fei must have been out carousing the night before. Ma Fei grew uneasy under the coach's stare. Yet he truly had not been out. He had rested well the night before. Remembering the boast Head made before tip-off, he felt ashamed to admit in front of so many that he had truly been overpowered. He would never live it down with his teammates. So he forced himself to reply, "Coach, don't worry. I was careless earlier. You'll be able to stop him later." Humph. I hope you can live up to those words. If we lose this game, it's on you. Back here every night for extra. Mofia's face fell instantly. Down by so many points, so early, the other Hongsa Fengbao players glanced at their furious coach and fell silent, heads bowed, sipping water. The atmosphere was oppressive. Over with the Jinxiong team, the mood was relaxed. Head coach Hemingdi smiled toward Yao Ming, who sat on the bench sipping a drink to replenish his strength. "Yao, I think the opponents are trying to wear you down. We're up by 8. Do you want to rest for a while?" Having been with the team long enough, Coach Hemingdi knew that with such towering height, stamina was one of Yao's few. "No, coach. I'm playing fairly easily. He'll rest during garbage time in the second half." Yao wiped his sweat with a towel and replied nonchalantly. If any other player had spoken so cockily, the coach would have scolded them. Only 10 minutes in and boasting so boldly. But when those words came from Yao Ming, the coach took them for granted. Facing the mighty Hongsa Fengbao team, who in the NCAA, besides the traditional powers Baika and Duca, would dare claim they'll force garbage time. This year it's probably just our Jinxiong team. The coach thought, inwardly luxuriating in the pleasure of it. All right, let's stick to our tactics. The Hongsa Fengbao team likely still believes that having a heavy center will let them suffocate Yao in the paint. They assumed the numbers from Yao's games against NJCAA teams were inflated. Let's show them who the NCAA superpower is this year and who is the strongest center in the league. Soon the break ended and both sides returned to the court with their full lineups. Because NCAA games feature fewer possessions than the NBA, the physical toll is lighter as substitutions are generally made only toward the end of the first half. Possession for the Hongsa Fongbao team. Their offense remained focused on the perimeter. Adesite began his movement again, while AI-like orchestrated the play from outside. When Adesite shook off Makusi to find space, AI-like delivered the timely pass. Adesite adjusted beyond the three-point line before releasing his shot. Swish, three-pointer. Yao Ming, positioned inside ready to battle for the rebound, could hardly believe it. What on earth has gotten into Atai? When we were on the Rockets together in a former life, his three-point shot was never this true. Is he putting on a show? After only 10 minutes of the first half, Adesite's touch was red hot. Including earlier, he was 3 of 4 from 3 and had 9 points, the lion's share of the team's scoring. Watching Atai, the Hongsa Fongbao coach at the sideline nodded. Though the man often seems a little unbalanced, erupting as if manic at the slightest provocation, when he plays he's truly something. Jinxiong team on offense. Yao Ming once again worked for position under the rim. Jinhua without hesitation fed the ball. Humph, you tricked me earlier, this time you want score. Ma Fei planted himself behind Yao Ming and snarled. He did not want to be punished with nightly extra drills, nor did he want to lose his romantic life, so he had to fight with everything he had. He thought, no matter how hard you try to back me down, I'll push back with everything. I refuse to believe you can convert every possession. But as he leaned forward, arms braced across his chest ready to dig in, Yao Ming did not charge in. Instead, he made a light pivot, feinting, as if to attack his left and drive to the basket. In a flurry, Ma Fei slid sideways to try to impede him. But the step he took revealed Yao's earlier motion to be a ruse. The shoulder moved while the feet stayed. By the time he reacted, Yao Ming had spun to his right and exploded into the paint. The lane was empty. With a gentle hop, Yao rose and hammered a one-handed dunk. Scoring was that simple. Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. After the basket, Yao deliberately walked up to Ma Fei with a mock helpless expression and asked. Ma Fei's seethed teeth gritted, yet was powerless to respond. Humph, you want to tire me out? They'll show you how ridiculous that idea is. You want to play rough? Very well, I will play along. Yao thought this as he hustled back on defense. In the subsequent rounds, although the Red Storm team had a decent shooting percentage, making several two-pointers and three-pointers, their accuracy could never match that of Dajiao's scores under the basket, and the score continued to widen. Yao Ming seemed to be humiliating Murphy or playing with his mentality, refusing to move outside, instead continuously using backing techniques to toy with him in the paint. Every time he received the ball, Yao Ming would skillfully use his back to sense Murphy's strength and body movement. As soon as he sensed that Murphy was preparing to defend with full force, Yao Ming would execute his Shanghai Tango, effortlessly shaking past Murphy with agile footwork before scoring. However, as soon as Yao Ming sensed that Murphy was slightly lax and lacking in strength attempting to defend against his breakthrough, he would no longer hesitate and would directly charge at him with full force. If he could knock Murphy far away, he would drive into the paint for a dunk. If he couldn't push Murphy far enough, he could at least create some space for a shot, and he would shoot directly. To maintain stability, Yao Ming would lean back on every shot, leaving Murphy, who had been knocked back and was trying to recover, in despair. With such a tall individual who combined strength and skill, while shooting with a lean back, it was impossible for Murphy to defend, let alone even God himself. At this moment, the head coach of the Red Storm team began to realize the situation. It was not that his team's center was inadequate, but rather that Yao Ming was truly too much of a foul. The head coach of the Red Storm team watched Yao Ming running rampant on the court, jealousy directing his gaze towards the opposing bench where the Golden Bears head coach sat. How could such a center end up with the Golden Bears? If I were coaching, the NCAA championship would be secured. However, despite his jealousy, he still needed to strategize. In the following round, after hearing the head coach's call, Arteist, relying on his speed, attempted to move in for a double team. Yet Yao Ming reacted extremely quickly, passing the ball as soon as he felt the pressure. If Arteist failed to cover properly, Yao Ming would accurately pass the ball to his small forward Marcus. Although Marcus lacked the strength and speed of Arteist, he was very accurate with open shots. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected in the second round. Receiving Yao Ming's pass, Marcus made 3 shots, hitting all, including 1 three-pointer. As the first half was nearing its end, the Golden Bears had already taken a 16-point lead. In the NCAA, such a margin could be considered a blowout. In subsequent plays, Arteist began to hesitate, unwilling to rush in for a double team. In fact, it wasn't just Marcus. The Golden Bears, with Yao Ming's addition, had spent months honing their shooting skills. After all, having a tall player capable of grabbing rebounds and facilitating plays was invaluable. Nearly every shot from the Golden Bears had to go through Yao Ming's hands. What else could the others do? They could only act as reliable spot-up shooters. If the Golden Bears truly wanted to play 1-star and 4 shooters and compete with the Red Storm in perimeter offense, they might not necessarily lose. However, shooting from the perimeter relied too heavily on feel. sometimes divine, sometimes ghostly. With an unstoppable center like Yao Ming, the Golden Bears would naturally stick to playing inside. The dome of the Berkeley Golden Bears home court trembled as thousands of spectators cheered in unison, the only championship banner above them fluttering. Amid the cheers, Yao Ming waved to the audience as he was substituted out for it was now garbage time. With 30 minutes into the second half, the score had widened to 25 points. At this moment, Murphy was bent over on the sidelines, supporting his knee as sweat dripped continuously onto the floor. He looked at Yao Ming, who was being cheered by thousands, and that thin back figure appeared increasingly formidable to Murphy, like an insurmountable mountain. The sense of defeat from this match lingered in him. He once thought he was the most steadfast defensive fortress, believing he could still make a name for himself in the NBA. But after today's game, Murphy's confidence had completely collapsed. Yao Ming had simply dominated him with back-to-back plays in the paint. In just 30 minutes of play, Yao Ming had achieved 38 points, 18 rebounds, 12 assists, and 5 blocks. The head coach of the Red Storm looked at Yao Ming's stats on the electronic scoreboard, helplessly smiling. It seems I was too naive. I initially thought I could tire him out and drag it to the second half, but this. He glanced at the 25-point deficit. What more to say about the second half? Although the game wasn't over, everyone knew that this match had lost all suspense. In the end, the game concluded with the final score set at 8-3-6-2. The powerful Red Storm team suffered a staggering defeat by a 21-point margin. No one had expected such a score before the match, and such a margin was considered rare in the NCAA's top league. After the game, the players and coaching staff of the Red Storm looked somewhat dazed in front of the numerous cameras aimed at them. Most of these reporters were from San Francisco and California, and they immediately began firing sharp questions. Coach Donovan, did you ever think that playing against the Golden Bears would turn into garbage time in less than 30 minutes? Can you elaborate? Why is there a 21-point gap between two teams that are supposedly evenly matched? Coach, who do you think performed the worst in this game? Head coach Donovan did not want to answer these foolish questions, fearing it would affect his players' mentality, considering that the NCAA season had a long way to go and one game couldn't shatter their spirits. Thus, he led the players with their heads down towards the locker room. But just then a reporter's question caused him to stop it. Coach Donovan, how do you evaluate Yao Ming of the Golden Bears? He solemnly took the microphone from the reporter's hand and said a classic line from the NBA. Even my grandmother could win the NCAA championship with Yao Ming. The next day, the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle featured this quote accompanied by a picture of Yao Ming's impressive block. Time flew swiftly through countless training sessions and matches. The warm-up games began on November 15th and unknowingly reached December 22nd. The Golden Bear team's series of 7 non-conference warm-up matches lasting over a month has finally concluded. These 7 games were nothing short of a stunning showcase for both the Golden Bears and Yao Ming. Yao Ming delivered a jaw-dropping report card. In 7 games, he averaged 36, 1.17, 3 rebounds and 12, 1 assist, 5, 4 blocks with an astonishing shooting percentage of 79.2. This is not the NBA, but the NCAA, known for its slow-paced rhythm and emphasis on defense and half-court play. Such statistics cannot merely be described as terrifying. They truly represent a benchmark that has never been seen before and is unlikely to be matched in the future. Just stating this may not allow most people to grasp its significance intuitively. Let me present some data for you. In 1996, the first overall pick Allen Iverson averaged 25 points, 3, 8 rebounds, 4, 7 assists, and 3 for steals in the NCAA. Meanwhile, the 1997 first overall pick Tim Duncan averaged 28 points, 14, 7 rebounds, 1, 3 assists, 2 for steals, and 4, 3 blocks. Both of these players entered the NBA at their peak. Therefore, one can imagine just how extraordinary Yao Ming's achievements are. Of course, it doesn't mean that Yao Ming is significantly better than Iverson and Duncan at this moment. The main reason is that the Golden Bears are centered around Yao Ming as the absolute core, and he is also capable of distributing the ball, thus being referred to as the primary ball handler. Additionally, Yao Ming has utilized several methods he learned from his previous life to enhance his statistics, resulting in such impressive performances. Just like modern players like Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic, their ability to average triple-doubles does not solely stem from being significantly better than others, but also depends on their role within the team. However, Yao Ming's statistics are indeed astonishing. In these 7 games, he not only scored in various ways, but also utilized his impressive defensive coverage and increasingly refined playmaking skills to fully energize the entire Golden Bears team. Among these 7 matches, there were also traditional powerhouses that made it to the NCAA March Madness last year. As a result, the Golden Bears transformed from a team that barely made it to the Sweet 16 last season and was not favored this season into a sensational dark horse that captured nationwide attention, drawing discussions from major sports media and basketball commentators about competing for the NCAA championship. In California, especially in the cities around the San Francisco Bay Area, Yao Ming's fame skyrocketed like a rocket. His attention and topic of discussion are now comparable to many active NBA stars. The season tickets for the regular games at the University of California, Berkeley have long been sold out, and the prices for single-game tickets have skyrocketed several times in the black market. Many fans from Los Angeles, San Diego, San Jose, and even Sacramento are willing to drive hundreds of miles just to witness the prowess of the great Demon King live. The attention from NBA teams towards Yao Ming has also been increasing day by day. Almost every Golden Bears game is filled with scouts and even high-level executives from various teams sitting courtside. Jeff Petrie, the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, after watching Yao Ming play live, unabashedly stated in an interview, "We are closely monitoring Yao. He is the type of player who can change a team's fate. To acquire such a talent, the team is willing to pay any reasonable price, including adjusting future team-building strategies." This essentially means that the Kings are already planning to tank this year to secure a high draft pick for next year. With Yao Ming's emergence, major draft prediction websites and magazines quickly updated their rankings. Yao Ming has undoubtedly entered the top 3 of the simulated draft for 1998, and due to his consistently explosive performances and the immense market potential of Summer Country, he is regarded as the strongest contender for the first overall pick. This Yao Ming whirlwind has even reached the ears of current NBA stars. On the night of the 22nd, after the Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Los Angeles Clippers in the city rivalry, the Lakers' post-game press conference was as lively as ever. Tonight, the Big Shark Shaquille O'Neal delivered a dominating performance, scoring 38 points and grabbing 16 rebounds, absolutely on fire, leading the team to a 5th consecutive win. The reporters' questions revolved almost entirely around O'Neal. The initial questions were quite normal. However, as the conference drew to a close, a local reporter known for her sharp questions raised her hand. O'Neal paid her no mind and gestured for her to go ahead. "Shaquille, congratulations on another victory. My question might be a bit abrupt. At the University of California, Berkeley, there is a freshman center from Summer Country named Yao Ming. He has recently caused a huge sensation in the NCAA, averaging nearly 3.61, 7.125 in 7 warm-up games. Many people have started to compare him to you, calling him a taller, more accurate, and more graceful version of the Shark. If he were to join the NBA, he could dominate you like Hakeem Olajuwon did back in the day. Have you been following him? What are your thoughts on this?" The bustling press conference fell silent for a moment, followed by a wave of whispers. Who doesn't know that in the current league, the Big Shark is nearly the strongest center? It's surprising that someone would ask such a provocative question. This was simply embarrassing for the Shark. Sitting on the stage, O'Neal raised his thick brows dramatically, then broke into a broad smile, revealing his signature grin, but his eyes carried a hint of disdain and mockery. "Yao Ming? Who?" "Oh, just a tall kid from Summer Country." O'Neal shrugged his broad shoulders and said in his deep voice, "Listen, the NCAA is just a student league. It's filled with kids in their teens. Are you seriously comparing the NCAA to the NBA, the highest basketball sanctuary in the world?" "Huh." He chuckled and shook his head. "I, Shaquille O'Neal, am one of a kind. I am the king of centers in the current NBA, not some kid who played a few good games in college. If one day he really comes to this league." O'Neal paused, making an exaggerated, fierce, yet somewhat comical expression for the camera, while mimicking a tearing action with his hands. "I would be more than happy to personally teach him what it means to be the king of the paint in the NBA, what it means to be the unstoppable Big Shark." This fiery and entertaining response was immediately widely reported by the media. Yao Ming himself was still unaware that even before stepping into the NBA, reporters were already creating enemies for him. Yet even if he knew, he would simply smile nonchalantly, unaffected. Because he knows that in the future, after entering the NBA, he will have to step over these people one by one. This media hype is merely one of the situations that superstars must face. The fact that the media is paying attention means he has truly entered the sight of the top basketball echelon. On December 23rd in Chicago near O'Hare International Airport, the Golden Bears had just finished their final warm-up match against DePaul University's Blue Demons last night, securing a decisive victory without any bloodshed. At this moment, the entire team was waiting at the airport, preparing to return to San Francisco for a brief Christmas holiday. "Yao, are there any activities for Christmas? With so many beautiful blonde girls at school writing you love letters, why not invite a few out to have fun together?" Gino raised an eyebrow as he spoke beside Yao Ming. The two often had to cooperate on the court due to one being a point guard and the other a center, so the coach arranged for them to share a dormitory. After several months together, they had grown quite familiar. Hearing about the beautiful blonde girls, Marcus and Francisco's eyes immediately lit up, and they quickly chimed in, "Let's talk about it after the Spring Festival. You know we Chinese don't celebrate Christmas." No, Yao Ming flatly refused. He wasn't keen on going out and messing around with those guys. The foreign girls were rather wild. "Oh, you always find these damn excuses. I'd rather you say you want to practice basketball. It would sound more comfortable to me." "Huh. Then just consider it as me wanting to practice," Yao Ming replied. Just then a person ran eagerly toward them from a distance, and everyone looked over to find it was the assistant coach from DePaul University. "Hey, sorry to interrupt, Yao," the assistant coach of DePaul shouted upon seeing Yao Ming. Yao Ming stood up curious and somewhat surprised that the assistant coach would seek him out after the game had ended. "Yao, there's a gentleman who wants to speak with you privately." The assistant coach was evidently in a hurry and a bit out of breath. Yao Ming's heart stirred slightly. To have an NCAA Division I assistant coach come to relay a message and wait suggests that it must be a significant figure in the basketball world. With Chicago on his mind, the first name that flashed through Yao Ming's mind was Michael Jordan. Could it be that his performance in this competition had attracted the attention of the basketball god? Given Jordan's status and influence, it wouldn't be surprising for him to send an assistant coach to handle matters. He quickly explained the situation to his head coach Hammond. Although Hammond was surprised, he understood and patted Yao Ming on the shoulder. "Go ahead, Yao. Stay safe and keep in touch. We'll be waiting for your return." "All right." Soon Yao Ming watched his teammates board the flight back to California while he followed the assistant coach from DePaul University out of the airport. Once outside the airport lobby, a gust of cold air blew past, and Yao Ming quickly spotted a discreet yet spacious black sedan parked not far away. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside a stylish cafe in downtown Chicago. The assistant coach opened the door for Yao Ming, indicating for him to enter. A reserved seat was already prepared. Yao Ming stepped into the warm cafe, his gaze sweeping across the somewhat quiet interior, and quickly landed on a booth in the corner. There sat a middle-aged Caucasian man with glasses, a slightly plump figure, and thinning hair, slowly stirring his coffee. He was not the Michael Jordan that Yao Ming had imagined. Upon seeing Yao Ming, the man immediately displayed a professional smile, stood up, and extended his hand. "Mr. Yao Ming, hello. I am Jerry Krause, the general manager of the Chicago Bulls." Yao Ming naturally recognized the name of the man who had built the Bulls dynasty. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He maintained a calm expression, stepped forward, and shook Krause's hand with a firm yet respectful grip. "Mr. Krause, it is an honor to meet you. I am Yao Ming," he replied, his English fluent and natural behavior composed completely unlike a 17-year-old who had just finished a college match. Krause, hearing Yao Ming's fluent English and observing his composed demeanor, felt a glimmer of appreciation. He had seen too many young talents become either nervous or overly excited in front of NBA executives. Yet this giant from the Summer Kingdom exhibited a maturity and poise that transcended his age, as if he had already weathered great storms. This further elevated Krause's opinion of Yao Ming. Once seated, Yao Ming ordered a simple drink. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Krause got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Yao, let me be direct. My team, including our scouts, has been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. Your performance over the past month has been impressive. Oh, it's not just the stats, but also your understanding of the game and your influence on it." He leaned slightly forward, his eyes sharp behind the lenses. "I want to express our sincerity on behalf of the Chicago. We sincerely hope that you will become part of our team next summer." Yao Ming had a premonition upon seeing Krause, but hearing him so straightforwardly recruit him still caught him off guard. It was now late 1997, and the Bulls were at the height of their powers, with the media and fans discussing whether they could achieve a second three-peat, while Jordan was at his peak. Was Krause already planning for the post-Jordan era and targeting him, a freshman who hadn't even played a formal NCAA game yet? "Mr. Krause, I appreciate the Bulls' favor," Yao Ming replied calmly. "But as far as I know, the Bulls are currently the strongest contenders for the championship and have legends like Michael and Scottie. Given your current record and draft position, it seems." Krause smiled slightly, a shrewd yet subtly cold. "Team planning needs to look further ahead. We appreciate everything that Michael and Scottie have brought to the team, but the world of basketball always looks forward. Moreover, Michael's contract expires next year. To acquire a player like you who can lay the foundation for the next decade, we are willing to consider all possibilities." He paused before continuing. "We are even willing to trade Pippen and other current assets to gain a sufficiently high draft position. We view you as the absolute core for future rebuilding, and the team will be built around you. Furthermore, if you have any preferences for the NCAA or NBA coaches, we can also arrange for a more suitable coach for you. If you think certain tactical systems suit you better, we can actively adjust during the off-season." Yao Ming, however, could only sneer inwardly at Krause's words. Having been reborn, he certainly knew that the conflicts between Bulls GM Krause and head coach Phil Jackson, as well as Jordan's salary issues, were the ultimate causes of the Bulls dynasty's collapse. Krause's words sounded pleasant, but to obtain him, he was willing to give up even the esteemed coach Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen. In reality, he had long been displeased with Phil. Jackson and Pippen had been a thorn in his side for a long time. If it weren't for Jordan's intervention, these individuals would have been traded long ago. He probably still thinks that Yao Ming knows nothing and has come here to deceive him. However, his offer is indeed quite tempting, as he is willing to trade Pippen and the team's current strength for Yao Ming And he even mentions that Yao Ming can choose the coach in the future, indicating that he truly values Yao Ming. Oh, that sounds like a monumental promise. I'm almost overwhelmed, Mr. Klaus. Yao Ming casually remarked, his tone light, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. But he quickly added, I have immense respect for the glorious history of the Chicago Bulls. However, my primary task at the moment is to lead the Berkeley Golden Bears to success in the NCAA and continue to improve. Regarding the future, I will make the most beneficial decision for my basketball career together with my family and advisors at the right time. It's still too early to discuss which team I will join, but rest assured the Bulls will definitely be on my list of future options. His response expressed gratitude and respect without making any commitments, and it also showcased his confidence. Klaus, upon hearing this, was not disappointed. Instead, he admired Yao Ming's maturity even more. After all, how could an unconfident person achieve great things? Of course, I completely understand. Klaus nodded, took out a delicate envelope from his suit pocket, and pushed it in front of Yao Ming. Well, for our pleasant first meeting, I have prepared a Christmas gift for you in advance, and I hope you will accept this. Yao Ming was somewhat surprised. This general manager wouldn't be trying to bribe me, since college students playing in the NCAA have no money, would he? He opened the envelope directly, only to find not cash, but a beautifully printed ticket inside. The night after tomorrow at the United Center, NBA Christmas Showdown, courtside seats for the Chicago Bulls versus Miami Heat. I thought you would want to experience the highest level of competition and atmosphere in this league firsthand, wouldn't you? Klaus said with a smile. Of course, I think I will thoroughly enjoy this game, Yao Ming readily agreed. Watching the legendary Michael Jordan's last Christmas game live from the front row is not something money can easily. Thank you very much, Mr. Klaus. This is indeed a generous gift, and I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's game, Yao Ming said sincerely. After the meeting, both sides bid farewell, and Klaus promptly left by car. Yao Ming also exited the cafe and waited for a moment at the door. The winter wind, carrying moisture from Lake Michigan, hit him in the face, making him shiver. Fortunately, he soon spotted a yellow taxi. He waved, and the cab stopped. Take me near the United Center to a decent hotel. Yao Ming quickly slid into the back seat and instructed the driver. The driver was a white man in his 50s wearing a baseball cap. Upon seeing Yao Ming's height in the rearview mirror, his eyes lit up. Hey buddy, with that height. Are you a basketball player? Are you a student at the University of Illinois or DePaul University? He enthusiastically struck up a conversation while skillfully steering onto the main road. Sort of, I play for the University of California Berkeley Golden Bears, Yao Ming replied, with a smile relaxing against the seat. Although Yao Ming was quite popular in California and was already considered a rising basketball star, not many people recognized him in the eastern part of the United States. He could finally escape the constant attention he faced in California and chat with the driver like an ordinary Berkeley Golden Bears. I think I've heard of it, but I know more about a few universities near Chicago. Yao Ming smiled, but did not respond. By the way, you're just in time. The day after tomorrow night, there's a big game at the United Center, Bulls versus Heat, Michael against Alonzo Mourning. Which team do you think will win? The Bulls, I suppose, Yao Ming casually said. Do you think our Bulls can secure their 6th championship this year? They should be able to, the driver replied. Are you a fan of Michael? Kind of, Yao Ming answered. Are you from Japan or Korea? I'm from Xia country. Aren't people from Xia country supposed to have braids? At that time, the United States had almost no understanding of Xia country. That's just from television. Oh, it was over 100 years ago. Yao Ming hadn't expected that an American driver would be so chatty, just like the drivers from Xia country, asking him various questions all the way. They chatted about basketball, then about Xia country, and soon the car pulled up in front of a well-decorated hotel near the United Center. After paying, Yao Ming also gave the driver a $5 tip. Tipping is mandatory in the United States. As he got out of the car, the driver cheerfully wished him a Merry Christmas. He quickly checked in and went to his room. Yao Ming pulled back the curtains and could see the familiar red and black outline of the United Center in the distance. He initially planned to go out for a stroll, but upon seeing the howling wind outside, he changed his mind. He watched TV for a while in his room, then wandered around the hotel, unexpectedly discovering a gym, so Yao Ming went to work out for a bit. In the evening, he had a simple dinner at the hotel, took a shower, and went to bed. The next day was Christmas Eve in the United States. In the morning, Yao Ming did some basic maintenance training in the hotel gym. By noon, after spending a day in the hotel, he felt a bit stuffy. Looking out the window, the festive atmosphere was thick with streets adorned with colorful lights and Christmas trees, pedestrians hurrying by, most of them wearing expressions of holiday joy. But for Yao Ming, in this unfamiliar metropolis with no relatives around, the bustling atmosphere belonged to others. He felt a slight sense of solitude. I'm itching to play. If only there were a place to shoot some hoops. Having not touched a ball for 2 days, the athlete in him craved to feel the basketball. Unfortunately, World of Warcraft hasn't been released, yet otherwise I could pass the time by running a few dungeons. In his past life, besides basketball, one of Yao Ming's few hobbies was playing Warcraft. At that moment, his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the building in the distance that symbolized the highest temple of basketball for the people of Chicago, the United Center. Since I'm bored, why not see if I can sneak in to practice some shots? With that thought, he could no longer contain himself. He put on a thick coat over his jersey, donned a hat, and stepped out of the hotel, braving the cold wind towards the arena. Soon Yao Ming arrived at the United Center. The closer he got, the more he admired the red and black exterior and the giant Bulls logo, all showcasing the glory and pride of this place. The usually bustling plaza was relatively quiet due to the holiday, with only a few staff and security. Yao Ming walked towards an employee entrance only to be stopped immediately by a hefty white man in a security uniform with a thick gray-white beard. The man eyed him warily, sizing Yao Ming up and down, his tone far from friendly. "Halt. This is the passage for employees and players, no entry for the idle. What is your business?" In Chicago, Jordan's passionate fans were everywhere, so even on a day off, the guard remained alert and would not easily let anyone in. Yao Ming had anticipated being stopped. He calmly took out the ticket Klaus had given him. "Hello, this is a ticket for tomorrow's game, a gift from Mr. Klaus. He also invited me to check out the venue in advance." The guard, skeptical, took the ticket and examined it closely. Upon seeing that it indeed was a front row seat for tomorrow's Christmas showdown marked with a special VIP designation, his expression instantly softened, even breaking into a smile. Such tickets were either exorbitantly priced or reserved for the families and friends of stars or celebrities from beautiful countries. Yao Ming, no matter who he was not someone he dared to offend. "Oh, you are a guest of Mr. Klaus." The guard's attitude took a complete turn, warmly opening the passage. "Go on in, young man, but the team might still be training on the practice court, so just be careful not to disturb them. Walk down this corridor to the end, then turn left to the main venue." "Thank you." Yao Ming took the ticket, nodded politely, and stepped into the interior of the legendary arena. Since it was a day off, the corridors of the arena felt somewhat dim, but the familiar scent of the court hit him immediately. The further he walked, the clearer the sounds of basketballs bouncing on the floor, sneakers squeaking, and occasional voices became. Turning the corner, the brightness increased significantly, revealing a vast expanse. The massive main space of the United Center unfolded before Yao Ming's eyes. The court was brightly lit, and indeed some players were training. Yao Ming recognized those figures at a glance. Michael Jordan was near one baseline practicing fadeaway jump shots under the close interference of two trainers who were wielding long foam sticks, constantly attempting to obstruct his line of sight and shooting path. Scottie Pippen was on the other side practicing ball handling and passing with an assistant coach. Ron Harper, Tony Kukoc, and Luke Longley were also engaged in shooting or footwork drills at various points. Head coach Phil Jackson, clad in his signature sports jacket, stood at the sideline with his hands in his pockets, quietly observing and occasionally exchanging hushed words with the assistant coach beside him. Throughout the entire scene, Yao Ming did not see the big worm Rodman among the three stars. It was said that this guy didn't like to train, and even Jordan had no way to deal with him. He probably didn't even know where he was, off somewhere on a date with a celebrity or still asleep in a hotel. As Yao Ming approached and watched the players practice, some staff and trainers on the sidelines suddenly noticed him, beginning to exchange surprised whispers. Then Coach Phil Jackson also spotted Yao Ming. Some players on the court halted their actions, directing their gazes towards the unexpected guest. It was hard not to notice him, as Yao Ming was much taller than any of them. Not one to shy away, he walked straight to the sideline, coming alongside Phil Jackson. "Coach Jackson, good afternoon. Sorry to interrupt your training." Phil Jackson turned his head, surprised to see Yao Ming, evidently not expecting him to appear suddenly. However, he quickly revealed his signature calm smile. "Yao, is that right? I've seen your game footage. I didn't expect to see you here. I was playing a game near Chicago yesterday and wanted to check out tomorrow's Christmas showdown. It was too boring at the hotel today, so I came over to take a look, not expecting the guard to recognize me and let me in." Yao Ming replied. He didn't dare mention that Klaus had given him the ticket to sneak in. If he did, Phil might immediately turn hostile. After all, the conflict between Klaus and Phil had nearly surfaced publicly. "Indeed, it seems you truly love basketball." Jackson nodded at Yao Ming. Yao Ming smiled and replied, "Absolutely. Haha, I just saw a report about you on television where the media compared you to Shaq, saying you are a taller, better shooter version." Yao Ming smiled. "Shaq is a dominating center, unique in his own right. His power and speed are still far beyond what I can match. However, being discussed alongside such a legendary name is indeed an honor for me." Yao Ming's words appeared humble, but were in fact an indirect acknowledgement that apart from strength and speed, he was not inferior to O'Neal. Just then, Jordan finished a set of high-intensity, contested jump shots, wiped sweat with a towel, and walked towards the sidelines for water. He happened to overhear the last few sentences of the conversation between Jackson and Yao Ming, a taller, more accurate shooting version of the Shark. In 1995, the Big Shark eliminated the newly returned Jordan in the playoffs, and Jordan recognized the strength of the Big Shark. Jordan picked up a water bottle, took a sip, and glanced sideways at Yao Ming, observing his slender frame, He spoke on behalf of O'Neal, slightly aggrieved. Hey kid, do you play in the NCAA? With that build, you think you can match the Shark? I reckon you'll fall at the first bump. Jordan's tone carried a natural scrutiny from a senior to a junior and a hint of disdain. His condescending posture was quite evident. If it were any other young player being scrutinized like this by the basketball god, would likely have left them too nervous to speak or only able to endure it submissively. But Yao Ming had been reborn equipped with a system and was aiming to challenge Jordan's title as the GOAT. How could he tolerate this? He maintained his composure, meeting Jordan's gaze with equal calm, yet a touch of defiance. Fall apart at the first bump. Perhaps. But Michael, how will you know if you don't try it yourself? Why don't you give it? Although Yao Ming's voice was not loud, nearly everyone present heard him. Wow. At this declaration, the entire scene erupted in astonishment. Nearby players, coaches, and staff were all stunned, hardly believing their ears. Was this college student from the Summer Nation so bold to dare directly challenge Michael Jordan? Jordan, initially taken aback, clearly hadn't expected Yao Ming to be so assertive. He set down his water bottle, the playful glint in his eyes faded, replaced by a sharp intensity as he focused on Yao Ming like a fierce tiger zeroing in on its prey. The training in the area had somehow come to a near standstill, with all eyes fixated on the two. After a few seconds of silence, Jordan suddenly smiled, but there was a hint of danger in that smile. Good kid. He shifted his tone, becoming serious and filled with pressure. But that doesn't stop me from going all out to teach you a lesson, making you realize that the NBA and NCAA are two completely different sports. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yao Ming, turning back toward the court, casually picking up a basketball and shouting to the sidelines, "Come on, kid, let me see if your skills match your bravado." The atmosphere was instantly ignited. No one expected Jordan to take it seriously. It was clear he intended to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Anyone who knows Jordan understands that whenever he gets angry, those who provoke him are bound to face dire consequences, even the NBA stars. In the 1987 preseason, rookie Miller faced off against Jordan. In the first half, he exploded with 12 points, noticing that Jordan, who wasn't playing seriously, only scored 2 points. Miller thought he had suppressed Jordan, so he arrogantly trash-talked him. "I think it's time for Chicago to find a new king." Not saying anything would have been better, but this comment ignited Jordan's competitive spirit. Jordan said nothing. In the second half, Jordan switched to serious mode, tightly guarding Miller, while he himself unleashed an unstoppable scoring spree, scoring 28 points in a single quarter and racking up 42 points by halftime. Miller was completely shut down in the second half, scoring only 2 points. Jordan had just 2 points in the first half, yet ended the game with 44 points, leading the team to a resounding victory over the Pacers. Miller, who had scored 12 points in the first half, disappeared in the second half, ending the game with a mere 14 points. After this incident, Miller never spoke another word of trash talk against Jordan for the rest of his career. There was also the 1997 game, where the Bulls faced the Cavaliers. Rookie Knight, unaware of the danger, declared in a pre-game interview, "Jordan is old, I can defend him, and he won't get past me." He even deliberately bumped into Jordan with his shoulder during warm-ups. This instantly irritated Jordan, pushing him into serious mode. Throughout the game, Jordan single-handedly defended Knight, scoring on fast breaks and showcasing his skills. In the first quarter alone, he scored 21 points and repeatedly stole the ball from Knight, shrugging at the Cavaliers bench. Knight ended the game with only 3 points and 5 turnovers, struggling to even dribble the ball under Jordan's defense. The coach scolded him for provoking that killing god. Knight then realized the terror of Jordan. After the game, he candidly admitted, "I paid the most painful price for my youth and arrogance. He will always be the god of basketball." There are many similar cases. In short, anyone who provoked Jordan never had a good outcome. The Bulls players on the sidelines were excited at this scene. Pippen even whistled at Yao Ming, while Harper crossed his arms, looking eager for the spectacle. Kukoc wore an excited expression, and even Phil Jackson showed interest. No one was stopping this battle. They all wanted to see how Jordan would dominate the competition. No one thought that Jordan would have difficulty playing against a college student, even if this student was over 2 meters tall. They were also curious to see what this unaware Asian could do, daring to challenge the master. Yao Ming did not shy away. He took off his thick coat, revealing his basketball jersey, and calmly walked onto the court. Facing the god of basketball, his heart raced. After all, this was the peak Jordan of '98, not the old Jordan he faced in his previous life with the Rockets. At this time, Jordan's various skills had reached their peak, with post-up and fadeaway jump shots honed to perfection. Yet Yao Ming was more excited than nervous. It was like challenging the peak faker in League of Legends. Winning would be a boast, and losing would be no shame. Many wanted to play but never had the chance. Soon Yao Ming finished warming up, and Jordan briefly explained the rules of their unknown match. It's a first to 11 points, with 2-point shots counting as 1 point and 3-point shots as 2 points. The scoring team continues to attack without contesting rebounds. Out of bounds or a missed shot means a change of possession. "Hey kid, I'll give you the first shot. I don't say I didn't give you a chance." After explaining the rules, Jordan generously tossed the ball to Yao Ming, signaling him to attack first. All right, let's begin. Yao Ming stood outside the three-point line, looking relaxed, showing no signs of nervousness. Jordan slightly bent forward, arms outstretched, standing 2 steps away from Yao Ming, waiting for him to make his move without immediately pressing for defense. Seeing that Jordan seemed to underestimate him by not advancing, Yao Ming stole a glance at the hoop and suddenly leaped up, shooting in one smooth motion. The basketball arced high. Swish! A clean three-pointer went through the net. 2-0. A few faint gasps arose from the sidelines. Jordan raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect this over 2-meter tall guy to have a three-point shot. In this era, a big man who could shoot threes was as rare as a panda. Although Yao Ming rarely shot threes in games, it didn't mean he lacked the ability entirely. Over the past few months, he had practiced and had a decent shooting percentage on open threes. Kid, you're lucky. Let's go again. Jordan took the ball and tossed it back to Yao Ming. This time Jordan closed the distance, and Yao Ming knew he wouldn't have the same opportunity as before, so he decisively chose to back down. Jordan paid the price for underestimating him. He didn't expect the slender Yao Ming to possess such strength. Yao Ming executed his previous tactic at the top of the arc, first lightly bumping Jordan to relax him, then using all his strength to push past him. After one dribble, he reached near the free throw line, and as Jordan chased him, he made a quick half-turn and faded away for another jump shot, scoring again. 3-0. Wow, this big guy seems to have something. The people on the sidelines were surprised that Yao Ming had come out and scored 2 straight points. Good, keep it up. Jordan didn't expect Yao Ming to come out using strategy. His expression became exceptionally. For the third shot, Yao Ming attempted the same tactic again, wanting to back down, but this time as he dribbled and posted up, Jordan directly withstood his impact and effectively neutralized it. Moreover, Jordan's defensive movements suddenly became more aggressive. One hand constantly and powerfully disrupted Yao Ming's dribble rhythm while pushing him from behind with the other waiting for an opportunity to steal the ball. Jordan's stealing ability was historically ranked 3rd, with absolutely top-tier speed and anticipation. Yao Ming fumbled, and Jordan swiftly snatched the ball away. Rookie possession is mine now. Jordan picked up the ball, his tone flat. Yao Ming was equally shocked. Jordan's height of 1.98 meters was able to stop his post-up. It was terrifying. Truly worthy of being the god of basketball, his physical attributes were absolutely among the best in history. It was Jordan's turn to attack. His movements were not flashy, yet they were terrifyingly efficient. With a simple change of pace and acceleration, his first step remained swift. After shaking off half a step, Jordan executed a sudden stop and took a jump shot. He scored. 3-1. Even though Yao Ming put in all his effort to block, Jordan had faced many tall players in the NBA, some even taller and with longer wingspans than Yao Ming. For instance, Manu Ginobili, Gheorghe Muresan, and the tall player nicknamed Sean Bradley. Jordan had played against all of them, so he naturally knew how to handle these giants. Next, Jordan backed Yao Ming down. Although he was shorter and lighter, Jordan's core strength and legendary post moves left Yao Ming helpless. After continuous backing, he suddenly turned around for a fadeaway. Yao Ming stretched his long arms to interfere, but the basketball still found its way into the net. 3-2. Soon after, Jordan showcased various offensive modes. He made a pull-up layup after breaking through Yao Ming's defense. A realistic fake move fooled Yao Ming, leading to an easy shot. An unanswerable mid-range jumper. After a few rounds, the score quickly changed to 3-7. Despite Yao Ming's diligent defense, Jordan's experienced sense of rhythm and finishing ability were simply beyond imagination. Especially the core strength he maintained while shooting amidst the contact left a deep impression on Yao Ming. If it weren't for the system enhancing his core strength, by 10, Yao Ming felt he might have been completely overwhelmed. Yao Ming stared intently at the dribbling Jordan, beads of sweat starting to drip down. Despite the difficulty, he had no intention of giving up. At that moment, after dribbling, Jordan suddenly stopped and attempted a fadeaway jump shot. Perhaps due to fatigue from continuous attacks or being affected by Yao Ming's more effective long arms, this shot finally missed. The score remained at 3-7 and possession returned to Yao Ming. Yao Ming let out a long breath. His opportunity had finally arrived. After all, he was a reborn individual. It would be hard to explain if he lost 1-1-3. This time, Yao Ming pulled back to the three-point line. Seeing Jordan rush towards him, he decisively took the shot. Jordan leaped to block, but unexpectedly Yao Ming executed a realistic fake, shaking off Jordan and stepping sideways before confidently making the shot. Swish. Another three-pointer. 5-7. No one expected that facing Jordan's close defense, Yao Ming, a college student, could remain so calm, playing not like a college player, but like a seasoned veteran who had played 10 years in the NBA. On the next play, Yao Ming continued his attack, deciding to use his height to overpower. He started backing down from beyond the three-point line, this time lowering his center of gravity even more and aggressively moving in. Jordan's defense was exceptionally tough, with constant minor fouls and physicality. However, Yao Ming was prepared this time, securely protecting the ball while feeling the force Jordan applied. Yao Ming realized that with his current strength, it was exceedingly difficult to force Jordan back. Jordan's lower body strength and defensive experience were too formidable. Fortunately, in basketball, the offense always has the advantage. After a few encounters, he finally managed to squeeze just outside the free throw line. Yao Ming suddenly made a left turn, moving his feet accordingly. Jordan reacted quickly, sliding over a step. But at that moment, Yao Ming shifted to the right again, this time with even greater speed. Jordan moved again, taking a larger step. In the end, Yao Ming still executed a fake, returning to the left side, showcasing his signature move from his past life, the Shanghai Shuffle. With a series of convincing shooting fakes leading to a turn towards the baseline, he finally created a bit of space and made a bank shot. 6-7. Everyone on the sidelines felt incredulous. Oh my God, what did I just see? He actually scored so many points. They did not witness a one-sided slaughter. A college student was actually exchanging blows with Jordan on the court. Then Yao Ming tried the same tactic again, but this time Jordan was no longer fooled by the fake. The basketball god could not trip over the same stone twice. He stayed close, giving Yao Ming no chance. Yao Ming had no choice but to rely on his height and wingspan to force a fadeaway. But the shot was heavily contested. Fortunately, the ball bounced several times on the rim, and by chance it went in. "Kid, you're lucky," Jordan said, gritting his teeth in frustration. He didn't expect Yao Ming to possess such skill managing to tie the score. Unfortunately, on the next play, Yao Ming's shot missed due to Jordan's intense interference. 7-7. Possession changed hands. At this point, Jordan's expression had completely transformed, replaced by a playoff-level focus. His presence became even more intimidating. He felt that allowing a rookie like Yao Ming to score 7 points had already exceeded his tolerance. After that, Yao Ming understood what it meant to have a deity descend. In the subsequent attacks, Yao Ming felt that Jordan's breakthrough had become even faster, his mid-range shots colder, and even against Yao Ming's long arms, he could still score with extreme fadeaways and core strength. The score quickly changed to 7-9. Yao Ming's stamina was rapidly depleting, and defending against an attacker of Jordan's caliber brought immense mental and physical pressure. On the last play, Jordan gave Yao Ming no chance at all. After bringing the ball to the three-point line, he took a signature pull-up jumper as Yao Ming failed to react in time. The ball swooshed through the net. 1-1-7. Kid, don't think you're the only one who can shoot threes. Jordan won, not forgetting to throw in a taunt. Phew. Yao Ming leaned on his knees, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, and lacking the energy to retort. He felt that this unknown was even more exhausting than playing an entire NCAA game. Jordan was also slightly out of breath, sweat covering his forehead. After all, he had just finished training before challenging Yao Ming. He walked up to Yao Ming. Although he had won, he seemed dissatisfied with his performance. Kid, if we had a rematch, you would only score a maximum of 5 points against me. However, you're quite impressive. Although you're still a bit behind the big shark, you probably already possess all-star level in the NBA. This evaluation coming from Jordan weighed heavily. The onlookers, including Pippen, also ceased their teasing, looking at Yao Ming with newfound respect, no longer seeing him as just a kid. To force Jordan to adopt a playoff mindset like this proves Yao Ming's strength. None of the players present dared to claim they could score 7 points against Jordan in an unknown. Phil Jackson quietly observed, and the brighter the light in his eyes became as he watched. Yao Ming is still very young, reportedly only 17 years old. Such a potential star can be said to surpass even Jordan of the same era. If Yao Ming could gain some weight and stand up to Jordan, the outcome of this unknown matchup would be hard to predict. Phil Jackson believes that Yao Ming is not just a big shark, but a strengthened version of Olajuwon. In the future, if he can coach such a player, Phil Jackson feels he could establish a new dynasty. After the unknown ended, Yao Ming had no desire to stay on the court any longer. After nodding and greeting to Phil Jackson, he put on his coat and left the court, still filled with the lingering atmosphere of competition. Back at the hotel, he took a hot shower, and a wave of exhaustion swept over him. Lying in bed, Yao Ming replayed every detail of his encounter with Jordan in his mind, contemplating how he could improve in the future. He did not feel complacent due to his current strength. He was still thinking about how to further break through. Of course, even though he lost the unknown today, he did not feel disheartened in the slightest. After all, he knew that he had only been reborn for half a year and was still in the growth stage, while Jordan was already in the mature stage. He thought about areas where he could improve, technically considering future enhancements, and soon fell into a deep sleep. On the evening of December 25th, United Center in Chicago, the home of the Bulls. This basketball sanctuary turned into a sea of revelry on Christmas night. A massive Christmas tree illuminated the entrance, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of popcorn, hot dogs, and festive delights. Crowds flowed in and out of the venue, with red and black Bulls jerseys merging into a surging wave. The buzzing noise converged under the dome of the venue, resonating with anticipation as everyone looked forward to the annual basketball feast about to unfold. On the sidelines, the commentary booth of NBC was fully prepared. Legendary commentator Bob Costas, with his rich voice, was introducing this highlight battle to viewers across America. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight at United Center we will witness not just a clash between two Eastern powerhouses, but a peak confrontation between two legends, the strongest spear, Michael Jordan, and the strongest shield, Alonzo Mourning. Will Jordan overcome the iron-willed Mourning tonight, or will Mourning and Tim Hardaway conquer the mountain? This will be a clash of strength, willpower, and championship pedigree. Let us wait and see. Tonight's significant game is joined by former Pistons bad boys core and Hall of Famer Isaiah Thomas, who analyzes tactical keys at a rapid pace. The key to this game lies in the Bulls' ability to restrict Hardaway from the perimeter and whether Jordan can punish the Heat's defense from mid-range. Of course, the battles inside will set the tone for the game, with the rebounding contest between Rodman and Mourning being a crucial determining factor. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Summer Kingdom at the CTV5 Sports Channel studio, Sue Kuhn and Sue Jiqing were also excitedly commenting on this Christmas live broadcast. At this time, although the NBA was not yet popular in China, many fans still admired Jordan. After all, not many who have watched Jordan play or heard of his legendary feats can resist his terrifying prowess and strong personal charm. For fans in the Summer Kingdom, being able to watch Jordan's performance on Christmas is considered a great gift. Good morning to our audience. This is the CCTV Sports Channel, and we are live from Beijing for the 1997 NBA Christmas Showdown. This game will feature the Chicago Bulls hosting the Miami Heat. Yes, both are strong teams in this year's NBA, with the familiar Jordan on the Bulls, while the Heat boasts the defensive powerhouse, iron-willed center Mourning. Meanwhile, at United Center, players have already entered the arena. In the players' tunnel, the lights dimmed and spotlights cast dazzling beams. The home announcer began introducing the visiting team in a prolonged and highly charged voice, but the response was sparse. Only when the Heat star Alonzo Mourning took the court did the crowd erupt into a chorus of boos. When it was time for the home team to enter, the announcer's volume soared. Now, let us welcome your defending champions, the Chicago Bulls. Each name resonated like thunder. Scottie, Pippen, Ron, Harper, Tony, Kukoc, Dennis, Rodman. Finally, the lights in the arena dimmed almost completely, leaving only a single bright spotlight on the exit. The announcer's voice trembled with excitement, nearly shouting, "Chicago fans, are you ready?" Next, let us welcome the greatest presence in basketball history, the legend from the University of North Carolina, a 4-time regular season MVP, a 5-time NBA champion, a 9-time All-Star starter, a 10-time scoring champion. He is Air Jordan. He is the king of clutch shots. He is the true basketball god, Michael Jordan. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The ground shook. The roof of United Center nearly lifted off from the sheer waves of pure, frenzied adoration. The sea of red stood up, waving everything they could wave, shouting that name with all their might. Jordan jogged onto the court expressionless, merely tapping his chest lightly and nodding to the crowd, yet his aura of supremacy enveloped the entire arena. This is the peak Bulls. This is the spectacle of the basketball god. Yao Ming sat in the front row in the VIP section. Feeling the fervor wash over him at such close range, he too felt his blood boiling. It wasn't that he admired Jordan like the fans, but rather that he longed for such a peak stage, craving such powerful adversaries. In a year, I will also dominate in the NBA, and I will show the people of the Summer Kingdom my most spectacular performance. Just as Yao Ming was thinking this, a girl sitting next to him suddenly caught his attention. It wasn't that Yao Ming found the girl particularly beautiful. Rather, Yao Ming felt that the girl looked somewhat familiar. The girl was also screaming in surprise, clearly a fan of. After examining her carefully for a few moments, Yao Ming finally recognized her. To his surprise, this young blonde girl was none other than the future Hollywood star Rose Byrne. At this moment, she was only 18 years old, right at the peak of youth and vitality. Yao Ming recalled that she had just made her debut in the United States with the comedy film Dallas Buyers Club. No wonder she can sit in the front row, Yao Ming thought to himself. At this moment, Rose was excitedly holding a small camera, snapping pictures of Danzy on the court. Yao Ming was not a social butterfly. He was not familiar with Rose, so he naturally would not initiate a conversation. He turned his gaze back to the court. Rose Byrne also seemed focused on the court and did not pay particular attention to the unusually tall Asian youth beside her. During the warm-up session, the players were running and shooting baskets, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed without any intense confrontations. Suddenly, a powerful pass went astray, and the basketball flew straight towards the sidelines, heading for Rose Byrne's head. "Oh!" The girl cried out in surprise, instinctively shrinking her head and closing her eyes. In a flash, a long arm shot out from the side, fingers spread wide as it firmly caught the basketball just before it could hit the girl's blonde hair. The action was clean and effortless. Rose Byrne opened her eyes in shock and saw the basketball held in the hand of this giant young man beside her, finally letting out a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanking him. "Oh, you scared me." Thank you so much. At that moment a figure rushed over. It was Michael Jordan. He clearly intended to retrieve the ball, and when he saw that the person who caught it was Yao Ming, he paused for a moment and then grinned. Hey, what are you doing here, kid? Yao Ming held the ball and did not immediately throw it back. He raised his chin slightly, indicating the still startled Rose Byrne beside him, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Michael, did you know? Just now you almost injured a beautiful lady who came to watch you play with your pass. Only then did Jordan notice the beauty sitting next to Yao Ming. He glanced at Yao Ming and then at Rose Byrne, who was nervous and blushing from seeing her idol. Jordan did not recognize Rose, but seeing her appear to be about the same age as Yao Ming, he assumed she was Yao Ming's girlfriend and raised an eyebrow knowingly. All right, kid, you have good taste, but I have a game to play. Why not pass me the ball? Yao Ming noticed that Danzi seemed to have misunderstood, and just as he was about to explain, Jordan quickly moved in and snatched the ball before swiftly turning and running back to the court to continue warming up. Yao Ming's words were stuck in his throat, leaving him speechless. However, this brief and amusing interaction was captured by a photographer at the sidelines and broadcast across America via NBC's live signal. Hey, wait a minute. At the commentary booth, Isaiah Thomas with keen eyes immediately said, Bob, did you see that young man who caught Jordan's pass just now? If I'm not mistaken, that's Yao, a freshman from Shanghai, currently playing for the University of California, Berkeley Golden Bears. God, you might not believe it, but in the past month of NCAA warm-up games, he averaged 36 points, 17 rebounds, 12 assists, and 5 blocks. Those are monster statistics. How could he be sitting on the sidelines? And it seems he knows Michael quite well. Isaiah Thomas is a professional NBA player and a Hall of Famer. Although he is retired now, he remains very concerned about basketball-related matters. Bob Costas is also a well-known host with extensive connections in the basketball world, and naturally he knows about the rising star Yao Ming in California. However, he was more interested in entertainment, so he added, oh, that's right, this is the big monster Yao Ming who has recently stirred up quite a buzz in the basketball community. It seems he not only makes waves on the college court, but also has ties to the entertainment industry. Did you see that? Sitting next to him is the recently popular Hollywood star Rose Byrne. I must say this kid has quite the luck with women. In the United States, it is quite normal for stars to date each other, which is entirely different from Shanghai at the same time. There is no fear of losing fans, so they generally do not hide and openly declare their relationships. Through the introductions of the two commentators, countless American fans watching the Christmas game now knew the name Yao Ming and mistakenly thought he was in a romantic relationship with Rose. Some were amazed by Yao Ming's terrifying statistics in college, while others envied him for having found a Hollywood star like Rose, and they all left with a deep impression of him. Meanwhile, in the CTV5 studio in China, Su Jiqing also spotted Yao Ming at the sidelines. He adjusted his glasses. Hey, Su-kun, take a look. Isn't that tall guy who caught the ball, Yao Ming, the one from the Shanghai youth team? Su-kun also looked. That's right, it's little Yao. I saw him in a match against Deji before. I heard he got injured. Hey, why did this kid run to America? And he's sitting in the front row at the United Center. He seems to be pretty familiar with Jordan. Su Jiqing was a basketball journalist who had played professionally, so he had more insider information. I heard he went to America to study and play basketball not long ago. Su Jiqing didn't know much more than that. But soon the commentary from the live broadcast in the United States came through their headsets. They received news about Yao Ming's current situation through the recent American commentary, so Su Jiqing continued. Now Yao Ming is playing for the NCAA at the University of California, San Francisco, and it seems he's doing quite well. Just as Su Jiqing was introducing, unexpectedly the television screen happened to give a close-up of Yao Ming and Rose Byrne, who seemed to be engaged in a simple conversation due to the earlier heroic rescue. The girl had a smile on her face, and Yao Ming was responding politely. This scene, combined with Jordan's earlier gaze, naturally led everyone to confirm that their relationship was not ordinary. In an instant, it caused an uproar among countless viewers in Shanghai, especially online in some basketball forums and the newly emerging online chat rooms. Various voices quickly emerged. They were not admiring or envying him. They did not think Yao Ming was bringing glory to the country. Most were cursing him. Yao Ming, isn't he the little player from the Shanghai team who was once beaten by Wang Zhizhi? Why did he run to America? Not patriotic. The country nurtured you, and as soon as you have some success, you run off to enjoy life in a capitalist country. Wasn't he injured before? I think he faked his injury. To run to America, he really would go to any lengths. Look at him sitting next to a foreign girl chatting and laughing. He probably forgot his surname by now. P.S. Taking advantage of the new book, not yet recommended. I hope all the regular readers can give a 5-star rating. Thank you, little brother. Probably couldn't survive in the country, scared by the situation, and ran off to America to gild himself. If such a person lived decades ago, he would be a traitor. I hope he doesn't come back after going abroad. He probably can't make it in the NBA, so he can only play in the NCAA. What is the NCAA? What future can he have after playing that? Never say you're from Xia country again. I think he is even inferior to a single hair of the situation. Going to America is useless for someone without strength. For a moment, emotions ran high. Many people couldn't figure out the situation at all. They just followed the crowd, cursing along as if they grasped the truth. Occasionally, those who spoke up for Yao Ming were instantly silenced by the backlash. In 1997, Shanghai country professional basketball was still in its infancy, and players going abroad, especially to play in America, were extremely rare. Public opinion was relatively conservative with strong national sentiments. Yao Ming's silent departure to America and sitting with a foreign girl was seen by many as a form of betrayal and forgetting one's roots. In an instant, Yao Ming was ridiculed and vilified by fans and public opinion in his home country, before he even had the chance to prove himself on the court bearing the labels of foreign worship and faking injury to escape. At this moment, Yao Ming was completely unaware of everything happening across the ocean. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In this life, his heart was incredibly strong. After all, he knew what he was doing. He understood a principle: a true dragon cannot be raised in shallow waters, and a great rock cannot be nurtured in a birdcage. In his previous life, he averaged 32.6 points, 19 rebounds, and 4.5 blocks in his final season in the CBA, leading the Shanghai Sharks to victory with an invincible stance. He thought he would dominate in the NBA as well. But after entering the NBA as the first overall pick, he realized the gap between the CBA and the NBA. At first, he couldn't adapt to the intense physicality. In the first few games, he either scored nothing or just 2 points, earning the title of bust pick and nearly falling into despair. That was when he realized the level of basketball's highest temple. After that, he trained desperately, enhancing his core strength, slowly finding his footing step by step. He realized that only in the strongest place, colliding with the strongest opponents, could he enhance his abilities, allowing him to lead the Xia country's blue team, to maintain past glories, and even achieve greater heights. He knew his original intention. He wasn't there to make money in the beautiful country, nor to chase girls, nor was he seeking fame, but rather to make a greater contribution to Xia country in the future. At this moment, Yao Ming was explaining to Rose, "I'm sorry, I think Michael might have misunderstood our relationship. Ooh, I hope it hasn't caused you any trouble." Rose on the side didn't seem to mind. "It's okay just now." Rose curiously stared at Yao Ming, only then realizing his uniqueness. "Michael seems to know you. Are you also a basketball player?" Yao Ming replied with a smile. "Yes, I play for the Golden Bears at the University of California, Berkeley." "Berkeley? Oh, I know that place. It's near San Francisco. I've been there. It's not far from Los Angeles." Rose, "If Jordan knows you, you must be really good at basketball." Rose showed a keen interest in Yao Ming. "If I have the chance to go to San Francisco, can I watch your game live?" "Of course, you're welcome." Yao Ming maintained his composure. "Actually, I've seen your movie Dallas Doll. It was wow, I'm honored." Thus, the two chatted back and forth, centering their conversation around basketball and movies. Rose's enthusiasm made the waiting time pass a bit quicker. Soon the game began, and Yao Ming's attention was quickly captivated by the intense match. Watching Jordan's textbook-like off-ball movement, Rodman's frantic rebounding, Pippen's versatile performance, as well as Mourning's tough defense and Hardaway's elusive drives, Yao Ming's heart surged with excitement. These NBA players were indeed far superior to those in the NCAA. In a game of this caliber, it truly required perfect cooperation among 5 players. Even with Jordan's individual brilliance, he couldn't win the game alone. The rhythm of top-level confrontations and the exceptional tactical execution were exactly what Yao Ming craved. He watched with fervor, itching to don his jersey and compete against these elite players. The game was full of twists and turns. The Heat fought with all their might, and Mourning wreaked havoc inside, even forcing Rodman into foul trouble at one point. However, Jordan showcased his divine capabilities again in the crucial fourth quarter with steady mid-range shooting, critical steals, and perfectly timed passes after drawing double teams, firmly controlling the game. In the end, Alonzo Mourning fouled out, leaving the court with reluctance. The score settled at 9-0, and the Bulls secured a narrow victory in this Christmas matchup, continuing their triumphant march. In his past life, Yao Ming was still preparing to break into the CBA at this time, so he had never watched this Christmas showdown and was thoroughly engrossed in it. When the final buzzer sounded, Jordan and his teammates high-fived in celebration, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Yao Ming also stood up, applauding for this thrilling match. Before leaving the court, Rose left her phone number for Yao Ming, agreeing to watch his game. Unfortunately, Yao Ming didn't even have a mobile phone at that moment, so he could only leave his dorm's landline number. The next day, Yao Ming took the earliest flight out of Chicago, flying back to San Francisco to prepare for his first regular season game in the NCAA. The plane landed at San Francisco International Airport, and the California sun dissipated the last traces of chill brought by Chicago. Yao Ming returned to the familiar campus. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, he heard a mix of sounds, and his roommate, Gino, mumbling. They lived in a double room, which was relatively spacious enough for 2 college students. Two single beds, two desks, basketball posters, and class schedules were plastered on the walls, and corners were filled with basketballs and training equipment. Gino was currently fiddling with his old secondhand player, twisting a screwdriver in his hand, trying to get it to produce clear sound instead of the annoying static. Damn, this damn thing cost me $15 and hasn't worked for even a month. Gino complained, suddenly looked up, saw Yao Ming, and immediately tossed the player aside, jumping up with excitement and curiosity written all over his face. Yao, you're back. Oh my God, you don't know how popular you've been in California these past few days. Your news is everywhere on TV and in newspapers. Tell me, at the Christmas game, how did you hook up with the Hollywood star Rose Byrne? You were only in Chicago for a few days, and you landed such a girlfriend. Gino leaned closer to Yao Ming, his eyes full of envy. After all, it's quite normal for NBA stars to date Hollywood actresses these days, as NBA stars not only have sufficient fame, but also considerable wealth, making them a good match. However, NCAA star players are different. Although many of them are quite famous in the United States, the fervor of March Madness in the NCAA rivals that of the NBA playoffs. But those playing in the NCAA are not wealthy, they are struggling, and can only be considered potential stocks. Thus, NCAA stars are still a significant tier below their NBA counterparts. Yao Ming put down his backpack and smiled helplessly. Gino, do you really believe what the media says? Well, that's something for your life. I just happened to sit next to Rose as she almost got hit by a ball, and I helped her out, that's all. Just ordinary friends, not even close friends. Ordinary friends. Wow, brother, that's too bad. I thought you could date a Hollywood actress. To be honest, Rose is quite good looking. What a pity. Gino said it was a pity, but his expression showed no sign of regret. In fact, he was quite pleased. After all, no matter where boys are the same, they fear their brother's struggles, yet dread seeing their brothers driving luxury cars. If Yao Ming really drove that Range Rover of Rose's, Gino would be utterly jealous. Yao Ming didn't want to get into that topic with Gino, so he asked, by the way, how's the team doing while I've been away? Has this year's regular season schedule been released? Mentioning the regular season, Gino became serious again and got excited. I was just about to tell you, although this year's NCAA regular season schedule hasn't been released, yet the opening game has already been announced on the official website. Guess which two teams are playing? Gino intentionally built suspense. Who? North Carolina, the Tar Heels, their home court, and their opponent is our Golden Bears. Yao Ming was not surprised at all upon hearing this answer. The NCAA's operations are quite impressive and are not inferior to the NBA. The event organizers are very adept at generating buzz. Currently, their popularity is soaring, making them a super dark horse, while North Carolina is a traditional powerhouse. Moreover, last year, North Carolina eliminated the Golden Bears in the Sweet 16. Another opening game, a dark horse versus a powerhouse, and a revenge match. How could the excitement not explode? Yao Ming estimated that even Old Man Stern would envy the colleges and the operating capital behind the NCAA. NBA operations require paying those players hefty salaries, and team owners also need to share profits. The three parties often clash over money, resulting in occasional labor disputes. The NCAA, however, has no such worries. Those outstanding college athletes are free labor and cannot engage in any private transactions, allowing the event organizers to reap massive profits. While the two were chatting, the old rotary phone in the dorm suddenly rang. Gino, sitting closest, picked it up. Hello. A crisp and pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, is Yao Ming there? Upon hearing it was a girl, Gino assumed it was another schoolmate who somehow got Yao Ming's number and wanted to pursue him, so he directly replied. I'm Gino from the school basketball team. Yao Ming is not here, but you can talk to me just the same. Hee hee. Oh, I'm Rose Payne. Please let him know I called. I have something to discuss with him. As she spoke, the other end seemed ready to hang up. Gino's eyes widened, and he internally shouted, what the heck? He quickly said, don't hang up. Oh, I was just joking. Yao Ming is right next to me. After saying this, he covered the mouthpiece and exaggeratedly told Yao Ming, oh damn, you damned liar, it's her, Rose Payne, looking for you. Then he released the receiver, cleared his throat, and tried to make his voice sound normal. He's here, beautiful lady, please hold on. He reluctantly handed the receiver to Yao Ming, his eyes seemingly, is this what you call an ordinary friend? The phone call even reached the dorm. Yao Ming was also surprised. When the Christmas game ended, he thought Rose was just being polite by asking for his number, not expecting her to call so soon. So he had no choice but to take the call. Hello, Rose. It's Yao Ming. Hi, Yao, I'm back in Los Angeles. I just saw the news that you guys are facing North Carolina in the opening game. At Chapel Hill. Rose's voice sounded very cheerful. That game will surely be spectacular. I want to be there to cheer for you. Is that okay? Yao Ming was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Rose to genuinely want to travel so far to watch him play. Of course, if you have time, you're very welcome. But that's an away game in North Carolina, quite far from Los Angeles. No problem, consider it a short trip. Rose laughed. I look forward to seeing your remarkable performance. Is that a deal? All right, thank you for your support. Yao Ming replied politely. After chatting for a bit, they ended the call. Just as Yao Ming hung up, he noticed Gino's face was right in front of him, eager to hear every word. Seeing that Yao Ming had just finished the call, Gino said unhappily, "Yao Ming, is this what you call an ordinary friend? Huh, look at my eyes. Baby, why? Why do beautiful girls like you so much? This world is too unfair." Yao Ming could only, she might just be interested in basketball. If you had my skills, you'd definitely have many girls liking you. Dude, that hits hard. Gino pouted, who could compare to you, that freak? On this day, not just the Golden Bears, but the NCAA's official announcement of the opening game sent all sports media across the nation into a frenzy. The Demon King descends on Chapel Hill. Golden Bears challenge the Tar Heel dynasty. The flames of revenge. Berkeley seeks to avenge last year's disgrace. NCAA's grand opening, new generation behemoth versus traditional powerhouse Twin Stars. Can the Demon King stand against the North Carolina Wolves alone? The headlines grew increasingly sensational. Yao Ming, with his terrifying preseason averages of 361, 7125, was set to face North Carolina's luxurious lineup, led by Antawn Jamison and Vince Carter. All three are superstars projected to be top picks in next year's draft. This undoubtedly stands as one of the most captivating showdowns of the new season. North Carolina's illustrious history needs no elaboration. The name Jordan speaks for itself. This year's North Carolina is dubbed a quasi-NBA roster. Besides Jamison and Carter, point guard Shammond Williams and forward Maktar Ndiaye are also projected to be first-round picks next year. Center Ademola Okalaja, backup center Brendan Haywood, and others are also formidable talents. Both are future NBA members. This is a team with top-notch depth, talent, and experience. In contrast, besides Yao Ming, who is an unbeatable asset, the other positions of the Golden Bears seem to be significantly suppressed. Gino against Shammond Williams. Rampley against Carter. Francisco against Jamison. From any perspective, the Golden Bears are at an absolute disadvantage. Public opinion overwhelmingly favors North Carolina. Basketball is a sport for 5 players. No matter how strong Yao Ming is, can he outmatch 4 future first-round picks from North Carolina? In warm-up matches, no team plays seriously, so the results can be misleading. North Carolina will teach that big guy from summer country what true college basketball is. The other players of the Golden Bears will be overwhelmed. Yao Ming will stand alone. Last year's playoffs proved that North Carolina's system is more mature and their teamwork is stronger. Even the media in California, while supporting the Golden Bears, did not predict that they could win. This was destined to be an incredibly difficult away game. Time flew by amidst the intense preparations and the heated discussions from outside, and soon it was January 2, 1998. North Carolina Chapel Hill Dean Smith Center. This arena, named after the legendary coach, seemed like a boiling volcano at this moment. The deep blue ocean engulfed every corner of the stands. UNC. The synchronized chants were deafening, filling the air with a frenzied home atmosphere. When the visiting Berkeley Golden Bears entered, they were met with overwhelming boos, jeers, and piercing whistles. Especially when Yao Ming, towering over everyone, was the last to emerge from the tunnel, the boos reached a climax, mixed with a few hostile and even racially charged insults. Skinny yellow skin, go back to summer country. Asians can never dominate basketball. North Carolina will. This is the infamous Devils' home court of the NCAA, where fans aim to overwhelm their opponents with their presence and disrupt their mental state with words. On the sidelines, Golden Bears head coach Hammond worried about his players' nerves and Yao Ming being affected, so he gathered the players together and shouted loudly, "Don't be nervous, kids. Ignore those damn voices. Focus on ourselves. Today we are going to take back what we lost here last year. North Carolina is a mountain, but today we will climb over it." Yao Ming stood calmly among his teammates. It would be impossible to say he wasn't affected at all, yet he couldn't personally engage in a verbal fight with the fans, as they are uncontrollable, and every country has its share of unrefined people. He had experienced such scenes too many times in his previous life in the NBA. Utah Jazz, Boston Celtics, Denver Nuggets. Were any of them not a Devils' home court? Those fans were even more unruly than here. He clapped his hands, and soon a steady and powerful voice resonated in every teammate's ear. "Guys, did you hear that? Those boos, those vicious verbal attacks. They boo us and verbally assault us, which only shows they are scared, intimidated, afraid we will beat their team, so they resort to these childish tactics to disrupt us. When we take the court, I hope everyone gives their all and lets our performance shut their damn mouths. Make them shut up. Make them shut up." Yao Ming was like the anchor for the Golden Bears. Once he spoke, those who were originally a bit nervous, like Gino and Lampley, quickly calmed down, their expressions invigorated, and their gazes regained determination. On the North Carolina side, Ademola, when you step on the court, you must be sure to defend well. Yao Ming's strength is well known across the nation, and as long as you can hold him down, it will greatly benefit your future draft position. I don't ask much of you, just keep his scoring below 30 points in this game. Your footwork is agile, and if necessary, you can try to defend him from the front. Head coach Smith loudly instructed Ademola by his side. From the coach's words, one could tell just how much these NCAA coaches valued Yao Ming. If it weren't against Yao Ming, if the coach wasn't so serious, one might think this was a joke. It's worth noting that scoring 30 points in the NCAA is exceedingly difficult. Shaman, you are matched up against Gino. Your height and wingspan give you an advantage. Your main task when you enter the game is to use your height to prevent him from connecting with Yao Ming. As long as you can cut off his passes and keep the ball from reaching Yao Ming, the Golden Bears will lose half the battle. Jamison Carter, you are the team's absolute strengths. This game requires you to attack comprehensively. And Markin. Everyone listened intently to the coach's words, nodding frequently. Clearly, North Carolina's head coach had done considerable research on the Golden Bears, and the tactics laid out were quite targeted at Yao Ming. Once the instructions were given, both teams began their pregame warm-ups. Meanwhile, in the VIP seats and media area, a large number of sports journalists and scouts from various NBA teams nearly filled the reserved seats. This was not just an NCAA game, it was a top-level showcase for elite newcomers. My God, this scene. It's like the NBA playoffs. A scout from the Heat exclaimed, his gaze shifting between Carter's astonishing warm-up dunks and Yao Ming's composed shooting practice. The scout from the Cavaliers nodded in agreement. Yao, Jamison, Carter. These three names will likely appear at the top of the draft next year. This battle is undoubtedly the highest level of the NCAA. A scout from the Clippers who had come all the way from California fixed his gaze on Yao Ming and said to his companion, although everyone generally favors North Carolina, I don't care about the Golden Bears' win or loss. All I want to see is how Yao performs against Jamison and Haywood's relentless attacks and the potential inside pressure, his ability to handle pressure, defensive choices, offensive efficiency. All of this is more important than the win or loss. His words represented the sentiments of most scouts. While winning or losing is crucial in terms of assessing a player's individual value, performance in such high-stakes games is the true test. During warm-ups, Rose suddenly shouted loudly to cheer for Yao Ming. Her shout not only sparked jealousy among the Golden Bears teammates, but also evoked envy from several North Carolina players. North Carolina fans, upon seeing a Hollywood star cheer for Yao Ming, were infuriated. They couldn't comprehend why an Asian could attract such beautiful attention. At this moment, Yao Ming was thinking about how to dominate the North Carolina team. Hearing Rose's cheers, he merely waved politely, then continued his warm-up. Soon the warm-ups concluded, and the starting players walked towards the center circle. The noise in the Dean Smith Center reached a new peak at this moment. The deep blue of North Carolina and the golden blue of Berkeley were strikingly distinct. Starting lineups for both teams. Jean Xiong team lineup. Center Yao Ming. Power forward Francisco Hernandez. Small forward Marcus Lampley. Shooting guard Thomas Kilgannon. Point guard Gino Esposito. North Carolina Tar Heels. Center Ademola Okirija. Power forward Antoine Jamison. Small forward Mokhtar Ndiaye. Shooting guard Vince Carter. Point guard Shaman Williams. The game begins officially as the referee tosses the ball high into the air. Yao Ming and North Carolina's center Ademola Okirija leap simultaneously. At 2.23 meters tall versus 2.08 meters, and with an extraordinary wingspan, Yao Ming barely exerted himself. A light flick of his fingertips sent the basketball obediently arcing toward Gino. On the first possession, Gino advanced past half-court searching for Yao Ming. But North Carolina's point guard Shaman Williams, tall and long-limbed, followed his coach's opening instructions, precisely clinging tightly to Gino and relentlessly disrupting his passing vision, especially when guarding against interior passes. Yao Ming quickly secured deep post position, yet North Carolina's power forward Antoine Jamison swiftly stepped forward, hovering just ahead of him, poised to double team or even steal at any moment. Gino found no safe passing lane early on. Fortunately, he spotted Thomas cutting free on the wing and decisively dished the ball, but Thomas Cole from the outset missed his mid-range jumper. Jamison secured the rebound. North Carolina initiated their offense after several swift passes. The ball landed in Vince Carter's hands on the wing. Facing Marcus Lampley's defense, Carter executed only a subtle jab step followed by explosive acceleration, effortlessly gliding past half a body length. His first step was astonishingly quick. Carter drove straight toward the rim. Yao Ming scrambled to help, his massive hand blotting out the sky, sealing off the entire space before him. Yet midair, Carter revealed terrifying core strength and hang time. With a graceful up-and-under move, he evaded Yao Ming's towering block and finished softly with a reverse layup. 20. Oh! The North Carolina home crowd erupted. Terrifying explosiveness. Vince's first step is pure lightning. That extraordinary burst and core power. He's unquestionably a top 5 pick in this year's draft. Scouts along the sideline murmured in awe. Yao Ming watched the play unfold and could only shake his head in quiet resignation. Even for someone like him, stopping every shot from elite talent like Carter, especially with full energy at tip-off, was simply impossible. After all, this young man would one day be hailed among the 4 great shooting guards. a near-mythical figure straddling humanity and divinity. Jin Xiong team's offensive possession. This time Yao Ming established deeper post position, using his superior strength to immediately displace Okirija. Though Gino was pressured, he dared a high-arching pass into the paint. Yao Ming fully extended his long arms to catch it cleanly. Facing Okirija's hard fronting and Jameson's lurking threat, he opted not for brute force scoring, but instead spun smoothly, then released a delicate hook shot that swished through the net. 22. Yao Ming's motion was crisp and economical. His touch is astonishingly soft, utterly unlike that of a traditional big man. A center with such finesse. Such players are counted on one hand across NBA history. Scouts scribbled notes rapidly. Shamond Williams calmly advanced the ball past half-court, shielding it with his height against Gino's tight defense while scanning the court. North Carolina's power forward Antoine Jamison posted up at the left elbow, backing down Francisco and raising a hand to signal for the ball. Williams delivered a sharp, precise chest pass. Jamison caught the ball, first feeling out his defender's stance with his back, then feinting a baseline spin on his left pivot foot. Francisco bit on the fake and slid sideways in haste. But Jamison instantly retracted his foot, seamlessly transitioning into a fluid front pivot, adding a subtle shoulder fake. Francisco leapt deceived, and Jamison waited coolly for him to descend before rising effortlessly for an elegant turnaround fadeaway jumper. Swish. Nothing but net. 42. Observe those footwork sequences. Observe that touch. Antoine's technical mastery defies his collegiate status. Jin Xiong's power forward was utterly outmaneuvered. A seasoned scout remarked from the sideline, so unimpressed that he didn't even know the opposing forward's name. For players deemed devoid of NBA potential, scouts rarely bother committing names to memory. Antoine Jamison was a rare NCAA power forward whose game centered on refined technique, not raw physicality like most interior players. He possessed intricate footwork and a remarkably soft shooting touch, with comprehensive skills reminiscent of a slightly smaller Yao Ming. Moreover, he handled the ball with fluency and could initiate offense face-up, an exceptional trait for any big man, even one as accomplished as Yao Ming today. Yao Ming watched Jamison's entire sequence from beneath the basket. Rotating that far out would have left the paint dangerously exposed and the center unguarded. He voiced no reproach toward his teammate. Instead, he called out firmly to a dejected Francisco, "Brother, don't lose heart. Lock him down next time." Jin Xiong team's offensive possession. Frustrated by his opponent's tenacious point guard defense, Gino called for a pick and roll with Yao Ming. Yao Ming stepped up his massive frame, immediately impeding Williams' path. Yet, just as Gino penetrated the lane and hesitated, preparing to kick the ball back to Yao Ming, North Carolina's small forward Mokhtar Ndiaye anticipated the play perfectly and stripped it cleanly. Vince Carter exploded forward like a panther, snatching the loose ball and sprinting full speed in transition. Marcus Lampley chased desperately, but Carter's speed was overwhelming, and within seconds he'd opened a two-man gap. The floor ahead was wide open. Carter gathered just inside the free throw line, then launched skyward as if defying gravity, his body fully extended midair, before slamming the ball thunderously through the hoop with one arm. Boom. Oh my God, Vince Carter. The Tar Heels' new generation of flight, free throw line dunk, an inconceivable display of athleticism. The arena announcer screamed at full volume. 62. As the spectacular dunk ignited the North Carolina faithful, the arena roared with incandescent energy. Only as the ball dropped through the net did Yao Ming cross the midcourt stripe. Watching Carter, still hanging from the rim, roaring as he landed, he shouted urgently to Marcus, who had already secured possession under the basket for the inbound. Fast break. Without waiting for North Carolina's defense to reset, he surged toward the front court. Marcus reacted instantly, launching a perfect long pass. Yao Ming caught the ball beyond the three-point arc. North Carolina's small forward Mokhtar Ndiaye recovered just in time to contest. Yao Ming halted abruptly. Ndiaye, caught off balance, was instantly left behind. Yao Ming stood wide open. He squared up, aimed, and released. Swish. 3 points. 65. Whoa, what is this? A center over 2 meters tall with pinpoint, three-point range. Is this even a center anymore? Stunned disbelief rippled through the arena. After all, Yao Ming hadn't attempted a single three-pointer in any preseason game. In this era, a center launching threes was considered nothing short of heresy. Although Yao Ming made a three-pointer, Coach Hammond of the Golden Bears remained silent, continuously applauding from the sidelines. "Yao, fantastic. Keep playing like this." Seeing this scene, North Carolina's Coach Smith twitched at the corner of his eye. If his center had executed a stop-and-pop three like that, he would have jumped up to yell. North Carolina launched their offense, and Mark Tarl quickly initiated a baseline pass. The ball was passed to Williams, who swiftly dribbled to the top of the arc. Carter used Jamison's screen to come up from the baseline and receive the ball outside the three-point line. Ramply squeezed through the screen to chase back, and after receiving the ball, Carter showed no hesitation, driving towards the basket with a swift step that left half a body behind. Yao Ming had to give up on guarding Okulaja and slid over to position himself. Carter jumped, and Yao Ming leaped as well. This time Yao Ming nearly sealed off all of Carter's attacking routes in midair. Seeing this, Carter didn't force the shot, but awkwardly passed the ball to the wide-open Okulaja while suspended. Okulaja caught the ball, and with a clear path before him, he shouted loudly and prepared to dunk. However, Yao Ming reacted quickly. After landing, he utilized his powerful core strength for a second jump, twisting his body in midair. Though he didn't jump high, his height and wingspan were exceptional. Yao Ming's long arms descended upon Okulaja like an impenetrable net. Slap. A solid block sent the basketball flying. Wow, Yao, that was an incredible recovery and block. Gasps filled the air. Yao is like an insurmountable wall in the paint. Scouts were all astonished. However, the crisis after this block was far from over. The blocked ball was surprisingly snagged by Antoine Jamison near the free throw line. Yao Ming had just landed and was still unsteady. Jamison received the ball completely unguarded. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist softly, sinking a mid-range jumper. 8-5. Damn it. Yao Ming gritted his teeth, unable to hold back a curse. It's the most frustrating feeling to give your all and still face failure. Where are my teammates? Are we really going to leave gaps in a 4-3? He felt he had reached his limit, having blocked Carter's layup and denied Okulaja's dunk, yet North Carolina's attacking points seemed like a game of whack-a-mole. He placed his hands on his hips, feeling fatigued after just a few exchanges in the match. His teammates were outmatched. The Golden Bears attacked again. Yao Ming positioned himself in the familiar low post, almost with his back to the basket. Gino expertly executed a high lob pass. Yao Ming caught the ball, and Okulaja tightly guarded him from behind, while Jamison feigned support defense. Yao Ming remained calm, lifting the basketball high above his head to glance at his teammates outside. Seeing Yao Ming had the ball, his teammates stopped moving, ready to watch him perform. They had grown accustomed to his unstoppable onion-own plays. With no other choice, Yao Ming had to take matters into his own hands. He dribbled backward and sat heavily, causing Okulaja to grunt and retreat half a step. Jamison promptly stepped up, arms raised high. Yao Ming pivoted on his right foot, swiftly turning towards the baseline, while raising his hand to fake a shot. Both Okulaja and Jamison jumped in response to the fake, and Yao Ming calmly secured the ball, slipping through the gap between them to score off the backboard. 8-7. This basket showcased Yao Ming's excellent footwork, fakes, and soft shooting touch. However, after scoring, there was little joy on his face as he quickly retreated on defense, directing his teammates into position. Get back on defense. Beautiful footwork and a calm mind. Yao Ming's technical execution in the paint surpasses that of most NBA big men. A scout said to his companion, "Yes, but the Golden Bears might struggle in this game. Look at his teammates. They can hardly provide any help. It's too exhausting for him to play this way." North Carolina's offense resumed. After simple ball movement, Carter received the ball on the wing, facing Ramply. He executed 2 quick crossover dribbles, his body sinking low. Suddenly, he made a massive crossover move, and Ramply desperately slid over, but Carter immediately followed with a swift behind-the-back dribble. Ramply lost his balance entirely, nearly falling over. Carter found himself with a wide-open lane, but chose not to take the shot. Instead, like a blue lightning bolt, he surged towards the basket. This time, he avoided Yao Ming's direction and drove towards Francisco. Francisco could only slide in to help, and Carter rushed in front of him, suddenly elevating without any warning. Francisco could only leap up to contest the shot. However, their height difference was minimal, and Carter jumped high. Carter's body had a noticeable pause in midair. When Francisco's arm began to descend, he calmly... The basketball hit the backboard and went in. 107. It also caused a shooting foul on the recovering Francisco. And one. The referee's whistle blew. After landing, Carter tore at his jersey and shouted angrily towards the audience. The atmosphere in North Carolina's home court was ignited. Yao Ming watched all this unfold and could only shake his head. It was indeed a tall order for his teammates to defend against someone of Carter's caliber. Carter then made the additional free throw. 117. The game's trajectory was similar to what had been forecasted, and North Carolina had too many strong points and overflowing talent. The Golden Bears had only Yao Ming struggling to hold on. The point gap was gradually widening. Yao Ming's stamina was rapidly depleting. He not only had to attack, but also had to defend against the opponent's most explosive playmaker, as well as provide help defense at other positions at any moment. The other players of the Golden Bears were becoming increasingly frustrated. Yao Ming was extremely nervous with every pass from Gino, while Williams' long arms seemed poised to intercept at any time. Ramply's confidence was nearly shattered in front of Carter. Francisco was completely dominated by Jamison. The first half continued at this rhythm. Yao Ming fought like a general trapped in a besieged city, struggling valiantly. He He delivered several spectacular blocks and assists, constantly scoring using his height and skills. Yet North Carolina consistently responded with quick ball movement, precise mid-range and long-range shots, and Carter's relentless drives. The Golden Bears' defense was left riddled with holes under North Carolina's multi-pronged offensive attack. Even with Yao Ming's extraordinary efforts, it was difficult to cover all the gaps. At the sidelines, Rose Byrne clasped her hands tightly. This was her first time watching Yao Ming play basketball. In fact, the reason she came to watch Yao Ming was because her agent told her to do so. It wasn't like Yao Ming saved him once and he would fall in love with Yao Ming. That was too ridiculous. It was because the agent had tasted the benefits from Rose attending the Christmas showdown last time. Just one basketball game had significantly boosted Rose's fame across America. Yao Ming was wildly popular in California, and Hollywood was right there in California. The entertainment industry in California was arguably the most developed, and with Yao Ming's hype generating traffic, they naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. After all, Rose was just a rising star, just starting to show her talent. She hadn't hit it big yet and needed more exposure opportunities. But as she watched the game, Yao Ming repeatedly scored, leapt fiercely to block shots, and collided with the opponent. She thought Yao Ming always played like this, which was why he could achieve such terrifying statistics. His indomitable spirit gradually moved her, and in her heart, she felt a twinge of pain for this big boy from the East. He felt that Yao Ming was like a solitary warrior bravely fighting against the entire world. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 3-0-4-1, with the Golden Bears trailing by 11 points. Yao Ming walked off the court panting heavily, his jersey soaked with sweat. He had scored 19 points, grabbed 11 rebounds, and made 4 assists and 3 blocks in the first half. His statistics were dazzling, but the deficit and the frustrated expressions of his teammates highlighted one issue: he alone could not carry the entire North Carolina team. The atmosphere in the locker room was tense. Coach Hammond was quickly explaining the issues with defensive rotations, but the confusion and sense of defeat in the players' eyes were hard to hide. Before the game, it didn't seem that way, but after playing, he realized the opposing team's talent and cohesiveness were indeed a cut above theirs. Yao Ming covered his head with a towel, breathing rapidly. He clearly felt the rapid depletion of his stamina. If he continued playing like this in the second half, he wouldn't be able to last the entire game, let alone make a comeback. This can't go on. Yao Ming quickly pondered ways to break the deadlock, countless strategies flashing through his mind. He didn't want to lose. He didn't want to see the arrogant faces of the North Carolina home crowd. He wanted to silence those people. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. He abruptly raised his head and looked at Coach Hammond. "Coach, I think we need to change our strategy." Coach Hammond looked at him. "Yeah, what do you have in mind?" "Since we can't defend them, let's just stop defending." Yao Ming's words were shocking. "They have too many offensive options, and we can't keep up with them from the perimeter. If we continue like this, my stamina won't hold out either. Since we can't defend, let's just outscore them." "Outscore them?" Gino asked in confusion. "Besides you, our offense can't match them." "No, Yao Ming, we have shooting capabilities from the perimeter. Thomas Marcus and Blair, the backup point guard, are all good three-point shooters in practice. We just played the first half according to our previous strategy and didn't utilize your strengths. In the second half, we'll change our approach. The offense will be up to you. You need to move into position and shoot decisively when you get the ball. In the second half, I won't be focusing on scoring. I will fully commit to grabbing rebounds and defending the paint to create opportunities for you." He looked at Hammond. "Coach, let's substitute Francisco in the second half. He can't defend Jamison and is not creating space on offense. Let's put in Blair Gray. We'll have 4 perimeter shooters. I mentioned setting up at the high post or crashing the boards down low. Their center is only 2.08 meters tall, and Jamison is only 2.03 meters. They can't compete with me for rebounds. When North Carolina attacks next, regardless of whether they score or not, Gino and Blair should position themselves early and initiate a fast break. We'll run a 1-star 4-shooter strategy for the fast break, speeding up the game's pace and relying on perimeter shooting to decide the game." At this time, there was no such fast break strategy as in later years. Generally, players were used to boxing out for rebounds before the ball went in. After explaining the strategy and seeing the bewildered faces of the coach and teammates, Yao Ming continued to explain. "Think about it, players like Gino and Carlisle, who are just over 1.8 meters tall, how many rebounds can they grab in a game? It's a waste of time for them to box out and fight for rebounds just like us in the half court. Moreover, competing for rebounds in the half court against those big men is a tremendous waste of stamina. It's simply using one's weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths. They should leverage their speed, agility, and shooting accuracy instead. For the defensive rebounds, we only need 3 tall players, a small forward, a power forward, and a center will be enough." Although Coach Hammond was skeptical, having never tried such a strategy before, he felt a sense of understanding from Yao Ming's words, which seemed to make a lot of sense. Yao Ming's proposal was bold and no team had tried it before, but it might be the only way out of this predicament. Since they couldn't win by following the rules, why not throw caution to the wind? All right, let's do it Yao's way. Coach Hammond slapped the tactics board. In the second half, Blair goes and Francisco comes out. Everyone run, like crazy, shoot decisively when you get the chance. Yao, the rebounds and defense rely on you. Don't worry, coach, I can guard the paint alone. Yao Ming was confident. He just didn't mention that Francisco had already become a breakthrough point for the opposing team under the basket and was occupying space, which was actually detrimental to his performance. After the break, the second half began, and the North Carolina players noticed that the Golden Bears had changed their lineup. The bulky power forward had come off, replaced by a lean white shooter. As the second half began, the Golden Bears had possession. On their first attack, Yao Ming did not sink into the low post. Instead, he proactively moved up to set a solid screen for Gino at the arc. North Carolina's center Okalaja failed to keep up and chose to stay under the basket, allowing Yao Ming to remain outside. Gino used the screen to break away from Williams and drove straight to the free throw line. Jamison had to switch defense to impede him. Gino didn't try to be a hero and immediately passed the ball to Thomas Kilgannon, who was running to the corner using a screen from Rampley. Kilgannon received the ball with no one within 3 meters of him. He had missed both of his shots in the first half and felt a bit nervous at this moment, but after taking a deep breath, he decisively jumped and shot. Bang, he still hit the rim. But just as he shot, Yao Ming had already rushed to the basket. The ball had a lot of power and bounced high, but Yao Ming jumped high and managed to grab the long rebound. After landing, Yao Ming hesitated not at all. Seeing Kilgannon was open again, he tossed the ball back to him. Shoot confidently, oh, I've got the rebound. Yao Ming shouted, encouraging his teammate. Kilgannon did not let Yao Ming down. Swish, the crisp sound of the net echoed. 3-3-4-1. Good shot, keep shooting like that. Yao Ming rushed over and clapped hard with Kilgannon loudly encouraging him. Feeling Yao Ming's encouragement and recalling his previous shot, Kilgannon was no longer so tense. Confidence was slowly returning. It was North Carolina's turn to attack. They were completely unaware of the severity of the situation, continuing to pass the ball methodically as instructed by their coach. Williams and Jamison executed a pick and roll, with Jamison rolling down to receive the ball. Facing the switch defender Gino, he extended his arm and made a soft floater. However, perhaps due to the halftime break, his shooting touch had cooled off. Jamison's attempt was too forceful, hitting the rim and bouncing away. Under the basket, Yao Ming had already established his position, firmly blocking Okalaja behind him. He hardly jumped and easily secured the defensive rebound. After grabbing the rebound, Yao Ming turned around and indeed saw Gino, just as instructed before the game, starting a fast break without even looking to see if the ball had gone in. Yao Ming swung his arm and delivered a long pass that spanned the entire court. The ball, like a guided missile, sailed over everyone's heads and landed just inside the three-point line in the front court. Gino caught the ball like a moon, gazing back with nothing but an open basket in front of him. He took a few steps forward and leaped, executing a powerful dunk. 3-5-4-1. Just 2 possessions into the second half, the deficit was down to 6 points. In this sequence, Yao Ming's defensive rebound and accurate long pass, coupled with Gino's decisive fast break, showcased their pre-game strategy perfectly. A sense of unease stirred among the North Carolina home crowd for the first time. The second half began with a 50 run against them. Head coach Smith also sensed something was off and shouted from the sidelines. Don't panic, stick to your rhythm, maintain control of the pace. In the next possession, North Carolina patiently moved the ball until Carter hit a mid-range jumper from the wing, finally stabilizing their footing. 3-5-4-3. But the Golden Bears were starting to gain momentum. Transitioning between offense and defense, Yao Ming once again received the ball near the free throw line to orchestrate the play. North Carolina was wary of his height and precise shooting, so Jamison closely guarded him, while Okalaja stayed under the basket. This time, Yao Ming didn't attempt to go unknown like in the first half. He held the ball high and surveyed the court. The newly entered shooter Blair Gray was full of energy, continuously running around. He found an opportunity to use Kilgannon's baseline cross screen, slipping from the corner to the 45-degree angle on the other side, creating a brief open shot. Yao Ming's pass was like a surgical knife, perfectly arriving at Blair's hands in a narrow window. Blair caught the ball, adjusted, and took off. North Carolina's rotational defense was a beat slow. Swish. Another precise three-pointer. 3-8-4-3. The deficit was down to 5 points. The Dean Smith Center fell noticeably quiet. They could clearly feel the Golden Bears' gameplay had changed. In the first half, Yao Ming had been carrying the team, with others merely supporting. However, in the second half, the scoring was widespread, with almost everyone on the Golden Bears contributing since the reset. North Carolina is putting too much defensive energy into Yao. His threat at the high post makes it easy for his teammates to find open shots. A Clippers scout excitedly remarked, "Yes, and Yao's rebounding ability is unmatched by North Carolina's interior players. The Golden Bears can keep attacking the front court and allocate manpower for fast breaks. If this continues, the outcome is hard to predict. The Golden Bears shooters are quite accurate." The scout analyzed. Having watched games for a long time, he had developed a keen eye. Seeing the situation worsen, North Carolina's head coach immediately called a timeout. 2 minutes later, North Carolina put in 2.11 tall freshman Brandon Haywood in place of Okalaja, clearly intending to enhance rebounding protection. Simultaneously, they made slight adjustments to their defensive strategy, applying greater pressure on Yao Ming when receiving the ball and switching more decisively on screens to prevent the Golden Bears from easily shooting from the perimeter. On offense, after several quick passes, Mark Tarl missed a long two-pointer from the outside. The newly entered Haywood was indeed energetic. In his first attempt to battle for a defensive rebound, he used his ample stamina and sufficient height to cause some trouble for Yao Ming. The two tangled together, and the ball was knocked out of bounds, but the possession was still awarded to North Carolina. However, on the offensive end, Haywood's lack of experience quickly became apparent. Following the coach's instructions, he tried to wear down Yao Ming by aggressively demanding the ball inside. Yet he attempted to go unknown against Yao in the low post, but his footwork was stiff and his hook shot was easily interfered with by Yao Ming. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound and immediately looked for his frontcourt teammates. As expected, Blair and Gino did not let him down, sprinting out as fast as they could, one on each side. North Carolina's Carter also quickly reacted to get back on defense, but in a 2-on-1 situation at the front court, even if Carter was strong, he had no way to stop them. Yao Ming passed the ball to Gino, who with Carter closing and effortlessly passed it to Blair on the other side, who finished with a delicate layup. 4-0-4-3. Even with the player change, the score was still rapidly closing in. The North Carolina home crowd was in an uproar. Haywood's height and initial stamina could indeed create some issues for Yao Ming, but it was only a minor. However, once he entered the game, he lacked scoring ability in the paint and was ineffective with his passing, instead slowing down the offensive rhythm. In this possession, Yao Ming hadn't even crossed half-court by the time his teammate scored, allowing him to conserve a lot of energy. Seeing the score close and rapidly, the North Carolina players were evidently getting anxious. In the next possession, Carter, eager to respond, easily broke through rampantly, and with Yao Ming in position to help, attempted a difficult floater, which was met with a ruthless rejection from Yao Ming. The basketball hit the ground and was picked up by Marcus nearby. Gino reacted the fastest and dashed toward the front court like a runaway horse. North Carolina's point guard Williams quickly retreated on defense, but after hitting a few shots, Gino clearly gained confidence and, stopping at the foul line, calmly sank a mid-range jumper. 4-4-3. The deficit was down to just 1 point. North Carolina's head coach frowned and called for another timeout. Coach Smith gestured emphatically to the players on the bench, clearly dissatisfied with the lax defense and the open shots given on the perimeter. After the timeout, North Carolina intensified their man-to-man defense to prevent fast breaks. However, even so, many fundamental issues remained unresolved, such as rebounding. The Golden Bears' Gino and Blair were utterly relentless, not even trying to grab rebounds. Every time they saw North Carolina shoot, they didn't even look, ignoring whether the shot went in or not, directly rushing to the front court for a fast break. Such a style of play completely overturned the perception that North Carolina players had developed over the years. They had never seen a game played like this. If North Carolina's point guard and shooting guard continued to closely follow Gino and Blair, as long as their side missed a shot, the rebound would essentially belong to the Golden Bears, as their interior players couldn't compete with Yao Ming. However, if they didn't follow but instead went for the rebounds, although the probability of getting the rebounds increased significantly, it was roughly a 50-50 chance with the Golden Bears. Yet if Yao Ming or the Golden Bears secured the ball, there would be no one returning on defense from their half-court, resulting in a scoring rate of 100% for the Golden Bears. In the first half, everyone was fighting for rebounds. Moreover, since North Carolina's point guard Williams and shooting guard Carter were taller and more athletic than the Golden Bears' Gino and Thomas, even though Yao Ming was strong, the rebounding numbers between the two teams were not vastly different. Furthermore, since both sides followed a normal offensive and defensive rhythm, North Carolina could suppress the Golden Bears. However, with the second half unfolding like this, North Carolina's original pace was completely disrupted, forcing them to be led by the nose and losing control of the game. Their defensive formation was also thoroughly stretched. In the subsequent half of the game, although both teams scored, Yao Ming focused on defense under the basket, completely transforming into a rebounding monster and a defensive wall. He became a super blue-collar center. He entrusted the offensive duties to his teammates, conserving a lot of energy. With a blocking attribute of 92 and a pair of long arms, he thwarted the North Carolina team's inside attacks with a series of powerful blocks. In terms of rebounding, drawing from his years of experience, he seemed to have radar installed, always able to anticipate the landing point of the ball. His terrifying wingspan and powerful core strength gave him an advantage in positioning against Haywood and Jamison. He did not let a single defensive or offensive rebound slip by. Although he scored little in the second half, his assists skyrocketed with precise bounce passes and long passes, revitalizing the entire team. Seeing Yao Ming perform like this, the Golden Bears shooters no longer held back. After all, if they missed a shot, there would still be rebounds. Oh, what was there to fear? Every time they received the ball, they shot immediately, and the more they shot, the more confident they became, with three-pointers and long two-pointers raining down. The score quickly turned in their favor and even began to widen. The Golden Bears played their roles well with clear divisions of labor, and their mistakes decreased significantly, making the game easier as they progressed. In contrast, North Carolina struggled to adjust, losing their style and playing chaotically. The once deafening cheers in the Dean Smith Center gradually subsided. No one expected that with such a large advantage in the first half they would end up losing. Finally, as the game clock dwindled, the Golden Bears maintained a firm lead, and the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. On the court, only the sound of the basketball swishing through the net, the shouts of the Golden Bears bench players, and the sporadic cheers from a few visiting fans echoed. Oh my God, Yao Ming has actually changed his playing style. The scouts on the sidelines were left speechless. He has transformed from a scoring focal point into a rebounding machine and the axis of offense. He can adapt to whatever form benefits the team. He is simply capable of anything. This is unbelievable. The comeback. North Carolina, such a traditional powerhouse, was clearly stunned in the second half. They had no way to cope with this strange fast break strategy. Yao's inside advantage was magnified while the gap in the Golden Bears' outside shooting was minimized. This tactic suited the Golden Bears perfectly. It was simply terrifying. I wonder which genius came up with this strategy. The Heat scouts looked on with disbelief. A star among stars. Yao is like Hakeem Olajuwon in the 93-94 season. He is the brightest star tonight, illuminating the entire starry sky. After this game, I think there's no doubt he will be the first overall pick in this year's draft. The Cavaliers scout murmured. The final whistle blew, and the score was 9-5. The Golden Bears completed an 11-point comeback, toppling the championship favorites North Carolina in a daunting away game. By the end of the match, Yao was so exhausted he could barely move, but he still walked towards the sidelines. As everyone wondered what he would do next, Yao Ming turned to a few fans who had heckled him the most and made a classic listening gesture reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Come on, you love to heckle, right? Watch me demolish your team with my own hands, and then bark. Instantly, the fans in that direction could only rise with displeasure and hastily leave, grumbling as they went. Yao Ming finally vented his frustrations. After the game, the astonishing statistics of his performance appeared on the big screen. 29 points, 28 rebounds, 19 assists, 8 blocks, and 2 steals. A triple-double, and such an exaggerated one at that. Just 1 assist short of a 20-point triple-double. Seeing Yao Ming's stats, the Golden Bears players rushed towards him, surrounding him, shouting and jumping in excitement. We turned it around, amazing. We won, we actually beat the mighty North Carolina. Yao Ming, your strategy is incredible, it's just amazing. Most of the main team members were veterans from last year. Last year's crazy march saw the Golden Bears eliminated by North Carolina, so winning this battle held even greater significance, which made them more excited. A smile of relief finally appeared on Yao Ming's face. He wanted to jump up and celebrate, but his legs felt weak. The tremendous physical exertion nearly left him unsteady. Head coach Hammond noticed Yao Ming's fatigue and quickly stepped forward to support him. Yao, you did it. You led us to victory over North Carolina. Thank you. Hammond shouted excitedly. Yao Ming, panting, nodded, his gaze sweeping over the silence and the fans starting to leave the North Carolina home court in dejection. He smiled. He had successfully turned this place into a library, also letting those foul-mouthed fans know that Asian players could dominate the basketball court. This is not my endpoint, just a starting point. I have a longer path ahead, aiming for the conference championship and the national championship. Only by showcasing enough dominance in the NCAA can I secure next year's first overall pick. The system has finally released a task, and I must earn all 10 attribute points as a reward. Yao Ming silently thought. He understood the importance of attribute points, as many improvements cannot be achieved merely through hard work. Everyone has a limit to their natural talents. Thus, many attributes can only be enhanced using attribute points in the future, breaking through the limits of one's innate abilities. For instance, he still struggled with stamina, which had been a major concern in his past life. He had been in this world for nearly a year and had never slackened in physical training, yet his stamina had only increased by 1 point from 65 to 66. A stamina of 70 is the level of a main player in the NBA, and he had not even reached that standard. Of course, he knew that a significant reason for this was his height. It's rare for a tall player to have exceptional stamina. Additionally, a small part of it was due to the fact that black players generally have better stamina than Asians and Caucasians, and there's nothing to be done about that. In his previous life, whether playing for the Rockets or the national team, he had lost countless games simply due to fatigue at the end. Besides stamina, Yao Ming also faced challenges with speed, agility, jumping, and ball handling, attributes that were difficult for him to improve. For instance, jumping, it's nearly impossible for someone over 2 meters tall to leap like a guard. The same goes for agility and coordination. These cannot simply be trained into existence. Thus, these attributes would require him to gradually enhance them with attribute points in the future. After years of practice in his previous life, Yao Ming knew very well which areas he had talent in and which he did not. Some talents are innate. If you don't have them, you simply can't acquire them. There's no way around it. Fortunately, he had a system in this life which would allow him to compensate for all his shortcomings and gradually become an all-round warrior. After the match, the interview area was packed with reporters. Countless microphones reached out towards Yao Ming, who was being supported by his teammates as he walked in. Yao, congratulations on a great victory. Whose idea was the sudden tactical change in the second half? Was it Coach Hammond's on-the-spot adjustment? Before Yao Ming could respond, the head coach spoke up first. It was Yao Ming who suggested it to me. In the first half, we struggled, and I couldn't find a solution. At that moment, it was Yao Ming who felt that our team needed to change the rhythm, utilizing our shooting ability from the perimeter and our advantage in rebounding. The reporters were taken aback by the coach's response. A freshman during such an important game actively proposed a tactical change for the whole team during halftime, leading to a stunning comeback. This Yao Ming, not only is he skilled in basketball, but it's surprising how high his tactical acumen is. They were utterly at a loss for words. Yao, we saw that Hollywood star Miss Rose Byrne came specially to cheer for you. What is your relationship with her? Yao Ming smiled. Rose is an enthusiastic basketball fan and also a good friend of mine. I am very grateful for her support, that's all. Yao, what is your goal for this season? To make it to March Madness? Or to lead the Golden Bears further than last year? That's a good question. My answer is, since we've reached the court, I only have one goal: championship. Yao Ming's response was filled with bravado, showcasing his dominant persona. In America, being modest with them is just nonsense. Why not be bold after defeating a powerhouse like North Carolina? Then when is it appropriate to be bold? A local North Carolina reporter, feeling displeased at Yao Ming's arrogance after one victory, stepped forward and asked with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Yao, as a player from the Xia country, why did you choose to come to America to play in the NCAA? Do you think Xia country is not good? This question was clearly malicious, aimed at trapping Yao Ming. Yao Ming looked at him deeply and suddenly broke into a helpless smile. Actually, my favorite sport is table. The reporter was taken aback. Yao Ming continued leisurely. But table tennis is too difficult, so I had to come to America to play basketball. Many reporters around couldn't help but laugh out loud. The North Carolina reporter turned red and white, choked and speechless. Yao Ming's words were not only humorous, but also cleverly deflected the challenge. The outcome of this opening match and Yao Ming's post-match interview swept through the American sports world like a hurricane. Major media outlets rushed to report on the headlines. The Great Demon King descends on Chapel Hill. Yao Ming leads the team to overturn North Carolina. 292-8198. Superb statistics illustrate dominance. Tactical mastermind. Yao Ming adjusts team tactics at halftime, directing a stunning comeback. Humorous responses showcase high emotional intelligence. Xia country giant conquers the media. Pure star Rose Byrne's romance exposed. The partner is actually basketball rising star Yao Ming. The top pick is set. Yao Ming lets his performance do the talking. After this battle, Yao Ming's name truly echoed across America. He was no longer just a star from California, but a basketball superstar of the entire beautiful nation. The next morning, the Golden Bears' flight was at 8 o'clock. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed at San Francisco International Airport. As the Golden Bears players, as usual, some listened to music, some chatted with each other. While walking out of the arrival hall, they were stunned by the sight before them. The arrival area was packed with people holding homemade signs. Welcome back, Bears. Yao Ming, the Great Demon King. Pride of Berkeley. Among the crowd were excited Berkeley students, local residents with their families, and many excited Asian faces waving red flags. Their eyes were filled with a sense of pride and honor. I thought some big star was coming to San Francisco, but they actually came to welcome us. The players were in disbelief, just realizing that these people were there to welcome them. Even when they reached the NCAA Sweet 16 last year, they had never seen such a spectacular scene. Who would have thought that after just playing an opening game of the regular season? The players were somewhat still processing the situation as they walked out of the passage, receiving applause and cheers. But when the last giant in a simple tracksuit and a baseball cap finally appeared, the atmosphere in the airport's arrival area was instantly ignited. Yao, MVP, MVP, MVP. The Great Demon King, the Great Demon King, the Great Demon King. The cheers crashed over them like a tsunami. The media reporters' flashlights lit up like a sea of stars. Countless hands reached out wanting to touch Yao Ming, with autograph books and basketballs being presented to him. When have teammates like Gino Rampley and others seen such a spectacle? In the NCAA, they were merely student athletes, yet at this moment, they felt like returning NBA superstars, with the core being Yao Ming. Just yesterday, after their victory, the media in San Francisco had already portrayed this comeback as a classic battle in the local sports scene, and Yao Ming was naturally seen as the basketball hero of the city. After signing a few autographs, Yao Ming noticed that the huge enthusiasm and crowded scene of fans had gradually spiraled out of control, and the excited fans were starting to disrupt the normal flow of other travelers and airport order. Yao Ming did not panic. Having seen many grand occasions in his past life, he took off his cap, gestured to a few college students who looked like organizers, and then raised both hands, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Strangely, the noise gradually subsided, and everyone looked at him curiously. Thank you all very much," Yao Ming said loudly in clear English, his face wearing a sincere smile. "I really didn't expect such a warm welcome right after getting off the plane. My teammates and I are truly flattered. This victory belongs to everyone who supports the Golden Bears, supports Berkeley, and belongs to San Francisco." The crowd erupted in cheers. When the cheers quieted down, Yao Ming continued, "I know beating North Carolina is exhilarating, but this is just the beginning of a regular season. For my brothers and me, the goal, as we step onto the court, has always been singular." He surveyed the crowd, each word resonating powerfully. "That is to bring the NCAA National Championship trophy back to Berkeley, back to San Francisco." Wow! An even louder cheer nearly overturned the airport. A championship declaration is always the most uplifting and what fans desire the most. So please give us more time to train and prepare. Now, in order not to affect other travelers at the airport, and so that we can return to repay everyone in better condition next time. Yao Ming's tone turned gentle. "Please leave in an orderly manner and pay attention to safety. For those who still want my autograph, there will be opportunities when we play at our home court. I will try my best to meet everyone. Thank you again." This statement not only inspired the crowd, but also made a reasonable request, showcasing Yao Ming's maturity and control in public settings. Many non-fans in the crowd, after hearing these words, calmed their previously irritated hearts and nodded secretly at Yao Ming, unconsciously remembering him as a basketball star. With Yao Ming's appeal and the assistance of airport security, the excited fans finally began to slowly disperse. A potential chaos was resolved invisibly. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles near Beverly Hills, a luxurious apartment. Rose Byrne's agent Garnet Nacy, a slightly plump yet sharp-eyed middle-aged woman, was excitedly pacing in the living room with the latest newspaper and several faxes in hand. "Oh, Rose, darling, did you see? Everyone across America is talking about this game, and you just happened to be on the sidelines with the camera sweeping over you countless times." Garnet waved the Los Angeles Times in her hand, the sports section featuring a large photo of Yao Ming post-game interview, with Rose clearly visible beside him. "Hollywood's new star interacts with basketball sensation on the sidelines. This topic is simply on fire. Do you realize how popular you are?" She recited a list of names with enthusiasm. "The sports brand Converse wants you to shoot a series of vibrant youth advertisements. Coca-Cola's California promotion is also inquiring about pricing. Moreover, People magazine wants to arrange a feature on the new generation at Girl. More importantly, Miramax has sent over a new script and audition invitation for the second female lead in One Kiss, to rule them all, directed by Roger Quambow." Rose, dressed in loungewear, sat on the sofa with her knees hugged, listening to her agent's words, her blue eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. Initially, she went to watch the game out of curiosity and affection for Yao Ming, as well as to increase her exposure, but she never imagined that the ripple effect of just one NCAA game would be this significant. Yao Ming's popularity has already surpassed the realm of college basketball, nearly rivaling those highly regarded NBA superstars. "That tall boy from Summer Country is simply your lucky star, so darling, we must seize the moment." Garnet leaned closer to Rose, her eyes glinting with professional calculation. "Find a chance to meet Yao Ming alone. Have coffee, dinner, or even just appear together at a public event. He'll arrange for the paparazzi. You two are both on the rise. This golden couple interaction will benefit both parties and push this wave of popularity to new heights." Rose's heartbeat quickened slightly. Meeting alone. Images of Yao Ming's imposing presence on the court flashed in her mind, along with the moment during the Christmas showdown when he saved her from being hit by the ball, giving her a sense of security. Setting aside the hype, she realized she truly looked forward to getting to know this exceptional boy from Summer Country better. In the open-minded atmosphere of America at 18, she held fantasies about love and dating, and the blend of Eastern mystique with the charm of a top athlete emanating from Yao Ming was particularly appealing to her. She wouldn't mind having more interactions with him. "Yao Ming is so tall, I wonder how long he is. Can I handle it?" Rose felt her cheeks flush at some stimulus. "I can give it a try. He saved me on the sidelines before, and I still haven't properly thanked him." Rose, fearing her agent would notice something, brushed her hair and said, "Oh, perfect, just use the pretext of gratitude." Garnet clapped her hands. Then, urged by Garnet, Rose picked up her phone and dialed Yao Ming's dormitory landline. However, as Garnet looked on expectantly, the phone rang for a long time with no answer. "I only have his dorm number. He doesn't have a cell phone. He might not have returned to the dorm yet, or is on his way." Rose hung up the phone. Garnet frowned. These NCAA stars earn so much money for the league and colleges, yet they can't even afford a cell phone. Those capitalists are truly insatiable vampires. Garnett complained about the NCAA's non-commercial regulations. Then let's try calling again later. Berkeley at the dormitory entrance. Yao Ming and Gino dragged their luggage, finally escaping the last wave of enthusiastic students waiting at the school gate. They say that summer country women are open-minded in the future, but after spending so many years in beautiful country, Yao Ming feels that beautiful country women are comparatively more outwardly open. In his past life, Yao Ming even witnessed female fans on the sidelines overly excited by their team's victory, taking off their tops and letting others handle their assets. In this regard, foreign countries are indeed far ahead. Exhausted, he returned to the dormitory. Just as he set his things down, the old-fashioned phone in the dorm rang. Gino slumped in a chair, didn't want to move, while Yao Ming walked over to answer. Hello. Hi Yao, it's me, Rose. A cheerful voice came through the receiver. Congratulations on winning a comeback game. It was magnificent. Thank you, Rose. And thank you for coming out to support us at the away game. Yao Ming replied politely. That was only right. Actually, I called to formally thank you for saving me last time in Chicago. Rose chuckled softly, her voice becoming softer. I was wondering if you were free this weekend. I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of appreciation. In San Francisco, I know a nice restaurant. On the other end of the phone, Gino, who had been slouched in the armchair, immediately perked up upon hearing Rose leaning closer, as if afraid of missing an interesting plot. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yao Ming replied calmly. Rose, that was just a small favor. I appreciate your kindness. However, the upcoming NCAA regular season schedule is extremely packed, and every game is crucial. My team and I need to focus entirely on our preparations, and the coach has emphasized the need for concentration. So, the dinner plan might have to be put on hold for now. Yao Ming thought for a moment and added, perhaps after we win the national championship, we can celebrate together then, when we have more time. There was a silence of 2 to 3 seconds on the other end of the line, clearly unexpected that her initiative to go to San Francisco would be rejected. Rose's voice lowered slightly, but remained polite. Oh, of course the games are most important, I understand. Then, I wish you all the best in your upcoming games, and I look forward to you winning the championship. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, the dorm was silent. Gino stared at Yao Ming as if he were a monster, his mouth agape, as if a basketball could fit inside. Yao, have you lost your mind? That's Rose Byrne, the dream girl of countless people. Oh, she is so pure, and she asked you to dinner alone, and you rejected her. P.S. Thanks to Chun Chin's Xiang Yufei for the generous healthcare. The boss is generous, and may the by the way, please urge for updates, and there is free power generation for love. Gino looked heartbroken, wishing he could take to Yao's place on the date. Yao Ming calmly walked to his locker and slowly organized the items in his suitcase one by one. It felt as if he had just declined an ordinary invitation to a gathering. Gino, did you see that? This is what it means to have a winning attitude in a competition. You need to learn from me. Stop daydreaming about those alluring senior sisters every day. Winning the competition and improving oneself will eventually lead to getting whatever one desires. The soul reborn within him made Yao Ming acutely aware of what was most important at this moment. He didn't want to be surrounded by entertainment reporters all day in the future. That would be quite a torment. Though his young body was brimming with hormones, as someone who had been through it, he knew that the affairs between men and women were merely fleeting pleasures, ultimately just the last shiver before parting. He didn't want to fall into the Tinder trap so early. In his past life, the Kardashian sisters had thwarted many NBA stars. Those were lessons learned. As a center, if he went into the game with weak legs, it would affect his performance, and that would be disastrous. It wasn't as if he was invincible just because he was reborn. Having a system didn't guarantee victory. He wasn't the type to have a system that claimed conquering female stars would make him stronger. It's important to note that the NCAA playoffs and March Madness were single elimination formats, unlike the NBA playoffs, which allowed for adjustments. Now, women would only affect the speed at which he could draw his blade. In an apartment in Los Angeles, Rose held her phone, which was met with a busy tone, looking somewhat dazed, her face flashing with surprise and more curiosity and confusion. Could it be that I lack charm? Beside her, the agent Garnett was also stunned. After years in the industry, he had never seen a budding sports star so decisively reject a private invitation from an 18-year-old actress. This was an 18-year-old blonde bombshell with purity, the dream of countless men around the world. Let alone normal men, even a woman like Rose had little resistance against someone as pure yet desirous. He said he wanted to focus on training and would talk after winning the championship. Rose said, her expression somewhat downcast. Garnett scratched his head and finally let out a click of his tongue. Either he is an extremely ambitious and frighteningly disciplined guy, or he is still a boy who has never experienced the pleasures of a woman. It seems this can only be explored later. Garnett said helplessly. The game between the Golden Bears and the Tar Heels opened the curtain of the 199-798 NCAA regular season. After the high-intensity non-conference game at the start, the Golden Bears mostly played against teams within the Pac-10. Quickly, the date came to January 4, 1998. This day marked the Golden Bears' away game against the California State University Los Angeles Bears. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, Yao Ming caught sight of the sign on Hollywood Hill through the cabin window. This place, so known as the City of Angels, was not unfamiliar to Yao Ming. In his past life, he had faced the Lakers here multiple times, having countless classic duels with Kobe and Shaquille. Especially in his previous life, his rookie-proving game also took place here. At that time, due to his unfamiliarity with the intensity of NBA games, he scored extremely low in the first 6 games, leading everyone to mock him, labeling him as a bust. Among those mocking him the most fiercely was retired star Charles Barkley. He even publicly bet with Smith on a show, stating that if Yao Ming scored more than 19 points in a single game during the season, he would kiss Smith's rear. As luck would have it, in the next game, Yao Ming faced the Lakers. In that battle, Yao Ming played only 23 minutes off the bench, making 9 out of 9 shots and 2 out of 2 free throws, achieving a 100 shooting rate, with 20 points and 6 rebounds, helping the Rockets defeat the Lakers 93-89, forcing Barkley to fulfill his bet of kissing a donkey's rear. From then on, Barkley transformed into a Yao supporter. Thinking of this made Yao Ming smile unconsciously. However, this time he arrived here as an NCAA player, and everything felt so different. An hour later in Los Angeles at Pauley Pavilion. The game had not yet started, but the atmosphere on the sidelines was already extraordinary, with over 10,000 seats completely packed. This was not an ordinary NCAA regular season game. It was the first public appearance of the great Demon King to Yao after reversing against North Carolina in the basketball capital of the second-largest city in the United States. The front row of seats on the sidelines sparkled with star power, rivaling that of important NBA games. Elgin Baylor, the general manager of the Los Angeles Clippers, a Lakers legend, an 11-time NBA All-Star, and a member of the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame, was focused on reading Yao Ming's scouting report. The Clippers were still struggling this season. They desperately needed a cornerstone to change the fate of their team. Not far from him sat Jerry West, the general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers. This legendary figure, the prototype of the NBA logo known as Mr. Clutch, was famous for his sharp eye for drafts. In 1996, despite the controversy, he traded All-Star center Divac for then 17-year-old high schooler Kobe Bryant. Although Kobe had yet to fulfill his potential at that time, signs of it were already apparent. At this moment, his gaze occasionally swept towards Yao Ming, who was warming up, and then to another figure sitting beside him. That figure was particularly eye-catching, holding a cigar in his mouth, wearing black-rimmed glasses with a serious yet shrewd expression. It was the legendary head coach and general manager of the Boston Celtics, one of the most successful figures in basketball history, Red Auerbach. He had led the Celtics to 9 championships and discovered and nurtured superstars like Bill Russell, Bob Cousy, John Havlicek, and Larry Bird across generations. One could say he laid half of the foundation for the NBA. In the NBA, even the president David Stern had to his presence alone signified a message. "Arnold, I didn't expect you to personally fly to Los Angeles to watch this kid play basketball," Jerry West whispered. Auerbach squinted his eyes. "Jerry, missing out on Tim Duncan was my biggest mistake last year. I won't make the same mistake again. I hope this kid doesn't disappoint me." He didn't mind revealing his true intentions to Jerry West, because he knew that with Shaquille O'Neal on the Lakers, there was no way he could compete for Yao. In addition to these big shots, there were also general managers or chief scouts from the Denver Nuggets, Dallas Mavericks, Vancouver Grizzlies, and Golden State Warriors gathered on the sidelines. These teams shared a commonality: poor records, urgently needing a rebuild, and extremely weak inside presence. Their desire for Yao Ming was almost written on their faces. Another striking figure was Kobe Bryant, dressed in casual clothes and wearing sunglasses. He didn't have a game today and came specifically to watch the showdown. He had often heard the name Yao Ming in the California media and was curious after hearing rumors about Yao Ming's unknown match against Jordan in Chicago. "Hey Kobe, I'm your fan, look here." A fan on the sidelines shouted excitedly upon seeing Kobe. Kobe simply smiled and nodded in that direction, then refocused his gaze on Yao Ming, who was warming up on the court. "Of course, Rose Byrne will definitely come today. She sits in a prominent position near the Golden Bear team's bench, dressed in a minimalist yet fashionable outfit, making her stand out in the crowd." As she saw Yao Ming warming up, she instinctively straightened her posture. The atmosphere in the Pauley Pavilion was surprisingly lively. Although the Brown Bear team is the home team, the fans of the Golden Bear team from the San Francisco Bay Area, along with a large number of Asian fans and basketball enthusiasts who came solely to see Yao Ming, occupied almost half of the arena. Players entered the court one after another. When the announcer announced the visiting team's lineup and called out from Xia Country, standing at 223 meters, number 11, Yao Ming, the cheers from the crowd drowned out the boos from the home fans. This is practically a home game. Gino, feeling a bit jealous of Yao Ming's popularity, whispered to Big Yao. Yao Ming was not surprised. He scanned the opposing players warming up. His focus was primarily on the opponent Lonnie McCoy, who stood at 2.16 meters and had a robust. This was the first pure center he encountered in the NCAA who could barely match his height and weight. McCoy is the top scorer and rebounder for the Brown Bear team, predicted to be selected in the first round this year. Yao Ming, I heard that guy averages 189 this season, feeling the pressure? Francisco asked with a smile. In the NCAA, averaging over 17 points per game is already quite. Yao Ming moved his shoulders. Perfect, let those general managers on the sidelines see what I can do against a true big man with size. The game began. Jump ball, Yao Ming versus McCoy. The ball was tossed into the air, and both jumped simultaneously. McCoy had good bounce, but Yao Ming's height and wingspan advantage were too significant, easily tipping the ball to Gino. In the first possession, Yao Ming answered decisively. During the Golden Bears' first offensive play, Yao Ming did not rush to the low post, but received the ball near the free throw line. McCoy followed him out, spreading his arms. Facing him, Yao Ming made a shooting fake, causing McCoy to shift his weight slightly. In that instant, Yao Ming suddenly released the ball, executing a swift drive. His first step appeared slow, but McCoy hurriedly slid, yet Big Yao's stride was so massive that he gained half a step advantage in just one move. He drove to the edge of the paint with McCoy and the help defender J.R. Henderson leaping simultaneously to block. However, Yao Ming simply jumped effortlessly for a close-range jumper, scoring steadily. 2-0. For such a big guy, his movements are surprisingly fluid and his shooting stability is remarkable. The Clippers' general manager Baylor watched Yao Ming's performance with astonishment. The Brown Bear team attacked, habitually passing the ball to the inside. In fact, on the Brown Bear team, their point guard Baron Davis has the best talent. He is a future NBA All-Star, but unfortunately, he was just a naive freshman at this time, having little control over the ball. McCoy backed in to receive the ball, pushing hard against Yao Ming. On the first impact, Yao Ming remained unmoved. McCoy was stunned, not expecting that his reliable back-to-the-basket move would fail. So he increased his force and struck again, but it felt like hitting a wall. He had no choice but to turn towards the baseline and attempted a little hook shot. Yao Ming did not jump. He simply raised his long arms, completely blocking the path of his shot. Bang! The ball hit the front of the rim. Yao Ming had already prepared, turning around and lightly jumping to grab the rebound. I can't believe Yao Ming has such strength without seeing it live. Before, I thought the media reports were just hype. The Mavericks' general manager whispered in astonishment. In the next possession, Yao Ming showcased his versatility. He positioned himself in the low post on the right side, and Gino lobbed the ball in. Yao Ming received the pass while McCoy was behind him, pushing hard with both hands. Yao Ming's body was steady. He simply dribbled back a step, felt the resistance, then suddenly pivoted on his right foot towards the middle while raising the ball as if to shoot. McCoy hurriedly jumped to block. But it was a fake. Yao Ming pulled the ball back, effortlessly maneuvering past McCoy for an easy layup. 4-0. My goodness, this offensive play is simply too. The commentator, in a moment of excitement, struggled to find the right words. After a moment, he continued, he is practically toying with McCoy. In just 2 possessions, Yao Ming completely dominated his opponent in both strength and skill. Everyone could see that the two were simply not on the same level. The eyes of Auerbach narrowed, and the cigar in his mouth turned slightly. But Yao Ming's performance had just begun. With 5 minutes into the first quarter, after a successful defensive play, the Golden Bear team launched a fast break, with Gino advancing and passing to Yao Ming coming up the middle. Yao Ming received the ball just inside the three-point line, with only the retreating Brown Bear small forward Toby Bailey in front of him. Yao Ming took big strides, taking off directly from inside the free throw line. Bailey attempted to draw an offensive foul, but in the face of Big Yao's terrifying momentum after his jump, he quickly backed off. Boom! A powerful dunk shook the hoop violently. 6-0. The Poly Pavilion ignited in an instant, and even many original Brown Bear fans couldn't help but switch sides. Yao! 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 The cheers echoed throughout the arena. Such athletic ability, combined with such height. Jerry West murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with envy. Unconsciously, he had already begun to compare Yao Ming to Shaquille O'Neal in his mind. Kobe Bryant watched with a serious expression from the sidelines. He had witnessed O'Neal's violent aesthetics countless times in training, but Yao Ming not only could dunk, but also seemed to have a wider range of offensive skills. In the ensuing time, it was practically Yao Ming's personal showcase. Against McCoy, he could take what he wanted. Near the left baseline, after receiving the ball, he executed a fadeaway jumper with McCoy's block only grazing his wrist height. The ball went in. After a high pick and roll and a kick out, he received a return pass from Gino and smoothly hit a long mid-range shot. On defense, he even blocked 2 attempts from Brown Bear players trying to challenge him. And what about McCoy? Under Yao Ming's defense, he shot 2 for 8 in the first half, scoring only 1 point from free throws, totaling just 5 points with 2 turnovers. This top star of the Brown Bear team looked as if he couldn't play at all in front of Big Yao. However, what truly shocked everyone in this match was not just this. The other players of the Golden Bear team also performed remarkably. Perhaps having undergone the tempering from the previous battle against North Carolina, the players of the Golden Bear team resembled swords that had undergone quenching, completely releasing themselves after transcending their inner demons, becoming self-assured. Gino delivered 7 assists in the first half against future NBA All-Star Baron Davis. Marcus fiercely entangled the opponent's scoring threats on defense and decisively cut toward the basket on offense, repeatedly scoring after receiving high post passes from Yao Ming. Thomas was also on fire today, hitting 3 three-pointers from the corners in the first half. Even Francisco, who had no shooting ability, scored with a mid-range jumper after receiving a pass from Yao Ming, who drew a double team inside. Now the entire Golden Bear team seemed to be invigorated, as if their meridians had been unblocked. They were blooming offensively from multiple points and exerting their utmost defensively. By halftime, the score had reached an astonishing 5-2-3-1. The Golden Bear team led by 21 points. Yao Ming's halftime stats were 18 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 blocks, demonstrating terrifying efficiency. Moreover, he felt that this game was exceptionally easy. McCoy 5 points, 3 rebounds, 2 of 8 shooting, and was forced into 3 serious turnovers while being defended by Yao Ming. During halftime, NBA scouts on the sidelines began a heated discussion. Yao Ming's impact on the game is not merely reflected in the statistics. Indeed, his offensive and defensive capabilities have elevated the overall strength of the Golden Bear team to a higher level. Footwork, shooting, touch, passing, vision, defensive intimidation. Aside from needing to strengthen his sheer strength and bulk, he now has almost no weaknesses. The scouts all sighed in admiration. Hey, have you noticed? The other players on the Golden Bear team seem to have become significantly stronger, and their attitude in the game is much more proactive. One scout interjected. However, the other scouts were focused entirely on Yao Ming, completely ignoring his comment. At this moment, Auerbach was also quietly conversing with an assistant beside him. Did you see that? This kid can not only score but also defend. He inherently possesses a quality of leadership, which is the rarest. Looking at Yao Ming resting on the sidelines, Jerry West's gaze occasionally drifted towards Kobe. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. What would it be like if Yao Ming partnered with Kobe? It seems perfect. The pick and roll would be astounding. After all, Yao Ming's mid-range shot is incredibly precise, and his intimidation from the perimeter is far greater than that of Shaquille O'Neal. Yet the next second, he shook his head. They already have O'Neal. Although the Big Shark and this young man have different styles, he is undoubtedly the most dominant center in the league at present. However, looking at Yao Ming on the court as a professional manager, he could not suppress his instinctive admiration for an outstanding player. In the second half, the game completely lost its suspense. Yao Ming played only 5 minutes more, adding 8 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. As the lead expanded to 27 points, the head coach of the Brown Bears was already in despair, pulling all the starters and conceding defeat. The Golden Bear team also substituted in their bench lineup. The final score settled at 8-5-6-1, with the Golden Bear team achieving a resounding victory by 24 points. Yao Ming played just 25 minutes, efficiently racking up a glamorous triple-double with 26 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 blocks, and 1 steal. The player he matched up against, McCoy, also played 25 minutes, but only scored 9 points and 5 rebounds with 4 turnovers. At the moment the game concluded, the Pauley Pavilion erupted with deafening shouts of MVP. Many fans who originally wore Brown Bears jerseys also joined in the cheers. After all, Yao Ming was also from California, and Los Angeles belongs to California. If one had to say, they were all one of their own. Yao Ming conquered this city of angels entirely with a flawless personal performance and a team victory. The post-match press conference was packed with reporters. Yao, congratulations on another great victory. We noticed many important NBA figures present at the sidelines today, including Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, and even Red Auerbach. Does this create pressure for you? Yao Ming smiled gently and replied calmly, I will only focus on the game itself. No matter who is on the sidelines, it will not change the way I play. So far this season, you have maintained an undefeated record. Do you think you are currently the best player in the NCAA? The best team is more important than the best player. I am just part of an excellent team. Yao Ming's response was very emotionally intelligent, making the head coach and teammates beside him feel very comfortable. At this moment, a reporter threw out a critical question. Yao, many experts predict that if you declare this year, you will be a top pick. However, you have never mentioned this, so will you participate in the draft this year? As soon as this question was asked, the entire venue fell silent, with all cameras focused on Yao Ming. Yao Ming glanced at his head coach Hammond beside him, who looked quite nervous, as this was something he did not want to think about. Yao Ming spoke clearly into the microphone. Yes, After finishing this season this summer, I will bring my talent to the NBA. Boom, the venue erupted in a stir. Although the media had long included Yao Ming in the draft discussions, he had never mentioned it himself, making this answer a major news story. Coach Hammond smiled wryly and shook his head beside him, feeling quite uneasy. He knew he could not retain such a talent, but when this moment truly arrived, he still felt a pang of regret. Such a player one could only coach for a year, and it felt truly insufficient. It was like having a super beautiful and sexy girlfriend who breaks up with you after just one encounter. That feeling is simply indescribable. If only Yao Ming could hone his skills in college for 4 years like Duncan. Coach Hammond had thought about this countless times in his mind. After the news spread, the announcement of Yao Ming going to the NBA spread like wildfire. The management of NBA teams was shaken and draft strategies were adjusted accordingly. The media began to hype up the situation, and fans from various teams started fantasizing about the scenario of Yao Ming joining their favorite team. However, just after this great victory, something strange happened. A few days later, the local media in Boston published an exclusive interview with Red Auerbach. This legendary coach praised Yao Ming's talent, but then shifted his tone. Yao is a good young man with very refined skills. But we must clearly recognize that his current advantages are largely based on his height. He is strong in the NCAA and performs comprehensively, but the rhythm intensity of competition and defensive strategies in the NBA are completely different from the NCAA. His movement speed will be a challenge when facing NBA-level smaller players, and he will easily be targeted by. His strength will seem insufficient when facing true NBA big men like Shaquille, Alonzo, and Patrick. I have personally watched some of his games, and his lateral movement on defense is a serious issue. Then Auerbach mentioned another player. In fact, I've been paying more attention to another young man lately, Michael Olowokandi from Pacific University. He also stands at 2.13 meters tall with superior athleticism and a broader defensive range. His potential may surpass Yao Ming's, and he will adapt better to the modern NBA pace. Once this interview was released, there was an uproar in public opinion. Auerbach's insights are a gold standard in the basketball world, and his evaluations carry significant weight. Soon as if coordinated, several general managers and well-known scouts who had watched Yao Ming's games expressed similar views in various occasions. Indeed, Yao is excellent, and certainly among the top 3 in this draft class, but personally, I find Olowokandi's potential more exciting. Yao, I believe he might not be able to adapt to the NBA in the future. Olowokandi is black, and his physical gifts and growth potential will surely be higher. Yao's immediate combat ability is strong, but I think the first overall pick should go to a player with higher potential. At this moment, the previously almost certain first overall pick direction underwent subtle changes following the statements of several key figures. Olowokandi's name began to frequently appear at the top of various draft predictions, and the media started to hype up the comparison between these two giants. Massachusetts Boston TD North Shore Garden Arena. In a luxuriously decorated office adorned with historical photos and championship banners of the Celtics, Auerbach sat in a large leather chair, facing the current head coach of the Celtics, Rick Pitino. "Coach, I don't understand." Pitino frowned. "You privately hold Yao Ming in such high regard, considering him a rare cornerstone for building a team, but why say those things in the media?" Auerbach leisurely lit a cigar. After taking a puff and exhaling smoke, a shrewd glint flickered in his deep-set eyes. "Rick, do you know how much it pained me last year to miss out on Tim Duncan? It felt like missing several championships. This year we are likely to secure a high draft pick again, even the first overall pick. Yao is the next Duncan, and he might even be better." "Then why? Why belittle him?" Auerbach smiled. "Because we are not the only team that wants him. Look at the Los Angeles Clippers, look at Denver, Dallas. Many teams are drooling over him." What I said was actually meant for the other team's general managers, and more importantly for the owners, the media, and he stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the magnificent night view of Boston. "What I say is half true, half false. Yao's perimeter defense and speed indeed need improvement, and his strength needs enhancement. Those are facts. But when I said Olowokandi has higher potential, that was just a smokescreen." Auerbach turned around. "That Nigerian kid has decent physical attributes, but his skills are too raw and his basketball IQ is quite average. He will struggle to become a great player." Pitino pondered. "So you are lowering Yao's market value, making other teams hesitate." "Smart." Auerbach nodded. "As long as 1 or 2 teams holding high draft picks are influenced by my words start doubting Yao and consider Olowokandi or someone else, our chances of getting Yao will increase. After all, in this draft situation, Stern might not let us have our way." Auerbach paused for a moment before continuing. "In this world there are many smart people, but there are also quite a few fools. The media loves to hype things up and fans are easily swayed. What I say carries authority, and when amplified by the media, it will create a certain public opinion atmosphere." He sat back down, his gaze sharp. Pitino understood completely. "Then, what about the other general managers who echoed your sentiments?" They are all smart people. They probably saw through my intentions and just went along with it." Auerbach waved his hand. Everyone wants Yao, but there is only one first overall pick. Everyone must rely on their own means. But what if Yao hears these comments? Patino expressed some concern. Auerbach laughed. If he can't withstand this bit of public pressure, then he doesn't deserve to be the cornerstone of the Celtics' revival. Los Angeles Lakers training facility. The atmosphere in the locker room was somewhat tense. A night after a regular season victory should have been relaxing, but Shaquille's mood was clearly not good. This was because a reporter had just mentioned Yao Ming in front of the Big Shark during the post-game press conference. Kobe had just finished showering and was organizing his clothes. Seeing the angry Shaquille, he spoke to him. "Shaq, don't be angry. The media isn't completely off the mark. I personally watched Yao's game. He is really... If we don't win a championship in the next few seasons, even if Jordan ages and retires by the time Yao Ming matures, winning a championship will likely not be simple." This sentence reached Shaquille's ears. The Big Shark suddenly stood up, his massive frame moving like a mountain in front of Kobe. "Kid, what did you just say?" Shaquille's voice was low, laced with anger. Kobe looked up and calmly repeated, "I said Yao Ming is really strong, and we need to work harder to seize the moment." "Damn it, shut your mouth." Shaquille suddenly reached out, grabbing Kobe by the neck, pinning him against the locker room wall. "Let me tell you, don't mention that summer country's kid's name in front of me. I am the best center and will win a championship sooner or later. Do you understand?" The locker room instantly fell silent. All players were stunned. Kobe's face turned red from blood and anger. He struggled, but Shaquille's strength was too great. Shaquille stared at him for a few seconds before finally releasing his grip. "Rookie team matters are not for you as a benchwarmer to consider. Just do your own thing." Shaquille left these words, angrily turning to leave. Kobe watched Shaquille's back, standing in place, his hands clenched into fists, nails almost digging into his flesh. His eyes burned with a flame of anger and humiliation, but more so with a cold determination. He said nothing, merely quietly dressed and left the locker room. That day, Kobe practiced late in the training facility. The next morning, he woke up at 4 to train. "Damn fat guy, I will definitely grow up and replace you, leading the Lakers to glory." Berkeley, the Golden Bears training facility. The waves of doubt regarding Yao Ming had naturally reached the team. Gino angrily slammed a newspaper on the ground. "What do they mean Olowokandi has more potential? That's just nonsense. Yao, don't pay attention to those ridiculous claims." Lamprey comforted him. "Next time we face Pacific University, we'll crush them and expose Olowokandi for what he really is." Francesco added. The teammates of the Golden Bears had long been impressed by Yao's strength, considering him the core leader of the team, and they were all filled with righteous indignation upon hearing such news. Yao was practicing his three-pointers and simply smiled at the remarks, turning around only after hitting 5 consecutive shots. "Why should I be angry? They are right. I do have shortcomings that need improvement. As for Olowokandi," he paused, his tone calm. "In the end, I will let my performance on the court speak for itself. It's not like I can't face him, so why worry?" Yao's calmness was not a facade. In his past life, he had experienced too many ups and downs in the media, from being questioned as a bust to becoming an all-star vote leader. From the national team's failures to various comments after retiring and becoming the president of the Basketball Association. Such trivial media storms were nothing in his eyes. Moreover, with his keen insight from past experiences, he had already roughly guessed the intentions of old foxes like Auerbach. They merely wanted to lower his draft stock so they could pick him up at a bargain. But lowering his draft stock was not that simple. Yao's draft ranking was tied to the attributes awarded by the system, and no one could undermine that. He was destined to be the first pick of 98. Not even Jesus could stop him. Yao's calmness, in fact, ignited an even stronger fighting spirit among his teammates. These players, once they recognized you as their brother, were very loyal. They felt that as brothers they had to stand up for Yao. Thus, in the following matches, the Golden Bears displayed an even more terrifying dominance. On January 9th, against the University of Southern California Trojans, they won 9-1-6-3, a total massacre. Yao finished the game in just half a game, scoring 24 points, grabbing 12 rebounds, and making 8 assists. On January 11th, against the Arizona Wildcats, featuring Mike Bibby and Michael Dickerson, 2 potential lottery picks, they won 8-5-7-4. The center of the Wildcats, who faced Yao, was completely dominated. Yao delivered crucial assists and blocks at critical moments, sealing the victory. In the subsequent matches, the Golden Bears performed exceptionally well. Yao averaged less than 30 minutes on the court per game, yet managed to take care of the opponents. The external commentary unanimously believed that this year's Golden Bears could at least reach the Final Four of the NCAA National Championship. Since the start of the regular season, the Golden Bears had not lost a single game, directly achieving an 18-game winning streak. With each victory, the Golden Bears players seemed to be holding their breath, wanting to punch the faces of those who doubted Yao. As the Golden Bears continued their unstoppable winning streak in the regular season, the media's hype around Olowokandi intensified. The first pick showdown between the two became a hot topic in the American sports scene. Coincidentally, the final game of the Pac-10 regular season was the Golden Bears hosting the Pacific University Tigers. The focus was singular. Yao versus Alowo Candy. The battle for respect, the first pick preview, the duel of giants. The media exhausted all sorts of hype. Time quickly flew to February 9, 1998. That evening in Berkeley outside Haas Pavilion, the sunset cast a golden hue over this basketball sanctuary, but the scene outside the venue was more dazzling than any glow. More than an hour before the game started, a sea of people had already gathered outside the arena. Countless fans who couldn't buy tickets gathered here, including Berkeley students in blue Golden Bears t-shirts, local San Francisco residents with families, and a significant number of Asian faces. They held homemade banners, forming a sea of voices. This was a highly anticipated battle. The outcome of this game would not only determine the final ranking of the Pac-10 conference, but could also influence the trajectory of the 1998 NBA draft in some respect. A 10-meter-long red banner was particularly eye-catching with Chinese and English writing. The San Francisco Chinese community fully supports Yao Ming. Many Chinese people waved small national flags, and young people had painted the Golden Bears logo and the number 11 on their faces. As the Golden Bears bus slowly approached, the crowd erupted. People surged toward the bus like a tidal wave, and security personnel formed a human wall to barely keep the pathway clear. Inside the bus, Gino's eyes widened. My God, there are so many people outside. This is even more exaggerated than when we played against North Carolina. Yao sat by the window looking at the excited and sincere faces outside, feeling a warm surge in his heart. At any time, fans are the most lovable and should never be let down. The bus came to a stop and the door opened. Yao was the first to step off the bus, smiling and waving to those around him. Yao, look over here. Can you give me an autograph? Just sign on my back. Yao Ming, MVP, you are the true first pick. Crush that bust, Yao. A Chinese boy of about 7 or 8 years old was lifted onto his father's shoulders, shouting in Chinese. Big brother Yao, when I grow up, I want to be as tall as you and play basketball like you, okay? Yao approached, patted the boy's head, and replied in Chinese. Then you need to eat well and drink plenty of milk. I believe you can do it. After interacting with the fans for a moment, and under the escort of security, all members of the Golden Bears finally squeezed into the player tunnel. Behind them, the cheers of the great Demon King lingered. Inside, NBC's national live broadcast was already prepared. 2 seasoned commentators were seated at the commentary booth. Mike Breen, known for his passionate commentary and iconic bang. Plus Hubie Brown, a former NBA coach renowned for his deep tactical analysis. Today, not only were there 2 well-known commentators, but a legendary center, Wilt Chamberlain, was also invited as a special guest. He was selected to the All-Star team 13 times, won the scoring title 7 times, was the rebounding champion 11 times, was named the most valuable player of the regular season 4 times, and was inducted into the Naismith Hall of Fame in 1979. Not only that, but he also had a more terrifying record. 2-0-0-0-0. No, he scored 100 points in a single game, the highest single-game scoring record in NBA history, which remains unbroken to this day. Welcome, viewers across America, to tonight's marquee battle. Mai Kubu Lin's opening words brimmed with enthusiasm. The University of California, Berkeley's Gene Xiong Dui faces Pacific University Tigers. This is not merely the Pac-10 regular season finale, but a media-hyped preview of the top pick, Yao Ming against Mikir Alowo Candy. Hubai Bulang pushed his glasses up his nose. All right, let's first look at their numbers this season. Yao Ming averaging 29, 8.16, 2 rebounds 11, 4 assists 5, 1 blocks with a 68 field goal rate. Alowo Candy averages 22, 1 points 11, 3 rebounds 2, 1 blocks with a 53 field goal rate. On paper, Yao Ming is comprehensively superior. Mai Kubu Lin took the cue, his voice lower. But numbers do not tell the whole story, do they? I've watched both of their tapes. Yao's technical polish is extraordinary. Footwork, touch, passing, vision, all far beyond collegiate peers. Yet Alowo Candy, his physical gifts are even more striking. Zhang Bo Luan interjected. Indeed, Alowo Candy of Nigerian descent stands too. 13 meters tall with an astonishing 2.34-meter wingspan and 86-centimeter vertical leap, and weighing 122 kilograms. In both static and dynamic athleticism, he is unquestionably the draft's most outstanding specimen this year. Talent must be translated into on-court impact. Brown shook his head. Yao Ming's basketball IQ is elite. His decisions and tempo control on the floor make him feel like certain seasoned NBA veterans. Alowo Candy, by contrast, plays more off instinct. His technique remains crude. All right, Brown, I agree with you, but in NBA drafts, especially for the number 1 pick, teams often prize ceiling over polish. Alowo Candy only began systematic basketball at 17. His progress has been dramatic. Yao Ming's technique is nearly a finished product, so his upside may not match the others. Mai Kubu Lin countered. So tonight's duel is especially meaningful. If Yao Ming can decisively dominate Luo Candy head-to-head, the #1 pick debate could be settled. If Luo Candy demonstrates he can contend with, or even best, Yao Ming, the draft will be thrown into turmoil. Zhangbo Luan concluded. Pacific University locker room. Head coach Baobo Tuomasun, a gray-haired man with a stern visage, was currently pounding phrases on the tactical board. Michael, listen, Yao Ming has few visible weaknesses, but we must exploit every possible one. He sketched lines across the board. First, use your athleticism. You are quicker than him, and jump higher. Attack the pick and roll, then slip to the rim. Receive and go. His shot blocking is formidable, but don't give him time to react. Second, on defense, do not be fooled by his fakes. He is a master of deception. Stay balanced, keep your hands up to contest. Your wingspan can disrupt any shot. Most importantly, mind the mentality. Tuomasun fixed his gaze on Luo Candy. The media has elevated you because they see your potential. Tonight is your best chance to prove you deserve that top pick talk. Show everyone how terrifying a 2.13-meter athlete with guard-like mobility can be. Luo Candy nodded heavily, his eyes alight with a warrior's fire. He had never craved defeating someone as he did now. Before Yao Ming's meteoric rise, Luo Candy had held almost every mock draft top spot, basking in the mantle of the next Elijah Wan. But then all the spotlights were seized by that player from the summer country. Tonight he intended to take them back. Jin Xiong DUI locker room. The atmosphere was entirely different. Coach Yao Ming did not draw any plays. He simply patted Yao Ming's shoulder and told the team, "Tonight play our normal game. Feed the ball to Yao, space the floor. Defend with our usual rotations. Guys, the Pacific Tigers are not on our level. Go claim this win." A round of light laughter rippled through the players. Yao Ming looked at Yao Ming. "Yao, I know the noise outside is loud, but we all know the gap between you and that fellow. Go out and show your strength tonight. Silence those voices with one game." Yao Ming nodded, rose, and spoke calmly. "Try to resolve this in one half. Get off early and prepare for the..." He said it so matter-of-factly that none of the teammates found it odd. An 18-game winning streak had imbued them with a sense of invincibility. Warm-ups. Luo Candy actually attempted a 360-degree spinning dunk. He missed on the first try, but succeeded on the second, drawing gasps from some in the crowd. "Look at Luo Candy's athleticism," Mai Kubu Lin praised from the commentary table. "To perform such moves at 2.13 meters, his physical gifts are indeed elite." Hubai Bulang was unimpressed. Warm-up dunks and in-game finishing are different matters. Yao Ming is doing systematic stretching and shooting drills. That is the proper professional warm-up. Luo Candy is bouncing around like an ape courting a mate. Zhang Bolun laughed. "Hubai, I know you don't care for that kid, but don't be so stern. Young players showing energy is fine. Besides, Yao Ming's warm-up shooting is precise. He's already hit 17 straight mid-range shots." The camera cut to Yao Ming practicing his mid-range shots, 3 consecutive swishes, his motion as steady as a machine. The game began. The starting lineups took the floor. Pacific Tigers. Point guard Jieson Hate. Shooting guard Gule Gulasher. Small forward Mai Ku and Ikusi. Power forward Ben Mai Kaui. Center Luo Candy. Jin Xiong DUI fielded the familiar starting 5. Before the tip, Luo Candy approached Yao Ming and, his English thick with an African accent, said, "Yao, after tonight, everyone will know who the true future is." Yao Ming glanced down at him, said nothing, smiled unconsciously, and strode to midcourt. He couldn't fathom where this once-touted bust of a top pick had found such confidence. The referee tossed the ball. Luo Candy exploded upward. His spring was remarkable. He flicked the tip away and deflected the jump ball to his own point guard before Yao Ming could touch it. A cheer rose from the stands. "What a leap. Luo Candy wins the opening confrontation," Mai Kubu Lin called excitedly, his commentary leaning in Luo Candy's favor. First possession, the Tigers on offense. After several passes, the ball found Luo Candy on the left low block. Jieson Hate lobbing it in. Luo Candy caught the ball, facing up. Against Yao Ming's defense, he first executed a hesitation move. Yao shifted his balance ever so slightly. In that instant, Luo Candy leapt and rose for a shot. His elevation and release point were both lofty, and with that astonishing wingspan, Yao Ming jumped to contest, his fingertips barely grazing the ball's underside. The ball rattled on the rim 4 times before reluctantly dropping through. 20. Score, Luo Candy converts on his first attempt against Yao Ming. Mai Kubu Lin exclaimed with excitement. That was a very difficult shot by Luo Candy. Luck played a part. His shot selection there was frankly questionable. Hubai Bulang analyzed calmly. Despite the make, Luo Candy did not think it mere luck. He was elated and even taunted Yao Ming with trash talk. "Is that the great monster's defense? I thought it'd be something else. Seems the media exaggerated this one." Indeed, the media does have a penchant for exaggeration. Yao Ming smiled as he echoed his words, then turned and sprinted towards the front court. The Golden Bears launched an offensive. Gino controlled the ball past half court, and Yao Ming set up a pick and roll as per the usual strategy. Without a moment's hesitation after receiving the ball, Yao Ming jumped and released the shot. His textbook mid-range shooting form sent the basketball on a perfect arc. Swish! The ball went straight through the net. 2-2. As they transitioned back to defense, Candy chattered incessantly beside Yao Ming. Big Demon King, are you afraid to confront me directly under the basket? Is it only shooting from outside? Yao Ming finally glanced at him, a slight smile on his face. Very well, congratulations, you've successfully caught my attention. Candy was momentarily taken aback by his words, then became even angrier, a rage born from being belittled. In the next play, the Tigers passed the ball to Candy. This time he received the ball at the low post on the right side and opted for a direct attack to the basket. He dribbled and suddenly accelerated, attempting to use his shoulder to force his way past Yao Ming. The two bodies collided solidly, and with a loud bang it sounded like two enraged bulls crashing into each other, clearly audible to the front row audience. Candy felt as if he had run into a wall. His weight of over 120 kilograms combined with the force of his sprint barely managed to push Yao Ming aside a little. Yao Ming's lower body was exceptionally stable. Although he appeared slim, his core strength was on full display. Candy's eyes flashed with shock, but he reacted quickly, stepping back half a step to leverage the rebound, and immediately went for a strong shot. However, the recent collision affected him, preventing him from jumping properly. Just as he raised the ball above his head, a massive hand descended like a dark cloud. Yao Ming had seen through his offensive intent, and this time his timing for the block was impeccable. Smack! The ball was emphatically swatted away to beyond the three-point line. Wow, what an amazing block! Haas Pavilion erupted the roar, nearly lifting the roof off. Yao Ming averages 5.1 blocks per game this season. His timing for blocking is simply exquisite. In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown couldn't help but praise. Marcus Lamprey grabbed the loose ball and quickly passed it to the fast-breaking Gino. Gino advanced the ball into the front court, and after his teammates settled into position, he once again passed the ball to Yao Ming in the low post. Yao Ming received the ball with his back to the basket, while Candy desperately defended behind him. Yao Ming took a step back while dribbling, sensing the resistance, and suddenly pivoted on his left foot, executing a quick spin fake. Candy was duped, shifting to the left. Despite the coach's repeated warnings to be cautious of Yao Ming's fakes before the game, sometimes knowing isn't enough to execute. Yao Ming's fake was as effective as Iverson's drive. Everyone knows AI would break right, yet you still can't defend it. Yao Ming swiftly retracted, pivoting on his right foot to turn back, slipping past Candy by half a body length, heading straight for the basket. The help defender was too late to react. Yao Ming had already leaped up, executing a one-handed dunk. Boom. 4-2. After landing from the dunk, Yao Ming looked at Candy, who had just turned, and casually said, "I'm going to the basket, so what now?" After saying this, he turned and ran back to defend, leaving Candy standing there with a dark expression. The next few minutes became a teaching moment for Yao Ming. Candy, refusing to be deterred, sought the ball again for a onion. This time he opted for a mid-range jumper, but Yao Ming's long arms completely blocked his view, severely interfering with the shot, which bounced off the rim. Turning back, Yao Ming attacked, receiving the ball at the low post. Candy focused intently on defense. Yao Ming first executed a spin fake towards the baseline, prompting Candy to hurriedly shift. However, Yao Ming gathered the ball and executed a fadeaway jump shot fake. Candy was baited into jumping, and Yao Ming waited for him to come down before calmly jumping and hitting the fadeaway. Throughout the entire process, Candy was toyed with like a wooden post, his agility and mobility completely absent. "I heard your draft template is Elijah Wan. As I ran back to defend, I passed by him. Why don't you show me your dream shake later?" A psychological jab. Candy was thoroughly enraged, and in the next play he indeed aimed to showcase his footwork in front of you. He received the ball near the free throw line, threatening to break through after a triple threat, then suddenly stopped, pivoted, and faked again. Yao Ming's defensive positioning was perfect, always maintaining an optimal interference position, his long arms shadowing him. In his past life, Yao Ming had often matched up against the Candy Man, and he was well aware of some of Candy's habits on the court. Moreover, the current Candy was not as mature as he was in the NBA in his past life. His skills were even more rudimentary, making it even harder to break through Yao Ming's defense. Reborn Yao Ming not only had matured skills, but also a greater advantage in understanding the techniques and playing styles of other NBA players, allowing him to effectively counter them. This was true knowledge of self and opponent. Unable to shake Yao Ming off, Candy, in a fit of anger, chose to back down and force the play. He exerted all his strength, leaning back with his 122-kilogram body, but this time, Yao Ming didn't resist. To conserve energy, he smoothly retreated, absorbing some of the force. Candy thought he had succeeded. As he squeezed under the basket, he turned to go for a powerful dunk. But just as he gathered the ball and turned, Yao Ming's hand shot out like a ghost, precisely clipping the ball. Smack! Another steal. Yao Ming quickly passed the ball out. Gino received it and initiated a fast break, assisting Thomas for a layup. Seeing this, the tone in the commentary booth began to shift. QB Brown was blunt. Olowokandi looks like a child in front of Yao Ming. All his actions seem clumsy and inefficient. Yao Ming is crushing him with basketball IQ. Mike Breen stubbornly tried to defend Olowokandi, still attempting to make excuses. Olowokandi's physical talents were indeed on display. His jumping heights were impressive. Wilt Chamberlain directly interrupted him, having already seen the situation. Mike, if talent cannot be converted into effective gameplay, it's just empty talk. Yao Ming is teaching him what real basketball is. Look at Yao Ming's defensive choices. Each one is perfectly timed. And on offense, he hardly exerts any effort to score. I feel that there is a gap in understanding between the two that physical talent cannot bridge. By the 10th minute of the game, the score was an astonishing 2-8-6. Under Yao Ming's defense, Olowokandi shot 2 for 8, scoring 4 points with 3 turnovers. Meanwhile, Yao Ming was on fire, going 7 for 7, with 16 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Pacific University coach Thomason's face turned dark as he called a timeout. However, the timeout adjustments proved ineffective. This is because the overall strength of the Tigers was indeed vastly inferior to the Golden Bears. Not just Yao Ming, other players in their positions were similarly dominated by the Golden Bears. The Tigers were essentially a single-core team supported solely by Olowokandi, and they were only at mid-tier level in the NCAA Division I. It seems they didn't even make it into the March Madness this season. Once their core player was locked down, the entire team structure collapsed. Playing against them, the Golden Bears felt it was easier than when they played against the NJCAA Falcons led by Francis earlier in the season. After all, against the Falcons, Francis could still explode their perimeter. By the end of the first half, the score was an astonishing 5-8-1-9, with the Golden Bears leading by 39 points. Yao Ming's halftime statistics: 12 shots, 12 made, 6 free throws, 6 made, 30 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 blocks, and 1 steal, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage of 100. On the other hand, Olowokandi shot 3 for 14, scoring 6 points with 6 rebounds, resulting in a shooting percentage of 21.4. At that moment, the Haas Pavilion had transformed into a sea of joy, with shouts of MVP echoing through the air. Olowokandi walked back to the locker room with his head down, covering his face with a towel, utterly dazed, unable to think clearly. He never expected to be outshone so thoroughly by an NCAA player. Before the second half began, Pacific University coach Thomason made a desperate decision to bench all the starters and announce their surrender. The Golden Bears also tactfully substituted in their bench players. Just 5 minutes into the second half, Olowokandi suddenly rose from the bench, clutching his stomach, and approached the coach with a pained expression to whisper a few words. The team doctor hurried over and Olowokandi was assisted off the court. The venue broadcast announced Pacific University's center Michael Olowokandi has exited the game due to abdominal discomfort. What was originally hyped as a clash of titans ended abruptly. The final score 92-35, with the Golden Bears winning by a staggering 57 points. After the game, Yao Ming looked at the scoreboard and smiled at Gino, saying, "What a pity, I was just 1 point away from unlocking an achievement." Gino looked confused, unsure of what Yao Ming was referring to. Yao Ming had only played half the game with stats frozen at 30 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 blocks, a terrifying efficiency. The next day, news of Yao Ming leading the Golden Bears to a 57-point victory over the Tigers spread across the United States. Those who had previously praised Olowokandi were now left embarrassed. Most media outlets began to unify in their stance, declaring Yao Ming as the undisputed first overall pick. Mainstream media almost unanimously ranked Yao Ming's draft prospects at the top. However, a small number of media outlets still sought to gain attention by criticizing him, publishing opinions that left everyone astonished. Fox Sports columnist Charlie Rosen stated, "Olowokandi played while injured, which resulted in the Pacific Tigers losing by a large margin." It is reported that Pacific University's star center Olowokandi had experienced severe abdominal discomfort before the game, and the team doctor advised him to sit out. But he insisted on playing for the team, and this spotlight match ultimately leaving the game in the second half due to unbearable pain. ESPN columnist Bill Simmons remarked, "The Golden Bears took advantage of the situation, and Yao Ming's statistics tell the whole story." The article also cited various statistics claiming that Yao Ming was only facing an opponent at 50 capacity, suggesting that the outcome might have been different if Olowokandi had been fully healthy. Moreover, Yao Ming's statistics had clearly declined this season, dropping from an average of 38 points at the season's start to 29 points, now indicating that his playing style had been thoroughly studied by other teams. In contrast, Olowokandi improved each year, averaging 4 points in his freshman year, 11 points in his sophomore year, and 22 points in his junior year. His talent had evidently yet to be fully realized. When Yao Ming heard these comments in his dormitory, he could only smile slightly, not expecting that the two biggest critics from his past life would emerge so quickly to attack him. These two individuals had managed to belittle him during his peak season in 2006-07. That year, Yao Ming averaged 25 points and 9.7 rebounds, undeniably qualifying him as the best center in the NBA. Even later, when Yao Ming was inducted into the Hall of Fame, they claimed he was not qualified, saying he lowered the standards of the Hall. They completely disregarded objective facts, failing to notice that Yao Ming had played over 30 minutes per game earlier in the season, but in the later stages, as the team gelled, Yao often only played half a game, averaging under 30 minutes on the court, while still scoring 29 points. It was simply blatant criticism. Furthermore, Yao Ming did not anticipate that Olowokandi, his rival, would show some quick wit, utilizing the tactic of feigning injury to safeguard his draft position. Fortunately, the scouts and general managers of various teams were not foolish, and the fans were not blind, as the comments from the two critics were heavily criticized by the fans. As a result, Olowokandi's draft stock plummeted significantly after Yao Ming's performance, with the latest TNT rankings placing him at the 6th position. This position is still relatively reasonable. After all, the NBA still favored a slower-paced game focused on the interior, and Olowokandi's talent remains evident. One bad game cannot directly lead to a collapse. Moreover, Olowokandi was labeled a bust simply because he was the first overall pick, but if he were just the 6th pick, it wouldn't be considered a bust. After all, he had already played 9 seasons in the NBA, averaging close to 10 points. Yao Ming understood that after this game his draft position should be secure. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't falter too much in the NCAA March Madness. But would he falter? Clearly not possible. On this day in the school dormitory, the night outside was deep, and after a day of intense training, Yao Ming had just finished showering and was drying his wet hair with a towel. Gino was already sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. The dormitory was very quiet. Just then the phone, Gino mumbled, turned over, and covered his ears with his pillow. Yao Ming thought it was Rose again, as she had frequently called him to chat during this time. He walked over to answer the phone. Hello. However, the voice on the other end was extremely familiar and unusually clear Mandarin. Hello. Is this Yao Ming? It was his mother Fong Fengda's voice. Yao Ming was somewhat surprised and immediately switched to Mandarin. Mom, it's me. Why are you calling so late? Late. It's only a little past 9 in the morning back home. Yao Ming, how have you been? Is training exhausting? Are you getting used to the food? I saw on the American news that they eat hamburgers and fries all the time. It's not nutritious. Fong Fengda asked a lot of questions, and Yao Ming didn't feel his mother was nagging, as he could sense her concern. Mom, I'm doing great. I can keep up with the training, and there's a professional nutritionist on the school basketball team giving advice. I also pay attention to my diet. Oh, that's good, that's good. By the way, your dad is next to me. He has something to say to you. Then Yao Ziyuan's deep voice came through the phone. Yao Ming, your mother and I recently received a call. What is it? Yao Ming asked curiously. It's the leadership from the Shanghai team that contacted us. They are very concerned about your development in America and have watched your game footage. Yao Ming processed his father's words. His mature mind prevented him from outright refusal. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Let's do this, Dad, Mom. Right now, all my focus is on the NCAA playoffs and the upcoming March Madness. This is a crucial stage for our team in the pursuit of the national championship. As for what comes next, after I finish this season, we can reassess the situation. You can speak with the Shanghai team. Perhaps we might have a chance to collaborate. Yao Ming did not finalize his decision. Fong Fengda's voice came through. All right, the games are most important. Focus on your performance and be careful not to get injured. There's nothing to worry about at home. Yao Ziyuan added, yes, you've grown up. You can handle these matters on your own. Being abroad, stay vigilant. Do you have enough money? It's enough. The school offers a full scholarship over $10,000 a year, so I won't have to worry about food and expenses, Yao Ming replied. After discussing some family matters, Yao Ming inquired about his grandparents' health and reminded his parents to rest before ending the call. He fell into deep thought. He did not outright reject the Shanghai team's call, not because he intended to return to play in the CBA, but because in his memories of his past life, 1998 was a significant year. The Chicago Bulls completed their second three-peat, and Michael Jordan retired once more. The NBA, embroiled in labor disputes, fell into a long lockout after the season ended, only beginning a shortened season in February 1999. If the historical trajectory remained unchanged then, from the summer of 1998 to early 1999, the NBA would have no games to play for over half a year. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. What he desired was certainly not the meager salary from the CBA during those few months. His small thought was to return in glory and prove himself. Yao Ming clearly remembered the evaluations fans had of him when he first reincarnated. With this level, how dare he compare himself to Deji before the game? Over 2 meters tall, yet as soft as noodles, he falls with a touch. His scoring and rebounding are inadequate. I think he's not ready to play professional basketball yet. He has height, but is too thin and his skills are coarse. Compared to Deji, he falls far short. I can only say he needs to work hard in the future. Shanghai really has no one left sending such a kid up to be abused. After this game, I estimate he'll have psychological trauma next time he faces Deji. Though he wasn't angry upon hearing these comments, he still felt unsettled. Yao Ming occasionally went online to see some of the domestic comments about him. He was chased away by Wang Zhizhi. Unable to make it in China, he went to America to gild his resume. What is the NCAA worth? What success can come from that? Having been reincarnated, could he still endure such grievances? Just wait for the draft, or as long as he is selected as the first pick, he would gain 10 attribute points. With those attributes added, he would gain another wave of enhancement. At that time, returning with the notorious title of NCAA Demon King and the aura of being the NBA first pick, he would show those people what he had become. They had ignored him back then, now he had become someone they couldn't reach. He wanted those who once doubted and mocked him to see firsthand what he had transformed into after a year in America. He aimed to deliver a groundbreaking performance that would leave all spectators in awe. What he sought to prove was not just his personal strength, but also to carve out a different future for the men's basketball team of Xia Country. A Chinese youth training player, through entering a higher-level basketball system for training and competition, could achieve astonishing transformation and improvement in a short period. No one knows I've been reincarnated. They will only think this is the change brought about by my year of studying in America. A sharp light flashed in Yao Ming's eyes. Aside from his small thoughts of revenge, he harbored deeper desires. He did not want the future men's basketball team to fall into the same decline as in his past life, akin to the men's football team. Having been reincarnated, if he couldn't make significant achievements in basketball, what was the difference from being a salted fish? I want to win the NBA championship, and I also want to win the Olympic and World Cup titles. I want it all. Yao Ming clearly knew that since the historic breakthrough into the quarterfinals at the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, Chinese basketball had actually fallen into a state of stagnation. There was no progress afterward. In areas like talent cultivation, the attitude towards overseas study, and the construction of domestic leagues, many aspects saw no advancement, and some even regressed. If it weren't for his generation holding on for 10 years in his past life, men's basketball might have already perished. Wang Zhizhi faced numerous challenges to join the NBA, even being banned from the national team at one point. To join the Rockets, Yao Ming himself paid a huge price, signing various complex agreements with the Shanghai team and the Basketball Association. For example, he guaranteed to return to participate in the Asian Championships, Asian Games, Olympics, World Championships, and various warm-up matches. Serving the country was an obligation. Yao Ming had never wavered on this point. However, after his reincarnation, he gained a more macro and long-term perspective. The lessons from his past life were too profound. That generation of players almost shouldered all major events, from the crucial Olympics and World Championships to Asian-level Asian Championships, Asian Games, and numerous commercial warm-up matches. While this ensured results, especially in dominating Asia, it also harmed their bodies and deprived young players of opportunities for high-level competition. In the CBA league, teams overly relied on foreign players for short-term results, making it difficult for local players, especially young ones, to gain opportunities for ball handling and key plays. Combined with the backwardness and certain flaws in the youth training system, this ultimately led to the subsequent cliff-like decline in the men's basketball team's strength. In this life, perhaps I can use this opportunity to return to the CBA to attempt to change some of these things, Yao Ming silently thought. If he could return to the CBA with a shocking performance, even if only temporarily, and publicly share the concepts and gains from his training and competition in America. If he could use his success as a case to help the whole country see the tremendous growth that comes from going out. If he could influence some decision makers to slightly adjust the strategy of prioritizing short-term results for the national team, which to some extent restricts players' long-term development. If he could encourage more promising young individuals to bravely challenge higher-level stages. Even if it only changes a little, perhaps slowly, he could avoid the complete downfall of men's basketball after his retirement, as seen in his past life. Upon realizing this, Yao Ming felt that returning to the CBA for a few months wasn't inappropriate. After coming to this conclusion, he went to bed. Time flew by, and finally on February 13th, the Pac-10 conference playoffs arrived. They were all old rivals, and all were former defeated opponents. The Golden Bears team achieved a flawless victory without any suspense. Coupled with their previous 19-game winning streak in the regular season, they set an astonishing record of 27 consecutive wins this season, directly breaking the historical record of the University of California, Berkeley. They were also the only undefeated team among this year's NCAA Division I teams, advancing to March Madness as the undisputed conference champions. The second highest winning percentage was held by the University of North Carolina with a record of 34 wins and 4 losses. One of those losses was to the Golden Bears. The third was Duke University with 32 wins and 4 losses. Originally, the top two in the previous life were North Carolina and Duke, but this time a dark horse emerged, trampling all traditional strong teams. In 27 games, Yao Ming averaged 32, 5.16, 1 rebounds 12, 3 assists 5, 2 blocks and 8 steals. Once this performance was announced, it caused a stir not just in the NCAA, but also in the NBA. At this moment, the NBA's regular season had already passed the halfway mark. Not to mention the teams with poor records, even those that originally could contend for the playoffs, were wishing to tank to secure Yao Ming. If Yao Ming's previous regular season performance was still met with skepticism now that he had completed 27 games, any further doubt would be pure contrarianism. Everyone believed that Yao Ming was a once in a 100-year super genius in the NBA, akin to Shaquille O'Neal. Though he had not yet turned 18, he was remarkably mature, whether in playing or in dealings with people, as well as facing interviews. He was nearly flawless. Meanwhile, in the Xia country, due to Yao Ming's response, the Shanghai Sharks saw hope in his return to the CBA. His reputation was slowly being restored, and those familiar with basketball were filled with hope, believing he would become the next leader of Xia country. After all, last year in preparation for the Atlanta Olympics, the Xia national basketball team traveled to California in July 1996 to participate in the Southern California Summer League warm-up. In this match, the Xia national basketball team faced off against the Los Angeles Lakers, with the Lakers winning 10,585. At that time, Xia's Jordan Hu Weidong also played, contributing 30 points, but the 17-year-old Kobe still scored 22 points. It should be noted that Hu Weidong was the strongest player on the Chinese team at that time, yet in the game, he was only slightly better than the 13th pick. Yao Ming was the projected number 1 pick this year. If the 13th pick was this strong, what about the number 1? They naturally had high expectations for Yao Ming. Inside the training facility of the Berkeley Golden Bears, the smell of sweat intertwined with the echoes of basketballs hitting the floor. Having just finished a high-intensity scrimmage, the players were sitting on the floor in small groups resting, but their excitement was evident on their faces. "Hey bro, do you have this feeling that it's like we're dreaming?" Gino said, while wiping his sweat with a towel, his eyes sparkling as he spoke to Marcus beside him. 27 wins, no losses, advancing to March Madness undefeated. "Guys, we've created history for the team," Marcus said, tilting his head back to drink water, grinning widely. "The most incredible thing is that we beat North Carolina. I still get excited thinking about that game. And then there's Arizona, the defending champions." The substitute point guard Blair interjected. "I still remember those preseason predictions by the media before Yao joined the team, saying we'd win at most 11 games, and it'd be good enough to make the playoffs. And now, we're the number 1 seed in the nation." "Yeah, thankfully Yao joined us," said point guard Justin, sighing as he looked towards the other end of the court. Everyone's gaze turned to that end of the court. At this moment after the scrimmage, Yao Ming was still practicing his three-pointers alone. Although it was evident that he was already very tired, his movements remained steady, catching the ball, bending his knees, lifting the ball, and shooting the basketball traced arcs in the air. Swish, boom, swish. Despite some shots going in and others missing, Yao Ming persisted, knowing how crucial it was to maintain shooting accuracy while fatigued. After hitting 50 three-pointers in a row, he finally stopped to catch his breath. Gino couldn't help but shout, "Yao, we've made history for the team, and you're still working so hard. Are you trying to make it impossible for us to live?" Yao Ming turned around, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled gently. "Hey guys, this is just the beginning. We still have 6 games to play." In his heart, the NCAA was no longer his target. Yao Ming's gaze had long since surpassed college basketball, aiming for the higher and more brutal stage. He thought of the peak Shaquille O'Neal, the emerging Duncan Iverson Garnett. Those were the opponents he yearned to. Unfortunately, Jordan was about to retire for the second time, and he had missed the chance to face the peak god of basketball, which left him somewhat regretful. "Once the NCAA is over and I earn those 10 attribute points," Yao Ming silently planned. At that point, his strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level, and he believed he would be qualified to match up against anyone without falling behind. At that moment, head coach Hammond strode into the training facility, holding a freshly printed document. "Gather around, boys." Hammond clapped his hands. "The NCAA tournament bracket has been released. We are the number 1 seed, and our first-round opponent is the Jacksonville Dolphins, with the game taking place at the North Shore Garden in Boston, Massachusetts." North Shore Garden. The other Golden Bears players' eyes lit up. The Celtics' home court. A real NBA arena. They all yearned for a larger stage, more spectators, and to be seen by more scouts. They too wanted to enter the NBA like Yao. March 12, 1998, Boston, North Shore Garden. This ancient arena, which had witnessed countless glories of the Celtics dynasty, welcomed the crucial battle of the NCAA, a tournament where 64 teams would be reduced to 32. The deep green seats were filled with spectators, among whom were many Berkeley fans and basketball enthusiasts from Boston attracted by Yao Ming. In the VIP seats by the court, two figures stood out. The iconic Red Auerbach with his trademark cigar and the current Celtics head coach Rick Pitino. This season, under Auerbach's directive, the Celtics went into full tank mode, currently boasting a dismal record of 17 wins and 53 losses, firmly at the bottom of the league, aiming for the #1 pick. "Coach, isn't it too obvious what we're doing?" Pitino whispered, glancing at the spectators and media who recognized them and were pointing. Auerbach squinted, his gaze fixed on Yao Ming, who was warming up on the court. "Rick, as long as we can make Yao feel our respect for him, it's worth it." He paused and spoke again. "I watched him play in Los Angeles once, and to be honest, it's hard for me to refuse watching this child perform on the court." Pitino also looked at Yao Ming, wondering if Auerbach may have exaggerated. After all, at their level, they had seen all kinds of talents. One could say that geniuses entering the NBA were as common as fish crossing the river. Could Yao Ming truly compare with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal and Tim Duncan, who were so rare over the decades? At this moment, Yao Ming was doing some simple stretches, his expression focused, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding noisy environment. The game was about to begin. The Jacksonville Dolphins were not a strong team. They played typical team basketball, without absolute star players, relying on rotation and coordination. It proved that such teams often crumbled in the face of absolute talent and strength. The first round established the tone for the entire game. Yao Ming easily won the jump ball. On the first offense for the Golden Bears, Yao Ming received the ball in the low post, and the Dolphins center attempted to go around him, but Yao Ming managed to secure his position with a quick move. After receiving the ball, he didn't make any feints and simply turned around for a soft hook shot, scoring effortlessly. The 2.06-meter center had no answer for him. 2-0. On defense, the Dolphins tried to find openings with quick ball movement, but when the ball entered the paint, Yao Ming's long arms disrupted the play. A strong inside attack was met with Yao Ming's merciless rejection. With a blocking attribute of 92, anyone would know what happened. Heavens! This defensive awareness and coverage. After just one offensive and defensive exchange, Pitino, who was watching Yao Ming play for the first time from the sidelines, sensed something extraordinary. In the next round, the Golden Bears launched a fast break. Gino threw the ball high towards the hoop, and Yao Ming charged into the paint from behind, catching the ball with one hand in midair, and over the Dolphins' forward attempting to contest, slammed it into the basket. Boom! The North Bank Garden was instantly ignited. Wow, he flew. Is this really a center over 2 meters tall? Traditional Celtics fans accustomed to the defense of the Russell era, the shooting of the Bird era, and Mikhail's footwork in the paint were utterly shocked by today's display that combined height, skill, and violent aesthetics. The applause and gasps transformed this originally neutral venue into a home court for the Golden Bears. Yao Ming noticed that the Dolphins' interior defense was quite weak. So in the following rounds, he performed several spectacular dunks. His playstyle was entirely beastly inside, showcasing his core strength and explosiveness to the fullest. The reason Yao Ming had the opportunity to perform sky-high dunks in this life was that he wanted to establish his persona. He didn't want to be labeled as a floor player like in his previous life. Now his resilience was rated at 85, harder than most NBA players with low risk of injury, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Of course, the reason he wanted to establish himself as a beastly inside player wasn't simply for show. The main reason was to secure lucrative shoe contracts and more endorsements in the future. At any time, playing well also mattered greatly, especially for signing shoe contracts. In the NBA's sneaker commercial logic, entertainment value is always the hard currency for high-value contracts. Especially for inside players, breaking the traditional curse of centers not selling shoes can only be achieved through a violent style of play and visually impactful dunks, compelling brands to invest real money, and fans will be willing to buy in. Conversely, even if you possess godly skills and numerous honors, you may still find the sneaker market unwelcoming. For example, in his past life, power forward Zion Williamson. With his overwhelming physical gifts, he delivered rim-rattling dunks and thunderous finishes. Every highlight became the most eye-catching shoe advertisement. As soon as he joined the league, he secured a massive 7-year, $75 million contract with the Jordan brand, establishing himself at the pinnacle of sneaker endorsements for big men. Dwight Howard's peak Superman-style dunks and violent putbacks after grabbing rebounds. He also participated in the All-Star Dunk Contest and won the championship. He epitomized the explosive power of centers to the extreme. Not only did he secure a 6-year, $36 million contract with Adidas, but he was also signed by Peak for over $100 million in collaboration, including stock and product shares, becoming the only center in the league with dual brand signature shoe lines. In contrast, those top-tier floor players like Duncan, recognized as the greatest power forward in history, held 5 championship trophies. However, his steady and solid playing style lacked explosive visual impact, leading to shoe contracts far inferior to those of his superstar peers, and throughout his career, he never had a dedicated signature shoe. Even Nowitzki, a top-tier inside player who pioneered unique skills, won a championship and regular season MVP with his signature move. Yet due to a relatively soft playing style and lack of violent highlights, he remained distant from top-tier shoe contracts and never owned a long-term signature shoe line. Meanwhile, the likes of Jordan and LeBron, who established themselves in the sneaker market with violent styles of play, will always attract brands willing to invest in visually stunning and thrilling moments. Without such visual impact, no matter how high the achievements on the court, it is difficult to reach the pinnacle in the sneaker commercial world. The reason Yao Ming needed a big contract was to assert his status and pave the way for his future entry into the NBA. Don't underestimate the importance of signature shoes. The power of big shoe brands has now infiltrated every aspect of the NBA. It's not just about throwing money at signing stars and global marketing. The players they support can even get leniency from referees, audience representatives brought out, and the cameras are focused on them more frequently, while the MVP selection can be influenced by resources. They can even intervene when the league sets rules or negotiates labor agreements, and even the team's recruitment and building strategies can be swayed by players' endorsement contracts, becoming a force that cannot be ignored in the league's dynamics. Secondly, he needed money to operate at the start. He still owed $2 million in buyout fees. Knowing the developments of the future, he naturally wanted to make more money. Only with sufficient funds could he plan and practice many things according to his ideas. For instance, he wanted to support talented youth from Xia country to train in the U.S., or strongly back domestic high school and university basketball events to discover talents. Which of these does not require money? In his past life, his first contract, signed in '99, was only $2,000. When it expired in '03, Nike's renewal offer was a humiliating $6 million. That year, LeBron entered the league and signed an $87 million contract for 7 years. In this life, he certainly did not want to repeat the same mistakes. Thus, he aimed to shape himself into a beastly interior style. Returning to the arena, the first half had already concluded with a score of 5-2-3-2, the Golden Bear team leading by 20 points. The game had lost its suspense early on. In the second half, Yao Ming only played for 8 minutes, scoring 6 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, and providing 2 assists, expanding the lead to 28 points before being substituted for a rest by Coach Hammond. In the end, the Golden Bear team easily won with a score of 8-8-6-0, advancing to the top 32. Yao Ming played only 28 minutes in total, but achieved an impressive stat line of 34 points, 15 rebounds, 12 assists, and 6 blocks, with a shooting percentage exceeding 70%. As Yao Ming was substituted out, a prolonged and enthusiastic applause erupted in the North Shore Garden. Many fans dressed in Celtics green stood up to cheer. Who doesn't love watching a powerhouse slam dunk? The play style of a powerhouse inside player is the most captivating for the audience. People have long been accustomed to guards and forwards soaring through the air to dunk, while it's rare to see centers play like this nowadays. This is also the reason why future stars like Griffin and Howard are so popular in America. Not just the fans, but even Coach Pitino, who witnessed Yao Ming's dominance firsthand, was practically drooling on the sidelines, longing to coach such a player. At this moment, Coach Pitino had completely succumbed to Yao Ming's prowess. He could only utter one word: incredible. Coach, your insight is impeccable. We must acquire him at all costs. He has skills, basketball IQ, defensive capabilities, and even offers tremendous entertainment value. If he could come to the Celtics, I believe he could fill the North Shore Garden every game. Not to mention Pitino, even Auerbach realized after witnessing Yao Ming's dominance today that his previous views on Yao Ming were rather one-sided. If Yao Ming truly could join the Celtics, Auerbach would almost want to come out of retirement to coach the team again. It's been a long time since he felt such an urge to coach a player. The last time he felt this way was when he watched Larry Bird play. In the post-game interview area, media swarmed. When Auerbach appeared, reporters immediately surrounded him. One reporter sharply asked, "Mr. Auerbach, at the beginning of the season you publicly stated that Yao Ming might have flaws and favored Olowokandi instead. However, today you personally attended the game and Yao Ming displayed such a dominating performance. How do you explain your previous comments?" Auerbach faced the camera, rarely showing a slightly self-deprecating smile. He did not evade the question, but candidly replied, "Well, I admit I underestimated that kid at the time. I thought Olowokandi could at least put up a fight against him, but I never expected." Auerbach was speechless. He initially brought up this topic genuinely believing Olowokandi could somewhat contain Yao Ming, but Olowokandi ended up losing by 57 points, completely derailing his plans. He anticipated that Olowokandi would lose, but he truly did not expect it to be by such a margin. The reporters stirred surprise to see the esteemed coach speaking with a tone of apology regarding Yao Ming. Auerbach continued, speaking sincerely. "After watching Yao's performance today, I can only say he is like a modern-day Bill Russell. I believe that once he enters the NBA, he will undoubtedly become the cornerstone of a team. Due to the NBA's prohibition on publicly recruiting NCAA players, Auerbach could only express his sentiments indirectly. By comparing Yao Ming to the Celtics' legendary center the Ring King Russell, he was essentially conveying the message that they wanted Yao Ming to come to the Celtics to build the team around him and compete for many championships. This public and candid praise once again ignited the media frenzy. The media isn't foolish. This could be considered a name-brand recruitment. Meanwhile, in the Golden Bear team's interview room, it was packed with American media, but Yao Ming quickly spotted two Asian faces: CCTV commentator Su Kun and another photographer. After answering some routine questions from the American reporters, Yao Ming accepted an interview with CCTV. Yao Ming: hello, I am Su Kun from CCTV. Su Kun was so excited after watching the game today that he could hardly contain himself. He felt as if he was witnessing the future of basketball in China. After calming down, he handed the microphone to Yao Ming. First of all, on behalf of all domestic fans, I would like to congratulate you on advancing to the top 32. Yao Ming faced the camera and spoke clearly in Chinese. Thank you, Teacher Su, and thank you to all the fans in China who care about and support me. Hello everyone, I am Yao Ming. This was Yao Ming's first formal interview with domestic media since coming to America. Su Kun then asked the first question, which is also the most concerning for domestic fans: will you return to China to play in the future? Will you represent the national team? Yao Ming did not hesitate at all and solemnly promised to the camera, as long as the country needs me, whether it's the Olympics, the World Cup, or the World Championships, I will definitely participate without hesitation. This is my responsibility and honor as a Chinese basketball player. His words were firm and resonant. As for the Asian Games, Asian Championships, and warm-up matches, Yao Ming didn't even mention them. Nowadays, whether or not he participates in those Asian events is completely irrelevant. Even losing a game or two doesn't matter. To take a step back if it really comes down to the crucial moments of the qualifiers. One thing is clear: I will take the shot. Su Kun then asked the second question: what considerations led you to leave the Shanghai youth team and come to America to play NCAA basketball? After all, you had already begun to make a name for yourself in China, and it seemed the Shanghai Sharks were ready to sign you. Yao Ming pondered for a moment and then used a very clever metaphor. Teacher Su, I don't know if you've read any martial arts novels. In those stories, the strongest top experts often do not stick to one school or sect. They mostly travel far and wide, absorbing the strengths of various styles, ultimately merging them into their own unique approach. I came to America because I recognized my own shortcomings and wanted to experience different basketball philosophies, training methods, and playing styles. I believe that the only way to improve myself is to absorb more essence from various sources so that I can better serve my country in the future. This answer showcased both his vision and ambition while cleverly avoiding any potentially controversial comparisons, highlighting his emotional intelligence. Su Kun nodded repeatedly and then asked a few more questions regarding training and life, to which Yao Ming responded appropriately and sincerely. After the brief interview, Su Kun shook Yao Ming's hand firmly. Yao Ming, seeing your performance now truly brings me joy. Keep it up. Many people back home are watching you and looking forward to your future. Someone like Su Kun, who truly understands basketball, can naturally see the differences between Yao Ming's performance in China and now. He was genuinely shocked by the game today, not expecting Yao Ming's transformation over the past half year to be so significant. It was like night and day compared to his time in China. Yao Ming nodded. I will. Stepping out of the interview room, the night breeze in Boston was slightly chilly. The lights of the North Shore Garden gradually dimmed, but Yao Ming knew that the light belonging to him had only just begun to shine. After defeating the Dolphin team, the next opponent for the Golden Bear team was the Illinois team. With a defensive efficiency that led the league, they allowed only 63.5 points per game, averaging 69 points scored. Their key scorer, shooting guard Kevin Turner, averaged 17 points, 2 rebounds and 2.8 assists, showcasing explosive scoring ability and proficiency from long range. The small forward Jerry Hurst averaged 14 points, 3 rebounds, and was a dual threat player on both offense and defense. Power forward Jared G averaged 8 points and 4.0 assists, serving as the core of the team's offensive playmaking. With 5 points and 5.3 rebounds, their center was notable for his positioning and shot blocking ability. However, the team's biggest weakness was center Victor Chukdub, who stood only 2.01 meters tall and weighed 104 kilograms, being a sophomore player with a blue-collar style in the paint, averaging just 4 points. He averaged 2 points, 5.8 rebounds, and 1.2 blocks. They advanced to the second round of the NCAA championship due to their cohesive teamwork and top-tier perimeter defense. Despite the strong defense of the Illinois team, almost everyone favored the Golden Bear team this round. With a height of 2.23 meters facing off against 2.01 meters, and considering how they managed to score against the previously averaging 22 points Olowokandi, the question arose of how they could handle this. Time quickly arrived at March 15th. in California at the Arco Arena in Sacramento. This is the home court of the NBA's Kings. By the evening, the arena, filled with 1700 spectators, was already packed. Though Sacramento is considered a neutral site, it is just over 100 kilometers from San Francisco, making it effectively a home court for the Golden Bears, with most fans wearing blue jerseys. As both teams entered the court, the announcer dramatically introduced from the San Francisco Golden Bears, standing at 2.23 meters, number 11, the mighty Yao Ming, nearly lifting the roof off the Arco Arena. The roar of the crowd surged like a tsunami, with blue flags and banners waving wildly. In contrast, the Illinois team's entrance received only sparse applause and a chorus of boos. The league claims this is a neutral court, but it feels like the Golden Bears' home court right now, the Illinois assistant coach remarked with a bitter smile as he entered the arena. Head coach Ron Turner wore a stern expression. "There's nothing we can do. This is how fans are. Whoever plays the most entertaining basketball is who they cheer for. We need to show them tonight just how formidable Illinois is with our defense." Soon warm-ups concluded and the game began. In the first possession, the Golden Bears had the ball, and the Illinois team immediately displayed their defensive resilience. Gino executed the pick-and-roll, with Yao Ming as skillfully as ever. However, the opposing point guard Matt Heldman was agile and quick, managing to stick closely to Gino before he could drive into the paint, while small forward Jerry Hurst moved early to disrupt the passing lane. Gino was only able to pass the ball awkwardly to the wing where Thomas Kilgannon was, but under the tight defense of shooting guard Kevin Turner, Kilgannon rushed his shot and missed. The Illinois team initiated their offense, displaying extreme patience as they moved the ball around, eventually leading to Kevin Turner hitting a mid-range jumper from the corner. 0-2. Why did you see that? The Illinois team's defensive rotations are incredibly fast, and they put immense pressure on the perimeter. Everyone favored the Golden Bears before the game, but judging by this first possession, they might face some trouble today. The commentator Caspian Nigel analyzed. However, on the Golden Bears' second possession, Yao Ming decided to take matters into his own hands. He positioned himself deep in the low post, backing down against the 2.01 meter tall, 104 kilogram Victor Chukdub. The size difference was like a grown adult against a high school student. Gino delivered a high lob pass. Although the pass was a bit high, Yao Ming extended his long arms, easily tapping it into his control midair. Chukdub pushed hard from behind, muscles taut. Yet Yao Ming, after receiving the ball, didn't even dribble, simply half-turned and executed a smooth hook shot. Chukdub leaped with all his might, but his fingertips barely reached Yao Ming's elbow height. Swish. A delicate score. 2-2. Oh no, this doesn't look like a player of the same caliber. Yao's height and wingspan make him impossible to defend against. I think the trouble you just mentioned might not exist at all. Another commentator, Kieran Russell, finally interjected. The Illinois team continued their offense, displaying cleverness in their attempts to avoid Yao Ming. They utilized frequent off-ball screens and quick ball movement to create outside opportunities. Soon, shooting guard Kevin Turner used a double screen to get to the arc and took a shot from 3. However, Yao Ming's defensive range exceeded expectations. He extended to the free throw line, taking just one step forward to interfere with Turner's line of sight. The ball ricocheted off the front rim. Yao Ming quickly turned in position between Chukdub and the assisting power forward Jared G, seized the defensive rebound with one hand due to his towering height and reach. In the third possession, the Illinois team changed their strategy and began to double team. Yao Ming received the ball again in the left low post. This time, as soon as he caught the ball, small forward Hurst released his defender and rushed in from the weak side to double team. Meanwhile, Chukdub pushed hard from behind. Faced with the double team, Yao Ming remained completely calm. He held the ball high, his towering height granting him excellent visibility as he quickly scanned the court. His gaze quickly landed on Marcus, who was cutting through the baseline unguarded. Just as Hurst jumped up to intercept the ball, Yao Ming made a sudden bounce pass that went through Chukdub's legs, delivering the ball precisely into Rampley's hands. Rampley caught the ball faced with an open path and easily scored with a layup. 4-2. This kid's vision and passing technique are simply extraordinary. Peter, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but praise. In the following possession, the Illinois team attempted to execute a high-low play, with power forward G orchestrating from the free throw line, aiming to pass to the cutting Hurst. However, Yao Ming's defensive positioning was extremely astute. He consistently blocked the passing lane while using his long arms to guard the paint. Heldman's passing intent was read by Yao Ming. He simply shifted one step sideways, extended his long arm, and directly intercepted the pass. After the steal, seeing that the Illinois team was still focused on him passing, Yao Ming had a sudden idea and proceeded to dribble the ball himself. A 2.23-meter giant dribbling down the court created a striking image. At this moment, the Illinois players finally reacted and desperately chased back. Yao Ming dribbled near the three-point line, surrounded by Illinois players, yet suddenly tossed the ball off the backboard. What is he doing? Numerous spectators were puzzled as the shot seemed like a reckless toss, clearly not going in. But Yao Ming continued to sprint a few steps. As the basketball rebounded off the backboard, he leaped amidst the defenders and slammed the ball into the hoop with both hands. Self-volley-up dunk. 6-2. Wow. Can someone tell me what that was? So cool. This dunk style is unprecedented. With this move, fans regardless of gender went absolutely wild. The Arco Arena erupted with excitement. This imaginative and performative dunk elevated the home court atmosphere to a peak, showcasing the Golden Bears' momentum. He actually can do that. Self-volley-up. And then dunk. Peter on the sidelines widened his eyes. Such court sense and creativity emerging from a giant were simply unbelievable. Yao Ming, looking at the fans' reactions, nodded in satisfaction, returning to defense, while thinking, "Brother, I borrowed your move for now. When I use it in the future, remember to ask for my authorization." P.S. Thanks to all the readers for your various gifts, thanks to Xianggang La for the bubble tea, and thanks to Ancient Flute for the 5 urging symbols. Soon the game reached the 8th minute with a score of 146. At this moment, the renowned ironclad defense of the Illinois team showed irreparable cracks in the face of the absolute powerhouse Yao Ming. They could rely on rotation and effort to limit the Golden Bears' outside game, but the gap in the paint could not be filled no matter what. The next round, Yao Ming held the ball at the top of the arc, forcing Chuck Dubé to come out. Yao Ming faked a shot, causing Chuck Dubé to jump in fright. Yao Ming immediately released the ball to drive, effortlessly getting past his opponent and heading straight for the basket. The help defense from Jared was blocked under the basket. Yao Ming smirked contemptuously, leaping into the air against the defender, clearly engaging in physical contact before forcefully dunking the ball through the hoop, drawing a foul. And one extra shot. After landing, Yao Ming pounded his chest towards the audience and let out a Wolf King roar. No, it was a Demon King roar, displaying the dominance of a beastly inside player. The extra shot went in smoothly. 176. Petrie watched Yao Ming's performance over the last few rounds. He directly saw the shadow of the Kings in this season's Illinois team. On the NBA court, the Kings are now, just like the current Illinois team, being completely overwhelmed in the paint every game. This season, the Kings' inside play has been a disaster, with their starting center Michael Stewart averaging only 4.6 points per game, 6 rebounds and 0.8 assists. They could easily contest for the last place among centers. In an era dominated by inside play, such performance turned the Kings into a doormat. Thus, as Petrie watched Yao Ming on the court, his desire intensified, almost reaching madness. He has footwork, he can pass, he can back down, he has a three-point shot, he can dunk, he's simply capable of everything. Does O'Neal have his passing ability? Does Duncan have his three-point range? Yao Ming's three-point shooting percentage this season is nearly 43. If he could come to Sacramento. Petrie seemed to be fantasizing, also praying to God, as images of Yao Ming teaming up with Chris Webber and Mitch Richmond flashed in his mind. That image was too beautiful. Petrie took a deep breath. We must find every possible way to acquire him at any cost. At halftime, the score was 4-5-8. The Golden Bears directly penetrated the Illinois team, which was known for its defense. Strictly speaking, it was Yao Ming who single-handedly dismantled Illinois. He scored 22 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 blocks in just one half, while his counterpart Chuck Dubé failed to score a single point, grabbing only 2 rebounds and committing 3 fouls. In the Illinois locker room, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Their defensive plan had completely failed, and the coaching staff could not find a way to counter Yao Ming. With a center at 2.01 meters and a power forward at 1.98 meters, this configuration was utterly useless against the 2.23-meter Yao Ming. They had never encountered a player of 2.23 meters who could do everything. It was genuinely overwhelming. Head coach Lon Turner thought for a long time before saying, "In the second half, let's just focus on offense, speed up the tempo, play more transitions, and avoid settling in half court." But as the second half began, Illinois played even more chaotically. They were not a strong offensive team to begin with, averaging only 69 points, which was low in the NCAA, especially compared to the Golden Bears' average of 86 points. The two teams competed offensively, but instead it led to a quicker demise. 10 minutes into the second half, the score not only failed to narrow, but the gap expanded to 25 points, with victory no longer in doubt. Seeing that Yao Ming was a bit tired, Coach Hammond directly substituted the starters. In the end, when the game concluded, the final score was set at 7-8-6-2. The Golden Bears easily defeated the Illinois team, known for its defense, by a margin of 16 points, successfully advancing to the Sweet 16. Yao Ming played for 30 minutes, scoring an astonishing 38 points, 18 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals, with a shooting percentage as high as 74. He single-handedly dismantled the NCAA's top defensive system. When the final buzzer sounded and Yao Ming high-fived his teammates in celebration, the cries of MVP echoed throughout the Arco Arena. Many Kings fans even shouted, "Yao, come to the Sacramento Kings, we need you." Yao, if you come, you will be the absolute core. On the sidelines, Jeff Petrie stood up and applauded vigorously, delighted to hear the fans' words. This batch of fans was fantastic. They articulated what could not be openly said. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would do whatever it takes, even if it meant trading up for draft picks, spending money, or trading players. He would acquire Yao Ming. He believed that such a powerful player who could also attract fans would definitely receive full support from the owner. The entire game concluded. Yao Ming walked towards the player tunnel as fans along the way reached out, shouting wildly at him. One particularly enthusiastic female fan even tore off her shirt right in front of him. Yao Ming couldn't bear to look at such a shocking scene and hurriedly ran back to the locker room. After 2 rounds of March Madness, the 64-strong teams were suddenly reduced to just 16, an astonishing speed like a storm passing through, leaving only the most resilient trees. It is precisely because of this that it becomes exciting. The heat rises and the viewership can even explode beyond the NBA. The entire nation is immersed in this youthful, passionate basketball carnival. If we consider that from the initial 64 teams to the 32, there are some relatively weaker teams, or those that were lucky, after all, the strength gap in each NCAA division is significant. But when it comes to the Sweet 16, the remaining teams are truly elite warriors fighting for survival. No team dares to say they can guarantee their advancement. Every year during March Madness, countless underdog stories unfold. A small mistake or a sudden freeze in shooting can doom an entire season's worth of effort. The Golden Bears' next opponent is the traditional powerhouse Kansas University Jayhawks. This game has once again been selected as a nationally televised spotlight matchup. In this era, without online streaming, television broadcasts are the most important and almost the only means of national exposure. Many small-market NBA teams may not even get a few such exposures throughout the entire season. Of course, national exposure is a double-edged sword. If you perform well, you can soar, your draft stock skyrockets, and you become a household name. If you perform poorly, your ranking may plummet, and the impression points you built up previously will be greatly diminished. Yao Ming naturally looks forward to national exposure. He has confidence in himself and his team. Even if hypothetically the team were to lose, with the overwhelming statistics and influence he has shown, his draft stock would be hard to fundamentally shake. Moreover, he believes that the Golden Bears, led by him, will not be easily eliminated. Since he came to the NCAA, he must conquer it without regrets. Before the match, TNT Television launched a new interactive program allowing viewers to vote by phone on which team they believe will ultimately lift the championship trophy. Surprisingly, this year the Golden Bears have surpassed the historical powerhouses North Carolina and Duke, with a support rate soaring to 55. In contrast, North Carolina and Duke each have only around 15, while the other teams are far behind. Yao Ming's phenomenal individual performance and aggressive style have clearly captured the hearts of many neutral fans. This time, the venue for the top 16 matches is set at the home ground of the NBA's Chicago Bulls. This hall, which has witnessed countless glories of Jordan and the Bulls dynasty, is about to welcome a new generation of NCAA superstars. On March 18th, the Golden Bears team arrived in Windy City, Chicago. On this day, Rose Byrne also took time off from her busy advertising shoot to fly from Los Angeles to Chicago specifically to cheer for Yao Ming. Coincidentally, the Bulls also had no game that day. Jordan, the indomitable force, surprisingly chose not to play cards, and upon learning that the towering Yao Ming was coming to his territory, he personally arrived at the arena. When he arrived at the scene, he surprisingly found General Manager Krause and head coach Phil Jackson, though the two were standing far apart, exhibiting a clear disconnection. Jordan did not approach the two old timers, but walked straight onto the court. As he headed towards the half court to warm up, all the players of the Golden Bears fell silent instantly, holding their breath. This is the basketball god himself walking towards them. Who wouldn't be nervous? Gino, Marcus, and Francisco were suddenly frozen in place. All eyes in the arena instantly focused on Jordan. Only Yao Ming, despite knowing Jordan was coming, remained wholly absorbed in his shooting warm-up. "Hey kid, here we meet again," Jordan said with a smile as he walked over and patted Yao Ming on the back. "Michael, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be enjoying your time off?" Yao Ming paused, smiled, and turned around, feeling as though he were conversing with an old friend, completely devoid of any nervousness. Jordan raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "So how about we have a onion on during the pregame warm-up? Just like last time, 11 shots. His voice was not loud, but clear enough for those nearby to hear. The Golden Bears were taken aback. The basketball god wanted to challenge Yao Ming to a onion, and from the sound of it, they had already faced off once before. "Let's skip it today. I have something more important to attend to, and there will be plenty of time in the future," Yao Ming decisively declined. Losing in a private match is one thing, but losing in public would be humiliating. In a public setting, even a onion with Jordan cannot result in a loss, especially since he aspired to be the GOAT, and he certainly couldn't afford any blemishes on his record. Moreover, the match was about to start, and his stamina had always been a significant issue. Going all out for 11 shots against an opponent of Jordan's caliber would be as exhausting as a high-intensity half-court game, risking his performance in the upcoming game. Alright, I remember that. Play well in the game today, and don't embarrass yourself on my turf, Jordan laughed as he walked. Their conversation had already attracted the attention of reporters lurking at the sidelines. As soon as Jordan stepped off the court, he was immediately surrounded by cameras. Michael, what do you think about the upcoming Sweet 16 game? Are you here specifically to watch Yao? Do you have high hopes for him and the Golden Bears? Jordan quickly regained his confident and composed demeanor in front of the camera. I've seen Yao's highlight reels and have played against him. He is a very special big man possessing rare skills and touch for someone of his height. The Golden Bears are quite competitive under his leadership, and as for predictions, I believe as long as Yao performs normally, the Golden Bears should have no issue winning this game. Yao Ming, who overheard Jordan's words from a distance, suddenly felt a jolt of panic. Everyone knew that while Jordan was a fierce player, he was also notorious for his poisonous predictions. Not only was he poor at assessing players, but his game predictions were on par with Barkley. Whoever he claimed would win often ended up losing. I hope we don't actually stumble in the Sweet 16, that would be too embarrassing. Yao Ming quickly distanced himself from this curse, hoping not to be struck by his poisonous predictions, especially since he had studied this year's Kansas team and knew their strength was formidable. They have the future NBA star known as the Truth Paul Pierce. There is also a 2.08-meter tall, versatile center capable of running, jumping, and shooting from as far as the three-point line, Rafe LaFrance, who seems to be this year's third overall pick, showcasing strong capabilities. This guy is a rare spatial big man of this era, quick and accurate in shooting. If he gets into a rhythm combining inside and outside play, the Golden Bears could be in trouble. And indeed, what do you know, the feared became reality. At the start of the game, Rafe LaFrance was on fire, seemingly there to validate Jordan's poisonous predictions. He never drove to the basket, frequently receiving the ball high or even beyond the three-point line. If Yao Ming defended him, he was quick enough to either drive or pass. If Yao Ming eased off even slightly, he would shoot without any warning. In just a few minutes, LaFrance had made 4 of 4 from the perimeter, scoring 12 points. This season, he boasted a three-point shooting percentage of 46 in the NCAA, even more impressive than Yao Ming, which was simply terrifying. This future NBA player also recorded a 45 three-point shooting percentage in the 2001 season. He could be considered an anomaly among big men at that time. Meanwhile, Pierce was also making waves on the wing. He had a clear advantage over Marcus in height, strength, and skill. A simple triple threat jab step could make Marcus off balance, allowing him to either take a mid-range jumper or drive to the basket, both equally effective, and he even hit 2 three-pointers. With precise perimeter shooting, the Kansas team caught the Golden Bears off guard. In under 10 minutes into the game, the score was already 26-17, with the Golden Bears trailing by 9 points as Kansas surged ahead. Yao Ming felt a bit dazed on the court. Is this really how strong the poison of Dan is? Even I, a reborn individual with exceptional luck, can't withstand it. At this moment, Yao really wanted to award Dan the title of God of poisonous predictions. Despite maintaining high efficiency in his own inside game, nearly doing as he pleased, the opponents always responded with a faster tempo and longer three-pointers. Is this even reasonable? What year is it? It's 1998, not 2026, right? Yao Ming felt like Kansas had time traveled from the future to give him a crash course on the small ball era. Meanwhile, this traditional center was struggling to keep pace with the speed of the opposing team. Incredible. Kansas is simply on point today, leaving the Dark Lord completely helpless, shouted the commentator at the United Center with excitement. Many neutral fans from Chicago were cheering for the three-point frenzy just ignited by Kansas. After all, most people favored the Golden Bears before the game, and this unexpected situation is exactly the kind of underdog story the audience loves. Only Rose, sitting in the front row, was worried about Yao Ming. She originally knew a bit about basketball, but after spending time with Yao Ming, she gradually started to genuinely like it. Having talked to him many times, she understood that Yao Ming truly loved basketball, and she didn't want to see him lose. Seeing the score gap about to reach double digits, the head coach, Ben Hammond, who initially planned to let the players adjust on their own, could no longer sit still. He decisively called for a timeout. If the score continued to widen, morale could collapse, making it difficult to catch up later. Boys, listen up. Coach Hammond slapped the tactical board. We can't follow their rhythm anymore. From now on, change the defensive strategy. The coach quickly laid out the plan. For the off-ball players, especially LaFrance and Pierce, we must apply tight pressure, providing body contact from the moment they receive the ball, denying them space for an easy shot. Yeah, you can't just hang around the basket anymore. Follow LaFrance wherever he goes, try to disrupt his shot. Even if he gets by you occasionally, the others need to rotate and cover. Francisco, your task is to guard the basket tightly against possible cuts. The coach paused, his gaze sharp. If necessary, foul early and send them to the free throw line. We cannot let them continue scoring easily, especially when Pierce drives the lane. Marcus, you need to be tougher. Even fouls should prevent him from scoring effortlessly. And Gino, the coach looked at the team's starting point guard. Next, I want you to start pressing him from the backcourt half-court press against their point guard to wear him down, disrupting their offensive initiation. We need to ramp up the intensity of the game to a level where they feel uncomfortable. The pace can be fast, but it must be under the pressure of our defense. Meanwhile, the Kansas bench was a difference. Rafe LaFrentz wiped the sweat off with a towel, wearing a smug smile as he spoke to Pierce. I thought the Golden Bears' Dark Lord was so formidable, difficult to deal with. Jordan even greeted him before the game, but it seems he's nothing special. I can easily outpace him, he can't even guard my three-pointer. Pierce took a sip of Gatorade, nodding in agreement. The media hyped him up so much before the game, claiming he's a once-in-a-century talent. He's just a bit taller, I feel like I can easily take him down. When we get back on the court, let's keep hammering him, aiming to stretch the score difference to 20 points by halftime, pushing the game into garbage time. Let's see who dares to say he's definitely the first pick. As favorites in the lottery zone, the two were naturally proud and unwilling to be overshadowed by an international player. The timeout ended and the game resumed. The Golden Bears attacked with Yao Ming positioning himself low against LaFrentz to receive the ball. Seeing Yao Ming preparing for a unknown, LaFrentz realized he couldn't withstand it, so he resorted to trash talk to undermine Yao Ming's confidence. Hey Yao, you think you're the first pick? Your skills aren't that impressive. The Golden Bears are definitely losing today, just watch us. A sudden thud interrupted his trash talk. Yao Ming was unfazed by his words. Before he finished speaking, as he turned to face the basket while catching the ball, his left arm lifted in what seemed like a normal protective movement, but his elbow conveniently struck LaFrentz on the forehead. The impact was heavy and hit a critical area, causing LaFrentz to see stars, his head ringing as tears uncontrollably welled up, and the sudden dizziness halted his defensive movement. In that moment of hesitation, Yao Ming had already made a quick step, overtaking the disoriented LaFrentz and driving straight to the basket. Kansas power forward came over to help, but Yao Ming, undeterred, leaped against the defense and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. As soon as LaFrentz regained consciousness, he saw Yao Ming successfully dunking under the basket and immediately pounded his chest, rushing up to yell at him. Tomato, are you still pretending? Huh? Tomato. LaFrentz felt perplexed, but was intimidated by Yao Ming's height and presence, so he dared not act rashly. It was Kansas' turn to attack. As their point guard dribbled past half-court, Gino pounced like a rabid dog, constantly reaching to interfere and bumping with his body. The point guard was slightly flustered by this sudden change, and finally caught a glimpse of LaFrentz using a teammate's screen to break free, quickly passing the ball. Yao Ming defended very closely, almost stepping outside the three-point line. LaFrentz caught the ball, and despite Yao Ming's long arms interfering, he was exceedingly confident in his shooting touch and chose to shoot quickly. The basketball arched high. Clang. It bounced off the rim. Coach Hammond on the sideline let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, finally, they missed a shot. He sighed inwardly. Yao Ming is truly talented, executing the strategy even better than he had requested. He attributed LaFrentz's missed shot to Yao Ming's earlier elbow. That tough physical contact would have a dual psychological and physiological impact on the opponent. Without needing to commit a foul, it can affect the shooting of the opposing star. Yao is truly outstanding. However, he quickly remembered that Yao Ming's playing time was nearing its end, and a faint sadness rose within him. Yao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing LaFrentz miss. The long three-pointer caused the ball to bounce far, heading towards their small forward Marcus. Without a second thought, Yao Ming dashed to the front court. As soon as Yao Ming reached the front court beyond the three-point line, the basketball came whizzing toward him. He caught it with one hand. With no one in front of him beyond the three-point line, facing an open basket, Yao Ming raised his hand to shoot. In this era, only Yao Ming dared to play like this. Even LaFrentz, a three-point specialist, wouldn't shoot a three-pointer with no one guarding him under the basket. After all, an easy two-pointer is definitely more reliable. But, swish, the three-pointer went in. I forgot to tell you, I can switch freely between traditional center and modern center. If you want to play small ball against us, I'll gladly oblige. Yao Ming thought to himself. Especially in the NCAA, a three-pointer is just a long two-pointer for him, and his shooting percentage is quite impressive. Moreover, Yao Ming has practiced three-pointers a lot, and his current three-point shooting is significantly better than when he first arrived in the United States. Yao Ming's current base attribute panel is as follows. Yao Ming, 18 years old. Height 2, 24 m. Wingspan 2, 33 m. Standing reach 2, 99 m. Weight 115 kilograms. Speed 58. Vertical leap 55. Stamina 66. Strength 81. Agility 52. Injury resistance 85. Rim finishing 85. Mid-range shooting 81. Three-point shooting 50. Free throw accuracy 81. Passing 70. Ball handling 56. Shot blocking 92. Rebounding 85. Post defense 85. Perimeter defense 65. Defensive IQ 85. Basketball IQ 90. Mental fortitude, 98. Scoring that basket dramatically uplifted the Golden Bears' morale and doused Kansas' previously scorching shooting rhythm like a bucket of ice water. In the ensuing minutes, the Golden Bears rigorously executed Coach Hammond's defensive scheme. Although Yao Ming could not fully keep pace with Lavrent's off-ball movement nor completely shut him down, his relentless pursuit and long-arm disruptions made Lavrent's receptions and shot attempts increasingly uncomfortable, causing his three-point percentage to steadily decline. Meanwhile, Marcus defended Pierce with far greater physicality, committing several hard, deliberate fouls that repeatedly disrupted Pierce's offensive flow. During one drive, Marcus struck Pierce squarely on the arm, producing a sharp, stinging crack, leaving the limb visibly reddened and Pierce grimacing in pain. His subsequent shooting rhythm was clearly compromised. By contrast, Yao Ming remained unfazed on offense against Lavrent's defense regardless of how many subtle fouls the opponent committed or how physical the coverage grew. Yao Ming operated with the unflinching efficiency and consistency of a precision-engineered machine. Gradually, the Golden Bears stabilized their composure and began methodically eroding the deficit. Kansas called multiple timeouts to regroup and reignite their perimeter firepower. Yet sometimes, shooting touch flows like the tide. Once receded, it rarely returns within a short span. Deprived of their three-point threat, Kansas stood no chance against Yao Ming's clinical efficiency in standard half-court execution. Ultimately, the final buzzer sounded. The Golden Bears triumphed over the University of Kansas 84-79, a narrow but decisive 5-point victory that secured their place in the Elite Eight. Indeed, midway through the second half, the Golden Bears had extended their lead to 13 points. But late in the game, Yao Ming's stamina visibly waned, his lateral defensive mobility slowed, allowing Lavrent to seize two open three-pointers and nearly engineer a dramatic comeback. This exposed Yao Ming's fundamental stamina limitation. Once again, he delivered a dominant all-around performance: 33 points, 16 rebounds, 11 assists, and 4 blocks. Most notably, he attempted 7 three-point shots and sank 4, answering his opponent's signature weapon with equal mastery. A comeback victory often delivers a uniquely exhilarating satisfaction, and for the previously undefeated Golden Bears, it also instilled a newfound vigilance, reminding them to never underestimate any adversary. Watching from the sideline, Bulls general manager Jerry Krause solidified his resolve to acquire Yao Ming. Head coach Phil Jackson, too, had already decided on his next destination. Next season, wherever Yao Ming signed, Jackson would apply for the head coaching position there. He was confident that with his proven track record of 3 consecutive championships, any owner would eagerly welcome him. Before this season, Krause had issued an ultimatum: even if Jackson led the Bulls to an unprecedented 82-win season and a championship, he would still be dismissed. Thus, Jackson's departure was inevitable. Back in the locker room, Yao Ming collapsed onto a chair, breathing heavily, his entire body trembling faintly. Lavrent isn't just a center. He's a tireless shooting guard in disguise, constantly sprinting, cutting, and popping out, draining me completely. If my current weight weren't relatively light, I'd have been exhausted long before now. And this was only an NCAA Sweet 16 game. If Lavrent alone can wear me down like this. Yao Ming covered his face with a towel, already formulating a plan. The more games he played, the more his perceived weaknesses would inevitably surface. His stamina at present was a critical vulnerability. Within the comparatively slower-paced NCAA, he could endure 30-plus minutes. But in the NBA, where starters are routinely pushed to exhaustion, most elite players are stamina titans. Moreover, teams selecting with the first overall pick are typically rebuilding franchises, meaning he would carry the entire offensive burden. At his current stamina rating of 66, he could likely sustain peak efficiency for no more than 25 minutes in the NBA's grueling environment. And in the playoff meat grinder, with its relentless physical attrition, it would be uncertain whether he could even maintain high-level output for those 25 minutes. He resolved this silently. As soon as the draft concluded and his system reward unlocked, stamina would be his top priority, raising it to at least 70, ensuring he could deliver elite efficiency for 30 minutes on the NBA stage. Otherwise, technical brilliance without endurance would remain hollow, repeating the tragedy of his past life. Where to allocate remaining points, however, remained undecided. He wanted to raise his speed, vital in every era. He'd tested himself. His current 100-meter time stood at 14 seconds. For his height, that wasn't slow, but against the NBA's fleet-foot predators, he remained confined to half-court sets. Transition-based run-and-gun play was still beyond his reach. His current speed rating was 58. Yao Ming estimated that raising it to 60 would shave his 100-meter time to the low 13s. At 70, he'd break into the low 12s. At 80, he'd enter the low 11s. At 90, the low 10s. And at 100, he might even dip beneath 10 seconds, competitive at the Olympic level. He also intended to upgrade agility and ball handling. Greater agility would enhance his on-court coordination and kinetic fluidity. Many maneuvers currently beyond his physical capacity would become attainable. Improved ball handling would empower him to initiate offense off the dribble. Having watched Victor Wembanyama's play in his previous life, Yao Ming yearned for that same perimeter versatility. Only then would he truly master both inside and outside roles, capable of creating or moving without the ball, achieving genuine, unstoppable dominance. Perimeter defense was another priority. His current perimeter defense remained inadequate. Had his attributes been higher, Lavrance would not have posed such persistent threats when operating beyond the arc. And once in the NBA elite perimeter scorers, Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, Stephon Marbury, would overwhelm him if switched onto them. Sigh. In truth, every underdeveloped stat appealed to him, yet attribute points were woefully insufficient. He would proceed pragmatically prioritize the most urgent upgrades first, then adapt as needed. After the game, the locker room of the Golden Bears was filled with sweat and the sounds of celebration. After all, they had surpassed last year's achievements and made further progress. Strictly speaking, their team hadn't reached the top 8 in over 30 years since 1960. Naturally, they were incredibly excited. However, seeing Yao Ming so exhausted, no one disturbed him. Soon after resting, Yao Ming took a shower and changed into a set of loose casual clothes. As he walked out of the United Center's player tunnel joking with the head coach and teammates, the cool night breeze of Chicago invigorated him. However, Yao Ming did not expect that an unexpected figure was waiting under the bright lights outside the venue. It was Rose Byrne. She seemed to have dressed up again, not in the glamorous style of the court, but in a simple, yet exquisite cream-colored trench coat, accentuating her golden long hair. Her face showed an expression of anticipation. When she saw Yao Ming come out, her eyes lit up, and she waved her hand. Yao. She quickly walked up to him, lowering her voice slightly amidst the curious and ambiguous gazes of his teammates. Congratulations on your win. You played wonderfully tonight. Thank you, Rose. Why are you still here? Aren't you with your— I was waiting for you, Rose stated candidly. Saying this in front of so many people made the white girl blush slightly. Nevertheless, she leaned closer, her big eyes looking expectantly at Yao. To thank you for your life-saving grace last time, I specially reserved dinner tonight, hoping our star can grace us with his presence. Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback. The life-saving grace was obviously a joke, but Rose's sincerity and clearly well-prepared invitation caught him off guard. Looking at this youthful and uniquely charming girl, perhaps because the excitement of winning hadn't completely faded, or perhaps due to the hormones of youth stirring within him, he found it quite hard to refuse. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Moreover, our team might have other arrangements. Yet Yao Ming resisted the temptation of the enchantress and politely declined. Rose's expression instantly dimmed. She didn't expect that despite her personal invitation and such sincerity, Yao Ming would still refuse. At that moment, however, Coach Ben Hammond approached from a distance, patting Yao Ming's arm and giving him a wink. Go ahead, Yao, you should relax and enjoy your night. You deserve a special celebration. Just remember not to come back too late tomorrow. We have to analyze the footage. He emphasized celebration and don't come back too late tomorrow, which prompted the surrounding teammates to erupt into a chorus of playful cheers and whistles. Yao, go for it. Seize the opportunity, big guy. Remember to come back and share your experiences with us. The teammates teased him in a flurry, although each of them felt a bit envious, especially Gil, who looked purple with jealousy. Yet their smiles were all filled with blessings. Although Yao Ming was mature-minded, being put on the spot in front of so many people still made him a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Rose, whose eyes were filled with hope, and said, well, okay, thank you, coach. He turned to Rose. Let's go. Rose's smile instantly blossomed as she pointed to the roadside. My car is over there. It was a sleek, elegant, deep blue Porsche 911, the latest 1997 model, sparkling with understated luxury under the streetlights. However, for an ordinary person, the spacious sports car appeared somewhat miniature in front of Yao Ming. He struggled to adjust his position to fit his large frame into the passenger seat, his long legs pressing against the dashboard. Rose, your car is too small. It's tight for me. Yao Ming complained helplessly while adjusting. It's fine. After a few more rides, it won't feel tight anymore, Rose replied. Yao Ming asked in confusion. He felt that Rose's words seemed to carry multiple meanings. Seeing the expression on Yao Ming's face, Rose couldn't help but laugh, then resumed her serious tone. Okay, next time I'll pick you up in a Hummer. That should definitely be spacious enough. Recently, Rose's exposure had increased due to the Yao Ming's rumored girlfriend and attending games. In the past month, she had landed several lucrative endorsements and fashion event invitations, making her quite financially secure. A Hummer. That should be fine, Yao Ming said with a smile, feeling the atmosphere lighten considerably. Soon the car smoothly drove into the dazzling night scene of Chicago. Driving along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city lights outside the window flowed like a galaxy. The two chatted casually in the car. Yao, I've always been curious, what is China like? Is it the same as in the movies? Rose asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Movies? The Western movies you see are impressions from 100 years ago. Do I look like those Chinese people in the movies? I'm not really. You're tall, handsome, and have a masculine charm. Rose quickly replied. Hearing Rose's compliment, Yao Ming's face flushed slightly. He could admit to being tall and having a masculine charm, but handsome by normal standards he wouldn't qualify. Noticing that Yao Ming didn't respond to her compliment, Rose continued, Yao, after hearing you say that I want to visit China, can you take me there in the future? Haha, of course. When the time comes, I'll take you to Shanghai, which is my hometown. It's a very modern city that's developing rapidly with many tall buildings, just like the city center here. But there are also many quiet old streets with a strong sense of life. I think you would definitely love it. Thank you. By the way, did you start playing basketball when you were a child? Is it because you were tall? Rose's train of thought jumped to a new topic. Kind of. Both my parents are basketball players, so my genes might have something to do with it. Yao Ming chuckled. But at first I didn't actually like it because the training was really tough. However, later on I slowly found joy in basketball, and I'm a way to prove myself. Just like you saw today, standing on the court, putting the ball in the basket, or blocking the opponent's attack. Eventually, I gradually fell in love with that feeling. Yao Ming said, inadvertently smiling as he spoke. I can feel that you are very passionate about it. Rose said, turning her head to look at Yao Ming's profile, her gaze incredibly gentle. That focus and dominance you have on the court is completely different from your usual self, very captivating. This statement was rather direct, and the atmosphere in the car seemed to subtly heat up. Ahem. Yao Ming cleared his throat and shifted the topic, asking about Rose's life and studies as an actress in Los Angeles. The two chatted away. Soon the Porsche stopped in front of a magnificent high-rise building, the Trump International Hotel. The hotel stood by the Chicago River, its glass facade reflecting the city's neon lights, exuding an air of grandeur. The Yao did not expect that Rose would bring him here. At this time, Trump was still just a businessman, not many knew him. But in the future, he would be the leader of the beautiful nation known by all, even in China. As the two took the high-speed elevator directly to the top-floor restaurant, Yao looked through the observation glass and saw the Chicago night scene spread out like a chessboard beneath them, with twinkling lights stretching deep into the dark waters of Lake Michigan, a spectacular view. What surprised him even more was that when he entered a restaurant named The Terrace at Trump, he found it unusually quiet, and apart from the well-dressed and smiling staff, there were no other guests. A soft piano tune played faintly, and the air was filled with a subtle floral fragrance and the aroma of high-quality ingredients. Why is there no one here? Yao asked in confusion. Rose smiled faintly. I booked the whole place. Tonight, I want to enjoy a world of two, without any interruptions, to dine and chat in peace. What Rose did not say was that she actually hoped for more interaction. Yao was genuinely surprised. She had booked a top-view restaurant in Chicago. This was quite extravagant. A peculiar feeling swept through him. The two were guided by a waiter to the best window-side seat. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows was an unparalleled city skyline. Just as they sat down, the waiter presented an exquisite menu. Just as Yao took the menu, preparing to say something, a sudden mechanical voice rang directly in his mind. Detected that the host has developed a deep social relationship with a quality counterpart. Conditions met. Basketball blessing systems affiliated feature activated. Feature name inheritance of fire blessing of many children. Feature description to optimize the host's offspring genes and enhance the probability of basketball lineage transmission. The system will guide and enhance the basketball talent of the offspring based on the spouse. The specific enhancement directions are as follows. 1. If the spouse's height is below 160 meters, the offspring will gain excellent ball feel and vision enhancement with outstanding ball handling talent suitable for developing into a point guard. 2. If the spouse's height is between 160 meters and 170 meters, the offspring will gain excellent shooting and scoring sense enhancement with diverse scoring methods suitable for developing into a shooting guard. 3. If the spouse's height is between 170 meters and 180 meters, the offspring will gain a slight enhancement in overall skills and athletic ability with a balanced offense and defense suitable for developing into a small forward. 4. If the spouse's height is between 180 meters and 190 meters, the offspring will gain excellent awareness in defense and mobility enhancement with good rebounding and defensive potential suitable for developing into a power forward. 5. If the spouse's height is above 190 meters, the offspring will gain strong dominance in the paint and rebounding sense enhancement with outstanding height and wingspan potential suitable for developing into a center. Special reminder: enhancement direction is only a talent-focused guidance and does not determine absolute professional positioning. The actual development of offspring will still be influenced by training, personal interests, and physical conditions. Wishing the host to expand their family tree and flourish the basketball lineage. Yao's hand holding the menu froze in midair. His mind went blank. He felt as if struck by lightning, his heart instantly flooded with countless and filling his thoughts. Is this forcing me not to be human, and needing to inherit according to various heights, aiming to produce a complete basketball team. Have you planned out all 5 positions for me? Maybe the next national team should just be called Yao Family. What if in the future Chinese basketball, like in my past life, is lacking talent? Am I expected to strive to produce a starting 5 directly achieving 5 consecutive legends? Earlier, Yao thought his system was a normal one, but he didn't expect it to have so many tricks. However, this feature, regardless of its embarrassment, the capability is off the charts. Yao calculated that starting from 18 years old, he could share the stage with his children by the time he is 37 or 38. Old LeBron would be crying getting ahead of the game. In this life with the system, he might still be at the peak at 37 or 38. Yao, what's wrong with you? A delicate fair hand waved in front of him, pulling. Rose's concerned voice brought him back to reality from the storm within. She looked at Yao, who suddenly spaced out with a strange expression. Oh, it's nothing. Yao quickly returned to his senses, hurriedly lowering his head to look at the menu, feeling a bit flushed. I was just thinking about a play from the game lost and thought sorry. As long as everything's fine. Rose sighed in relief, pushing another menu towards him, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Take a look, I've selected a few items, not sure if they suit your taste. If you don't like them, you can order more. Yao glanced at the menu, most of which included deep-sea cod, Boston lobster, steak, and vegetables. These dishes are all high in protein and low in fat and delicious. Clearly, they had been meticulously researched for athlete recipes. The wine selected was a well-reviewed low-alcohol red wine. Your selections are very tasteful and suitable for me. Well, let's go with these. Yao praised. Seeing Yao's affirmation, Rose displayed a delighted smile, like a little girl receiving a compliment. After the waiter took the menu away, Yao looked at Rose, who was smiling charmingly across from him, and inexplicably blurted out a question. By the way, Rose, how tall are you? Huh. Rose obviously did not expect him to suddenly ask this, stunned for a moment, then blinked and replied. I'm 168 meters. Why? Why do you suddenly ask this? Oh, 168 meters. That makes you a shooting guard. Rose looked confused. Shooting guard? What shooting guard? The topic jumped too quickly as she completely couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Yao realized he was talking nonsense and waved his hand quickly. This system has quite a punch. Fortunately, exquisite dishes and a bottle of red wine were soon served, alleviating the embarrassment of Yao. The soft lighting of the restaurant, the breathtaking night view outside, and the elegant music created a perfect romantic atmosphere. Wow, Yao, this steak is both pink and tender. You should try it. This should be an Australian grain-fed M9 steak, perfectly cooked and melts in your mouth. After taking a bite of the steak, Rose's eyes lit up as she cut a large piece of steak in front of her and fed it to Yao's mouth. Wow, so fresh and tender. I just received an inappropriate system task. Can you please stop teasing me? I easily associate it with other things. Yeah, let me try the Boston lobster in front of you. Its tail is so big and long, it must be delicious. So big and long, delicious. Is that something a woman should say? Yao was speechless. This is deep-sea cod. Deep? Yao felt that he had been led astray by the system today. Anything Rose said would make him think of inappropriate. Fortunately, as he indulged in the delicious food, Yao was conquered by the flavors and gradually returned to normal, no longer thinking wildly. At the dining table, Rose ate little herself, spending most of her time carefully serving and feeding Yao, her eyes filled with tenderness. Watching her serious demeanor, the absurdity caused by the system into Yao's heart was gradually replaced by a genuine warmth. This girl was not only beautiful, but also attentive and considerate, obviously putting a lot of thought into this meal. He stopped being polite. After an intense workout, his appetite soared, and he began to fully enjoy these delicacies. The two enjoyed their meal while drinking red wine, discussing light-hearted topics from music to travel anecdotes, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, resembling a couple deeply in love. Before he knew it, the entire bottle of red wine was finished. At first, Yao didn't think much of it, but soon a strong wave of dizziness hit him, and his face began to flush. It was then that Yao remembered that he was no longer the chairman, Yao, who often socialized and built up his drinking tolerance after retirement. The young little Yao had grown up in a strict training system, almost never touching alcohol, with an extremely low tolerance. Oh no! He felt his vision blur and his limbs grow weak. Yao, are you okay? Your face is so red. Rose noticed his abnormality and asked with concern. I am fine, just a bit tipsy. This wine has quite a kick. Yao struggled to maintain his clarity, but his tongue was already starting to trip over itself. Rose quickly realized the problem, a hint of regret in her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't drink. Luckily, the room I booked is right downstairs. Shall I help you down to rest? All right. Yao felt his head spinning and his limbs becoming soft. With Rose's support, he struggled to stand up, walking unsteadily towards the elevator. Soon, with Rose's assistance, he entered a luxurious suite. The soft carpet and comfortable temperature made him finally let go of his last bit of resolve. The moment his body touched the spacious mattress, his heavy eyelids could no longer hold up, and in an instant Yao fell into a deep sleep. Rose stood by the bed watching Yao fall asleep, instantly feeling somewhat speechless. If I was planning to start something, and you just fell asleep at such a great opportunity. She sighed softly, removed Yao's shoes and clothes, and tucked him in. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly had a, "Wait, that's not right. Even though you're drunk, I'm not." Soon, one by one, Rose's clothes began to disappear. I've never tried such a novel experience before. Not long after, in the room, oh yes, oh my God, Yao felt that he had a very long. He was driving a small new car down a bumpy tree-lined path. The interior was exceptionally comfortable and warm, the seats soft, and the headlights bright. An hour later, after tidying up the scene, Rose left a note for Yao, and with a satisfied blush on her face, supported herself against the wall and left the room. Early the next morning, Yao woke up in the luxurious suite of the Trump Hotel, lying on the large soft bed. The sunlight of Chicago filtered through the sheer curtains, casting light into the room. He sat up, stretched lazily, and surprisingly felt refreshed. Although his muscles were slightly sore from exercise, he felt great with no hangover, headache, or lethargy. What is this? After waking up, he remembered that he had gone out to dinner with Rose yesterday and had drunk red wine, and it seemed he had gotten drunk afterward. My current body really has no resistance to alcohol, but thankfully a good sleep has fixed it. Yao rubbed his forehead. He vaguely recalled feeling extremely dizzy after drinking last night, and it seemed that Rose had helped him back to the room, after which he remembered nothing. He lifted the blanket, preparing to get out of bed, but suddenly stopped. He discovered that he was only wearing a pair of underwear, and he vaguely remembered that Rose seemed to have helped him take off his outer clothes before he fell asleep. But that wasn't a big deal. However, at this moment the bed sheets were in complete disarray, and the air seemed to carry a faint, unfamiliar scent that didn't belong to him. More importantly, he looked down at himself and noticed some scratches on his abdomen. Moreover, this feeling of refreshment seemed to suggest a profound sense of physical clarity. This, could it be? A tantalizing image quickly formed into Yao's mind. No way. Yao had a strange expression. Just after receiving this significant task, Rose couldn't wait to add a shooting guard to the future Chinese team. It seems. A shooting guard isn't bad. Yao thought subconsciously. The Chinese men's basketball team indeed needed a new ace after Hu Weidong and Wang Shipong. What am I thinking? There's no way it would happen in one go. It would require several attempts at the very least. He quickly cast those chaotic thoughts aside. Now was not the time to think about these things. He quickly finished washing up and dressed neatly. At that moment, he noticed a note left by Rose on the coffee table in the room. Yao, I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping so soundly. I have an early flight back to Los Angeles. Last night's experience was great, smiley face. Wishing you success in your upcoming games, Rose. Last night's experience was great. Yao held the note, feeling somewhat displeased. You had a great experience. What about me? But he didn't have time to delve into it now. He put away the note and quickly left the hotel, heading back to the temporary training facility rented by the team in Chicago. As soon as he stepped into the training hall, his teammates, who had been waiting for a long time, flocked around him like sharks, catching a whiff of blood, chattering away with mischievous smiles on their faces. Hey Yao, our big demon king is back. How was the battle last night? Did you show your dominance outside the court? How does Hollywood's sweetheart taste? Yao, share some tips on how you won over Rose. Big Yao was overwhelmed by the noise, straightened his face, and pretended to be serious. Come on, have you practiced enough? Do you even have the right to talk about this now? He tried to push away the encroaching teammates, but they clearly had no intention of letting him go easily. Just then, Coach Ben Hammond walked in with a serious expression, holding a document. The noise instantly vanished as if someone had choked it, and the players quickly stood at attention, looking at the coach. Coach Hammond glanced at everyone with a serious gaze, and then spoke sternly. The time for fun is over. We have confirmed our next opponent. They are our opening match opponent, North Carolina. Coach Hammond's voice echoed in the quiet gym. Moreover, there is some very unfavorable news for us. The game will be held at the Greensboro Coliseum in North Carolina. The players murmured in low voices. Greensboro is only about 80 kilometers away from Chapel Hill, where North Carolina University is located, which is almost equivalent to a home game for the North Carolina team. What does this mean? I don't need to say much. Coach Hammond continued. The mountain-like boos, the subtle bias of the referees, and the extra momentum of the opponents in a familiar environment. North Carolina is strong. If our last win was a fluke, and it doesn't guarantee victory this time. On their turf, everything will be more difficult. He paused for a moment before starting to lay out the tactics. This time, our basic strategy against them remains unchanged, using the one-star four shooters combined with fast breaks, as Yao proposed when we defeated them last time. However, in the past few days, I have optimized and strengthened the details. He drew running routes on the tactics board. Don't think that tactics used once can be countered easily by others. Good tactics should inflict pain on the opponents. We must keep using them until they can no longer handle it, just like in the NBA playoffs. He looked at the players. The core of this tactic is Yao, but each of you is crucial, especially in outside shooting. In the next 2 days, aside from repeatedly practicing running routes, each of you must add extra practice on. I want you to keep your shooting feeling hot. North Carolina will surely find ways to swarm Yao. The opportunities for you to get open shots may be fleeting, so you must score. With just 2 days left before facing North Carolina, time is tight. The Golden Bears did not return to Berkeley, California, but continued to stay in Chicago, renting a local basketball venue for training. Meanwhile, in the training hall of the North Carolina Tar Heels, the atmosphere was equally tense. Legendary coach Dean Smith gathered the players together for the final tactical arrangement before the game. The Golden Bears Yao. There is no doubt that he is the most challenging problem we face right now. His skills, his height, his shooting touch are nearly unsolvable. However, the conversation quickly turned as Coach Smith's gaze became sharp. But after studying the footage repeatedly these days, especially his game against Kansas, I found a point that may not be a weakness, but is definitely something we can attack vigorously. That is his stamina, especially his endurance under high intensity and sustained confrontation. He walked to the blackboard and wrote the word exhaust forcefully. Our goal is not to shut him down from the first minute. That's almost impossible, but to exhaust him. As long as we can wear down his stamina and force him to rest, even if we are trailing by a dozen points, we will still have a chance to turn the game around. The Golden Bears system relies heavily on him. Once he falters, the remaining 4 shooters are like headless flies. He elaborated on the strategy. On defense against Yao from the first minute of the game, start applying pressure. Okalaji, you move in front of him in the low post, stick to him tightly, and don't let him get comfortable. Once he receives the ball, Jamison and Indiaya on the weak side should not hesitate and immediately double-team him. The goal is not to steal the ball, but to force him to pass, to make him handle the ball under pressure, exhausting him, and for those guarding outside shooters, stay tight. If they try to use Yao's screen, don't switch, force Yao to keep coming up for ineffective screens and keep running after him. On the offensive end, it's even more straightforward. Sham and Vince Jamison, all of you must actively look for Yao to set screens and create mismatches. If Yao switches, use speed to attack him and draw fouls. If he doesn't switch, drive to the basket, forcing him to help defense and making him constantly move sideways, jump, and confront. On rebounds, whether on the offensive or defensive end, grab the ball and push for a fast break, immediately speeding up the tempo. Doesn't he love to play fast? Then we'll play fast, forcing Yao to run back and forth with the whole team. Coach Smith clapped his hands forcefully. Tempo, confrontation, exhaustion. Let him be in high-intensity, physical confrontations and rapid movements every minute. I don't believe anyone can endure such torment for a whole game. As long as his efficiency drops or he is forced to sit out, the scales of victory will tip in our favor. Remember, we are North Carolina. We must never fall twice to the same opponent. Antoine Jamison and Vince Carter exchanged glances, their eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit. The other players were equally inspired, responding in unison. The flames of revenge and the advantage of playing at home boosted their confidence. March 22nd, Greensboro Coliseum, North Carolina. The arena, with a capacity of 235,000, is filled to capacity, presenting a sea of North Carolina's signature light blue, with only a few scattered blue accents from the Bears. In the Elite Eight, North Carolina faces the Bears once again, becoming the center of attention for live broadcasts across the nation. One side boasts the great Demon King, Yao Ming, an undefeated dark horse this season, sweeping all challengers. The other side is the traditional powerhouse of North Carolina, rich in heritage, filled with talent, and eager for revenge. The clash is akin to Mars colliding with Earth, creating an explosive pre-game atmosphere. As the players enter the arena, the contrast in cheers is stark. The North Carolina players are met with deafening cheers that seem capable of shaking the very roof. When it's the Bears' turn, they are met with a massive chorus of hostile boos that could stop a heart. This terrifying roar is like more than 20,000 furious beasts ready to devour them, causing several young teammates around Yao Ming to turn pale. Hey guys, let's get pumped up. Yao Ming, sensing his teammates' tension, clapped his hands and shouted loudly. The louder they boo, the more afraid they are of us. Let's take these boos as cheers for us. Just think about how his calm and steady presence instantly uplifted his teammates, who took a deep breath and straightened their backs. Both teams begin their warm-up. Everyone is moving their bodies. Yao Ming is practicing his jump shots. Suddenly, a clear child's voice comes from the front row. Great Demon King, can you show me a dunk? I really love your dunks. Yao Ming looked over and saw a tall boy wearing a Charlotte Hornets cap sitting courtside. Next to him were 2 young boys, one of whom was excitedly waving at him. Upon closer inspection, Yao Ming thought, isn't that Dale Curry, the three-point shooter for the Hornets? Then who's that kid next to him? Yao Ming squinted and spotted a boy who looked around 10 years old waving at him. Wasn't that the future leader of the small ball era, Stephen Curry? Suddenly, Yao Ming felt a melody ringing in his ears. La 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 la. Curry, Curry, Curry. La 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 la. Let's shout together for the heavens and the earth. This song is a tribute to an idol expressing a fan's respect. We will always support you. Let's shout MVP together. Fortunately, Yao Ming shook his head, and that catchy melody immediately faded away. Looking down at young Kaoi's eager eyes, Yao Ming smiled slightly and nodded at him. Little guy watched closely. He started dribbling to build speed from near the half-court, taking large strides before suddenly leaping from inside the free-throw line, his massive frame showcasing an astonishing lightness. Holding the ball with one hand, his arm traced a graceful arc during the jump, as if he was swinging the ball from behind his head. Then, with a powerful downward force, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Bang! The rim let out a painful groan. Wow, it seems Yao Ming is very excited today, showcasing his dunks during warm-ups. This one-handed over-the-head dunk is elegant, grand, and filled with power. The commentator, noticing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim. Little Kaoi's eyes sparkled as he clapped vigorously, his small hands turning red, filled with pure admiration for Yao Ming. After finishing the dunk, Yao Ming walked over to the sidelines, crouched down, and said to Little Curry, "So what do you think, little guy? That was so cool. I want to dunk too." Little Curry exclaimed excitedly. Yao Ming patted his head with a sly smile. Remember, on the court, slamming the ball into the hoop is the most exhilarating and coolest way. When you grow taller, you have to practice dunking more and shoot fewer of those soft three-pointers. The young Curry felt that the words of this giant idol were simply profound truths, completely aligning with his thoughts, and he nodded solemnly. "Okay, I'll remember. When I grow up, I will definitely practice dunking hard." The nearby Dale Curry couldn't help but feel a sense of irritation at Yao Ming's words. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I play soft in front of my son?" Dale Curry thought to himself, feeling displeased. On the other side, in front of the North Carolina bench, head coach Dean Smith observed Yao Ming still performing dunks during warm-ups, a slight, nearly imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Go ahead and perform, young man. Wasting energy at the start will make you feel comfortable a minute earlier under our care." Haha. CBS television. In the national live broadcast commentary booth, host Jim Nantz is chatting with special guest North Carolina legend, five-time Lakers champion James Worthy, and his old partner Billy Packer. "James, how does it feel to commentate on a North Carolina game again?" Jim Nantz asked. "It's always exciting, Jim, especially for such a crucial Elite Eight matchup." Worthy replied with a smile, glancing at the players warming up on the court. "North Carolina's depth and talent this year are absolutely championship caliber, with 5 potential NBA players." "Oh, is that so?" Jim Nantz redirected the conversation back to game predictions. "So, James, what do you think North Carolina's chances are in this revenge match? Can they find a way to limit Yao Ming?" Worthy's smile faded as he said seriously, "The Bears are strong, and Yao Ming is the decisive factor. But this is North Carolina's territory, and Coach Dean is one of the best at adjusting and strategizing I've ever seen. North Carolina has future stars like Carter and Jamison. Their athleticism and cohesiveness cannot be underestimated. I believe that under Coach Dean's guidance, and with home court advantage, North Carolina won't let the Bears go through easily. They cannot lose to the same opponent twice in a row." Jim Nantz then turned to his partner Billy Packer. "Billy, what's your take?" Billy Packer adjusted his glasses. "I acknowledge North Carolina's advantages and Coach Dean's experience, but I still slightly favor the Bears. The reason is Yao Ming. You all may only see his height, footwork, and skills, but I care more about his basketball IQ. I've studied many of his games. His ability to read defenses and make court decisions is far beyond his peers. Against targeted defenses, he always finds the most efficient response. North Carolina's strategy might have some effect on him, but it may not be enough to break him. As long as Yao Ming is on the team, they won't be easily defeated, just like Michael Jordan." "Wow, you're absolutely crazy to compare that kid to Jordan," Worthy exclaimed exaggeratedly. Jim Nantz, however, laughed and summarized, "Well, you both have completely different viewpoints, and I think the viewers at home feel the same way. This is the charm of the NCAA tournament, where no one can predict the outcome, as it's a place where miracles happen and any prediction might be overturned." All right, both teams have taken the court. Let's send it back to the arena. The match begins. North Carolina's starting lineup includes center Ademola Okulaja, power forward Antoine Jamison, small forward Mark Ndiaye, shooting guard Vince Carter, point guard Shaman Williams. Golden Bears' starting lineup includes center power forward Marcus Rampley, small forward Thomas Kilgannon, shooting guard Blair Gray, point guard Gino Esposito. The Golden Bears substitute out the non-shooting Francisco and directly deploy a lineup of 1 big and 4 smalls with clear intentions. They aim to replicate the momentum from the opening game and take North Carolina by surprise. The jump ball is without suspense as Yao Ming taps it lightly to win the first possession for the Golden Bears. Gino brings the ball past half court and the teammates quickly take their positions. Yao Ming just positioned himself in the low post against Okulaja when he immediately felt the opponent stick to him like glue, arms constantly interfering and lower body pushing hard against him. The intensity of the confrontation reached its peak from the very first second. Yao Ming furrowed his brow vaguely, realizing North Carolina's intentions. It seems they think they've found a way to counter me based on the previous game footage. I know that NCAA coaches and analysts are quite skilled, and I suspect that in the upcoming matches they will likely target my stamina. However, he was not moved, calmly observing the defense, and then raised his hand to indicate the play. For the first shot, naturally the team leader should take the lead. Gino understood and delivered a high pass accurate. As soon as the ball was in hand, North Carolina's small forward Ndiaye, like a cheetah, pounced from the weak side to double team. The double team was quick and vicious. However, Yao Ming seemed to have anticipated this. After receiving the ball, he made no extra adjustments, using Okulaja's body as a pivot, slightly turning and calmly executing a small hook shot despite Okulaja's block and Ndiaye's interference. The basketball traced a gentle arc and precisely dropped into the net. 2-0. Starting with a double team, North Carolina treated Yao like an NBA superstar. Billy Parker exclaimed from the commentary booth. But Yao handled it too calmly, using his height, wingspan, and touch to score effortlessly. Jim Nance, flipping through the stats beside him, quickly picked up one of the papers containing Yao Ming's data for this. "Oh my God, you won't believe what I see. I can hardly believe my eyes. Yao Ming's shooting percentage this season, 72. Yao Ming's shooting percentage is an astonishing 72, and he averages 21 shots. Is he even human? I feel like the NCAA can no longer contain him. He should move to the NBA as soon as." North Carolina's offense begins. Shaman Williams calls for center Okulaja to set a screen directly target. After switching defenses, Williams uses his speed to drive hard, while Yao Ming retreats while defending. Seeing this, Williams comes to an abrupt stop for a jump shot, but misses due to Yao Ming's long arms interfering. Yao quickly turns and grabs the rebound. Blair is already fast breaking. Yao throws a quick and accurate long pass for an easy 2 points. 4-0. But right after, North Carolina speeds up, quickly crossing half court. Vince Carter also calls for a screen targeting Yao Ming, using a powerful first step to break through, drawing a foul from Marcus as he attempts to help defense, making one of 2 free throws. 4-1. North Carolina's strategy is clear. They want to have Yao Ming involved in defense every possession, preferably against smaller players, forcing him to move laterally, accelerate, and jump. North Carolina is resolutely executing the fatigue strategy set by their coach before the game. By the time the Golden Bears have possession, as Yao Ming just stands ready under the basket, Okulaja fiercely circles around to push for position, almost hanging onto Yao Ming. When the Golden Bears patiently pass the ball, Gino finally lofts it to the high post. Yao Ming, only for Jamison to swiftly double team from the weak side again. Yao Ming does not force a shot. His vision is clear as he swiftly dishes the ball to Thomas, who is open in the corner, and Thomas shoots a three-pointer. It's in. 7-1. North Carolina starts off 6 points down, but they are unfazed and continue to stick to their fatigue strategy. The first 10 minutes of the first half are played like this. They won't let Yao Ming play easily, forcing him to pass, targeting him one by one regardless of whether they score, wearing down his stamina while testing the three-point stability of the other Golden Bears players. Unfortunately, Yao Ming has been aware of the opponent's intentions from the start. His basketball IQ is 90, and his experience from his past life has reached NBA superstar levels. How could he be so easily targeted? After realizing that this strategy was indeed a bit exhausting during a dead ball break, Yao Ming called Gino over and whispered a few instructions. Thus, in the subsequent offensive possessions of the first half, after crossing half court, Gino no longer rushed to initiate an attack, but instead controlled the ball steadily from the perimeter, patiently directing the movements. Each offensive possession consumes nearly 20 seconds before Gino truly initiates. This significantly slows down the game pace, reduces a lot of back-and-forth running, and greatly conserves Yao Ming's stamina. After all, the Golden Bears are playing a three-point strategy rather than a bombarding one. Having fewer possessions doesn't matter as long as they lead and score. Moreover, in the following possessions, when North Carolina attempts to target Yao Ming with smaller players again, Yao Ming no longer closely follows them to the three-point line. He chooses to give them 2 steps of space, dropping his center of gravity and extending his long arms. His strategy is clear: allow the shot, but deny the drive. With his height and wingspan, even if the opponent pulls up in front of him, he just needs to take a small step forward and leap, creating enough interference to affect the shot. Under such defense, although North Carolina hits some outside shots, Yao Ming also saves a lot of energy. Later, when he gets a low post unknown opportunity, he doesn't need to use brute force. Against Okulaja, he only uses footwork and fakes, smoothly spinning into the lane for an easy layup or causing a foul after faking out the opponent. He directly substitutes skill for strength, playing in the most energy-efficient way. When the Golden Bears grab a defensive rebound and start a fast break, Yao Ming does not sprint full speed, but jogs past half court, letting Gino control the ball and wait for him. Head coach Ben Hammond observed the lazy behavior of Yao Ming on the court, and instead of getting angry, he secretly nodded, his tense expression relaxing slightly. He felt that Yao Ming was the most worry-free core player he had encountered in his coaching career, capable of executing tactics while also optimizing them based on the situation. He felt that even if he were to leave the sidelines, Yao Ming could still lead the team to victory. Of course, Coach Hammond was no dog. He was far superior in capability. He naturally noticed North Carolina's intention to exhaust their players and had his own countermeasures. Hammond was no longer stingy with timeouts. Whenever the official timeout arrived, or he sensed the pace being disrupted by North Carolina, he would immediately call for a timeout. He had resolved that even if they led by 20 points, he would use all available timeout periods to give Yao Ming as much rest as possible. Thus, the first half of the game concluded with North Carolina trying to exhaust Yao Ming while he found various ways to take it easy. Thanks to Yao Ming's efficient playmaking and his teammates maintaining a decent shooting touch from beyond the arc, the Golden Bears led 4-3-4 with a temporary advantage of 8 points. As soon as the quarter ended, Coach Hammond immediately called for the team's physical trainer to step forward and massage Yao Ming's shoulders and legs, helping him recover quickly. Meanwhile, in North Carolina's locker room, Coach Dean Smith wore a frown. His strategy of exhausting the players had indeed yielded some results. Yao Ming's direct scoring in the first half was limited, yet the team was still 8 points behind, and it seemed Yao Ming had seen through their intentions from the start. He had effectively controlled his physical exertion in his own way. This guy is too smart. Coach Smith felt a sense of helplessness at that moment. His team was being suppressed by just one player, and he couldn't think of a good solution. Among the NCAA players all around 20 years old, he couldn't fathom why such an anomaly existed. Before the game, he anticipated Yao Ming would retaliate strongly, but he never expected Yao's basketball IQ to be so sharp, handling the challenges with such ease. The brief halftime break quickly ended, and the second half began. North Carolina had no better strategy and could only continue to exhaust Yao Ming. The Golden Bears stuck to their established gameplay. Since they could win, their strategy remained unchanged, with Yao Ming continuing to drive the team with rebounds and assists. At the start of the second half, the gap gradually widened to 15 points, then 18 points with only 10 minutes left in the game. North Carolina's strategy of exhausting their opponents finally began to show results under absolute intensity and continuous confrontation. Even though Yao Ming had employed many energy-saving methods, North Carolina was relentless. They continuously pressured Yao Ming whether he had the ball or not, leaving him with no room to breathe. After 30 minutes, Yao's movement speed had noticeably decreased and his breathing grew heavy. In a tussle for a rebound with North Carolina's backup center Brendan Haywood, Yao Ming failed to secure a ball that should have been easily grasped as Haywood knocked it away. Seeing this, Coach Hammond made a decisive call and immediately requested a timeout. Yao Ming, drenched in sweat, was substituted out. "Coach, give me 5 minutes." "Okay, with such a large lead, trust your teammates." "All right." Yao Ming and the coach both felt that leading by 18 points should be safe and a few minutes of rest should not be a problem. But they were mistaken. The Golden Bears without Yao Ming and those with him were two different teams. Under the leadership of Carter and Jamison, North Carolina quickly launched a furious counterattack. With the intensity of their defense heightened and their offense decisively attacking the paint, substitute Francisco was like a bus in front of Carter and Jamison, allowing anyone to board. Without Yao Ming as their pivot, the Golden Bears' offense became sluggish. In just 3 minutes, North Carolina went on a 120 run. With less than 7 minutes remaining, the gap had shrunk to just 6 points. The Greensboro Sports Arena erupted. North Carolina fans seemed to see a glimmer of hope for a comeback. With 5 minutes left, the gap was only 1 point. Comeback, comeback, comeback. Fans who had been suppressed all game erupted in wild cheers. Even North Carolina players felt their rhythm returning. They believed they were invincible. Yet, just as North Carolina's momentum peaked, Coach Hammond called for another timeout. As the timeout ended, that tall, invincible figure stood up again after a 5-minute rest. Although Yao Ming's stamina hadn't fully recovered, he was more than capable of exerting himself for 5 minutes. "Sorry to give you hope, that was my mistake. The game should end now." Yao Ming smiled at the excited fans. In his first possession back on the court, Yao Ming made an immediate impact, securing a defensive rebound. He then assisted Marcus with a high-low play for an easy layup, stabilizing the team's morale, once again leading by 3 points. In the next possession, he confidently blocked a shot from the assertive Jamison, bringing him back to reality. During the Golden Bears' offense, Yao Ming was relentless, grabbing 2 consecutive offensive rebounds, completely extinguishing North Carolina's hopes of a comeback. The North Carolina team was utterly despairing. After Yao Ming entered the game, it felt as if a mountain had pressed down on them, leaving them unable to breathe. Only after the excitement subsided did they regain their composure. In the end, although North Carolina desperately tried to catch up in the final moments, the Golden Bears, now with their anchor back, did not give their opponents a single chance. The score quickly widened, ultimately settling at 7-8-6-9. The Golden Bears triumphed by a 9-point margin, advancing proudly to the Final Four. Yao Ming's statistics for the game: 22 points, 33 rebounds, 14 assists, 4 blocks, 2 steals. Though his scoring was modest, the astonishing 33 rebounds and 14 assists perfectly illustrated how he dominated the game in a different way. After the game in the CBS commentary booth, the two commentators and a guest could hardly describe their feelings. This game appeared to be a contest of 10 players, but it revolved entirely around one person. That person was Yao Ming. When Yao Ming was on the court, the Golden Bears won, and when he was absent, North Carolina led comfortably. The game is over. The Golden Bears have won again. Let's congratulate them on advancing to the Final Four. It was a victory filled with tactical battles, and ultimately the Golden Bears triumphed. Jim Nantz exclaimed, "I must say Yao Ming is truly a formidable player." Coach Dean's strategy was highly targeted, almost grasping the only possible breakthrough. But Yao Ming, his response was too swift, as if he had foreseen all of his opponent's intentions and cleverly adjusted his game strategy. He reduced aggressive attacks and defensive styles, focusing on rebounding, protection, and playmaking. 33 rebounds is not just talent, it's a manifestation of positioning, anticipation, and willpower. He played completely unlike a college player, James Worthy said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he felt pity for his alma mater. Indeed, James. Today, the Golden Bears and Yao Ming have demonstrated how powerless the opposing strategies can be when your core player possesses exceptional basketball IQ. Yao Ming was aware that his stamina was relatively a weakness, yet he cleverly circumvented it while making substantial contributions in other areas sufficient to secure victory. This ability to self-adjust and read the game is historically significant. Given his rebounding skills, I feel that even in the NBA, he could contend with those monstrous players under the basket. Billy Parker added, "Well, after such a fierce battle, I believe Yao Ming's status as the top pick is now. Even if he falters in the upcoming matches, no manager would be foolish enough to overlook such a cornerstone player. We congratulate the Golden Bears and Yao Ming on their further progress." Jim Nantz concluded. After the game by the sidelines, Little Curry once again ran up to Yao Ming holding a basketball and a marker, gazing at Yao Ming eagerly. "Yao Ming, you played so brilliantly today. Can you sign for me?" Yao Ming walked over with a smile, took the pen, and signed for him. "Yao, you won, but you didn't dunk enough today," Little Curry said with a hint of regret. Yao Ming chuckled, crouched down to look at him. "All right, next time you come to watch me play, I promise you'll dunk more. But don't forget you promised me that you would practice dunking more from now on." Little Curry nodded earnestly. Rest assured I will practice dunking more and become a dunk king like Michael and Dr. Dale Curry." Watching the warm interaction between his son and Yao Ming, also smiled as he approached. "What a fantastic game, Yao. I believe this year's top pick is undoubtedly yours. I look forward to seeing you shine in the NBA." Yao Ming shook hands with Dale Curry, politely responding, "Thank you for your blessing, Dale." Dale Curry smiled. While he saw Yao Ming being quite gentle with his son, he always felt that Yao Ming was concealing some unknown schemes. After a brief interaction, Yao Ming walked towards the locker room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar scent of excitement and sweat, yet he was no longer in the mood to care about his teammates' revelry. Feeling utterly exhausted, he went straight to his locker and slowly sat down. As the taut nerves and adrenaline began to fade, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him like a tide. Yao Ming's muscles trembled slightly, and each breath came with a burning sensation. The little stamina he had restored during the 5-minute break in the second half had been completely drained during the intense back and forth of the final moments. Yao Ming let out a long breath, covering his face with a towel as he leaned against the cold metal locker. "I guess from now on, as long as my opponents aren't blind, they'll know about my physical weakness," Yao Ming thought. With only 2 games left in the madness of March, each one would be a tough battle, and the opponents would only grow stronger with tactical analyses becoming increasingly thorough. He had to find a way to maximize his threat and the team's chances of victory under the current physical conditions. With his eyes closed, he rapidly replayed today's game in his mind, especially the moments he rested in the second half, while North Carolina was frantically chasing points, and when he returned to stabilize the situation. A thought gradually became clear. Although it seemed a bit simplistic and brutal, it appeared to be the most feasible strategy under the current circumstances. "It seems this is the only way to go," Yao Ming thought to himself. "Just like today, but even more extreme. In the first half, I will hold nothing back, bringing 120 focus and aggression, pursuing the pinnacle of personal offensive efficiency. I will strive to build a sufficiently large lead by halftime, enough to instill despair in the opponent, at least one that would be difficult to overcome in a short time. Then, depending on the score, I will choose to rest for a while after halftime. When the opponents see hope and start to fiercely counterattack, I will return to the court using my still abundant stamina to deliver a decisive blow, completely extinguishing their hopes of a comeback." The core of this strategy lies in establishing a buffer zone, which means creating a significant point gap. I must deliver an outstanding performance in the first half to allow for safe recovery time in the second half. Thinking of this, Yao Ming felt not pressure, but rather a faint sense of anticipation. Speaking of which, since coming to the NCAA, I have never truly gone all out without reservation, solely focusing on scoring. He clenched his fists, feeling the soreness in his muscles, yet his eyes ignited with fighting spirit. I want to see what kind of game I can play if I attack without regard for cost under the defensive pressure at the NCAA level. In the next 2 games, let the whole nation witness my scoring prowess. Yao Ming decided that at the end of the madness of March, he would write a legend for himself and the team in the most domineering way. Time flew rapidly in the tense preparation. On March 28th, in Texas San Antonio at the Alamo, this enormous dome structure had transformed into a sanctuary for basketball with 39,500 seats, filled to capacity, the roar almost breaking through the dome. Today is the NCAA National Semifinals, one of the ultimate showdowns that will determine life or death. The University of California, Berkeley Golden Bears face off against the Duke University Blue Devils. Many may not know Mike Krzyzewski, but when it comes to his nickname Coach K, most are likely familiar with it. This year, they achieved an impressive record of 32 wins and 4 losses in the regular season, topping the competitive Atlantic Coast Conference with a staggering 15 wins and 1 loss. They entered the tournament as the #1 seed in the South region, boasting a well-rounded team that averaged 85.6 points while holding opponents to just 64.1 points. They are considered one of the top contenders for the national championship this year. The Duke team has a deep roster and several future NBA stars. They are led by the experienced senior forward Rashawn McLeod and the composed junior guard Trajan Langdon. In the paint, they have the extraordinarily talented freshman Elton Brand, who was the first overall pick in the 1999 draft. Also there is freshman Sean Battier, a former teammate of Yao Ming, who has already shown his prowess this season. This season, he has averaged 7.6 points and 6.4 rebounds, becoming a crucial piece of the team with his well-rounded skills and exceptional basketball IQ. Duke has surged through March Madness, showcasing the depth of a powerhouse team, winning their first-round match against Radford University by 36 points. In the second round, they triumphed over Oklahoma State, then defeated Syracuse in the Sweet 16. In the Elite 8, they battled against the formidable Kentucky University, winning 87-84 with a crucial shot to advance to the Final Four. From the roster record, coaching, and team spirit, this is a team stronger than North Carolina. Before the game, nearly all analysts believed this would be a closely matched epic showdown that could go down to. The Golden Bears boast the unstoppable Yao Ming, while Duke has a more balanced roster, a more mature system, and the strategic mind of Coach K. However, the progression of the game surprised everyone. When the whistle sounded to signal the start of the match, all expectations of a fierce battle and tactical maneuvering were completely overturned within the first 6 minutes. Yao Ming. From the very first moment he won the jump ball, he entered an unprecedented full power mode. He no longer observed or coordinated as he had before, nor did he conserve his energy. In the first round, he aggressively claimed his position in the low post, receiving the ball without any feints, and using his height and strength advantage, he backed down against Elton Brand, turned forcefully, and executed a slam dunk. 2-0. At 2.06 meters tall and weighing 125 kilograms, Brand, known for his strength, was completely defenseless. What could he do against someone taller? Starting with a dunk, Yao Ming's aggression today seems exceptionally strong, exclaimed the commentator. But this is just the beginning. On defense, Yao Ming stood like a pillar, swatting away the attempted layup by the power forward LaShawn. He even pounded his chest and let out a monster roar, instantly boosting the morale of the Golden Bears. Turning back during the Golden Bears' offense, Yao Ming did not go to the low post, but instead moved straight to the three-point line. Brand hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to catch up, unexpectedly, the Golden Bears' small forward Marcus set a screens for Yao Ming outside the arc, effectively blocking Brand. Gino immediately passed the ball. Yao Ming caught it and shot confidently, sinking another three-pointer. 5-0. His shooting percentage for open threes is incredibly high. Although his current three-point rating is only 50, that's in the NBA, the NCAA three-point line is just like a long two-pointer. Yao Ming's normal mid-range shooting rating is 81, so for such open threes, his shooting percentage can reach an astonishing 60%. That's higher than all his teammates on the Golden Bears. He thought of this after defeating North Carolina. Since his three-point shooting is the most accurate in the team, why should he play as a support player and let others shoot? Why not take the shots myself? So after returning, he directly asked head coach Ben Hammond to design many offensive plays for open three-pointers. The head coach naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Thus the scene we see now unfolded. In the next round, Duke missed a mid-range shot. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound, and Gino brought the ball up. Marcus missed his mid-range shot, but Yao Ming soared in to catch the bouncing ball and violently dunked it back. Boom. The rim groaned. 7-0. Yao Ming had single-handedly accounted for the Golden Bears' first 3 scores in the game. Duke's players, especially the matched-up Elton Brand, were completely stunned by Yao Ming. Before the game, Duke had prepared many strategies to deal with Yao Ming's plays and rebounding, thinking he would conserve energy like he did against North Carolina. However, they did not expect him to come out like an enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex, intent on crushing everything in front of him with sheer force. Brand's proud strength and long arms seemed utterly powerless against Yao Ming's towering height, superior wingspan, and unwavering determination. What does this mean looking down on us at Duke, coming in with no regard for stamina? Coach K frowned intensely from the sidelines. This Yao Ming was completely unpredictable. Thus, he could only shout from the sidelines, demanding a double team on Yao Ming and instructing players to cut off his passing lanes. But today, Yao Ming's style was completely different from before. Various dunks inside and explosive slams, while from outside, he transformed into a super long-range shooter. With a fake pick-and-roll, a real outside shot, he switched to three-pointer. With a horn position screen, Yao Ming hit another open 3. Squatting in the corner, teammates set off-ball screens, and another three-pointer followed. Although Duke also scored 3 points are worth more than 2, and today Yao Ming's firepower was fully unleashed with a remarkably high shooting percentage, while the entire team created opportunities for him to shoot threes. Yao Ming's barrage of three-pointers completely bewildered the Duke team. Just 6 minutes into the first half, Yao Ming had scored 26 points while the entire team put up 30. Meanwhile, Duke only managed a mere 16 points. Leading by 14 points in just 6 minutes, they forced Duke to call a timeout. At this moment, not only was Duke stunned, but nearly 4,000 fans were left in disbelief. The live commentators were screaming in excitement. "Oh my God, Yao Ming made 7 out of 9 three-pointers in the first 6 minutes. The explosive scoring ability and accuracy of his threes is simply historic." No one had seen this side of him before. He was like a scoring machine. After the timeout, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Yao Ming seemed completely insane today, intent on destroying everything in front of him. Strong drives inside, dazzling footwork, fadeaway jumpers, powerful dunks, and three-pointers from outside. Yao Ming unleashed every weapon in his arsenal without reservation in this first half. Sometimes, even when double-teamed, he could force the ball into the hoop. He no longer deliberately controlled the pace or considered conserving energy. Every attack pursued the most direct, violent, and effective conclusion. On defense, he was fully invested, covering an astonishing area. In the paint, Duke could forget about scoring, with Yao Ming guarding the basket. His 3-meter reach turned the paint into a true forbidden zone. Under Yao Ming's relentless attacks, Elton Brand, a future #1 pick, found himself with 3 fouls. By frustration and disbelief were written all over his face. He had been psychologically impacted by Yao Ming. He couldn't understand why, at the same age of 18 and as a freshman, the gap between them was so vast. When the halftime buzzer sounded and Yao Ming's stats were displayed, the roof of the Alamodome was nearly blown off. All the fans erupted in uncontrollable cheers. Yao Ming felt the wooden floor beneath him vibrating. He was worried the enclosed arena might collapse. 49 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks, 1 steal. 49 points at halftime. This was an incredibly exaggerated score. It's worth noting that the NCAA's single-game scoring record for March Madness is 61 points, set by Austin Carr in 1970. This has been the highest single-game score in March Madness that has yet to be broken. But today, Yao Ming scored 49 points by halftime, just 12 points shy of breaking that record. If Yao Ming can maintain this level in the second half, not only will he break the NCAA tournament record, but breaking Zhang Deshuai's single-game record of 100 points is also within the realm of possibility. At this moment, the scoreboard displayed a glaring score, 6-1-3-3. The Golden Bears were leading by 28 points at halftime. This is full power Yao, the result of Yao Ming's unleashed firepower and his teammates' full support. It was an MVP-level performance in the NCAA semifinals. My God, this is an epic game that will surely be recorded in NCAA history. Yao Ming dominated the game with his scoring. The commentator's voice trembled slightly. Yao Ming. He has set the record for the highest scoring in a half during the NCAA tournament and raised it significantly. The previous record was 35 points in a half, held by Austin Carr, and Yao Ming surpassed it by 14 points. Amazing, this is insane. He utterly destroyed Duke in the first half. Duke's entire defensive strategy became a joke in the face of his unstoppable individual scoring. This is full power Yao, a completely unleashed Yao Ming we've never seen before. He is simply a basketball nuclear bomb. Another commentator shouted hoarsely. On the sidelines, a tall figure with a seemingly dazed expression watched Yao Ming resting on the bench. Suddenly, he broke into a grin. The media actually regards him as the next flying devil. Is that too much praise for me? Indeed, this person is none other than the new core of the Spurs' Deng Dai. In his home arena, the media referred to Yao Ming as the next flying devil, and how could this bona fide flying devil not come to take a look? However, after watching half a game, he felt a sense of shame. In terms of defense, he was confident that he was stronger than this kid. But in terms of scoring explosiveness, he felt as if he couldn't catch up with this giant even if he tried. This guy was simply a freak. Beside him, Coach Popovich was already drooling. Currently, although Admiral Duncan still played as a second stringer in the league due to injuries and age, he was no longer. If Duncan and Yao Ming could form a new inside twin tower for the Spurs then. He couldn't help but imagine how powerful such a combination would be. Forget the other three major centers, even against peak Jordan, he was confident he could win. One could say that if he could really form an inside combination with Yao Ming and Duncan and coach a few decent perimeter players, the NBA would reach a conclusion. I wonder if next season I can negotiate with the owner to trade Robinson for Yao Ming directly. If so, I feel I could help the Spurs win 10 championships. Coach Popovich thought to himself. After all, David Robinson was only 32 this year, averaging over 20 points and 10 rebounds, still at the tail end of his peak. Perhaps this year the owner, having drawn the first pick, might make a foolish decision and agree. After all, Popovich knew that many team owners these days did not favor international players. But his Spurs did not care. The 15-minute halftime felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought for Yao Ming. He slumped in his chair while the fitness coach massaged his nearly cramping thigh muscles. He himself was gulping down electrolyte drinks. He was exhausted, genuinely exhausted. The intensity of this half with no reservations consumed far more than any previous game. He felt as if he was running on empty. This style of play had reached the intensity he experienced during playoff games in his past life. But looking at the scoreboard showing a 28-point lead and feeling the bewildered gazes of the Duke players as they left the court, he thought it was all worth it. The break always felt so short. Yao Ming felt as if he had just sat down. The second half of the game began. Fortunately, after resting for 15 minutes and replenishing fluids and energy, Yao Ming felt that fiery fighting spirit and sense of power returning somewhat. Especially after learning from the head coach that he was just 11 points away from breaking the NCAA tournament record, Yao Ming's fighting spirit intensified. Meanwhile, Duke clearly received a harsh reprimand from Coach K during halftime and restructured their strategy. They attempted to increase the intensity and launch a counterattack. As a prestigious program, they absolutely could not allow themselves to become a backdrop for others. At the start, Yao Ming was surprisingly double-teamed by 3 defenders in the low post. Duke was almost frenzied, adamant about not letting Yao break the record. Yao Ming had no choice but to skillfully pass to Marcus for an easy score. On the next offensive possession, Yao was double-teamed again in the paint without the ball. He gestured to his teammates and then squeezed out of the double team. Duke's center Brand and power forward Roshan wanted to follow him out. Unfortunately, facing them were the double screens set by Francisco and Marcus. In the split second of open space, as the ball reached him, Yao Ming raised his hand for a shot beyond the three-point line. The hoop tonight was as vast as the ocean. The moment the ball left his hand, Yao Ming had a strong intuition that it would surely go in. It was a subtle feeling. He didn't wait for the ball to go in, or instead, he confidently turned around, raising his hand high, 3 fingers flicking. Swish! The three-pointer hit nothing but net. Wow, 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 wow. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. This moment was both showy and incredibly cool. It is said that a confident man sparkles, and at this moment the young Yao Ming was just that. Far away in Los Angeles in a villa in Beverly Hills. Rose had been extremely busy these past few days. She had just finished work and returned home, collapsing onto the sofa, eager to turn on the television. She wanted to see the figure of that man. As soon as she turned on the TV, she happened to catch the moment Yao Ming made that three-pointer. Seeing Yao Ming, her fatigue from the day evaporated instantly. She felt that the confident Yao was glowing on the screen. At that moment, she thought that Yao Ming was the most charming man in the world. Unconsciously, she felt a stir in her heart, recalling that unforgettable night. No way, I must go see Yao play live during the NCAA March Madness Finals, no matter how busy I am with work. Otherwise, a man as charming as him won't know how many vixens will be after him. Rose silently resolved. Of course, it would be best if they could celebrate after the game. Miami. Recently finished with a round of high-intensity matches in Australia, Lauren Jackson traveled to Miami, USA with her aunt. She temporarily set aside her training and matches with the Canberra Capitals. Right now, she was lounging in an apartment by the sea. The evening sea breeze in Miami carried a warm, salty essence blowing in through the open balcony, stirring the thin white curtains. From the window, one could see the distant coastline blurred by lights. The sea shimmered a deep blackish blue in the night, and occasionally the faint sound of passing cars drifted up from below. This apartment was rented temporarily. The living room was small, but the warm yellow wall lamp made the room feel exceptionally relaxing. Standing by the wall was an old-fashioned color television, its shell a stable black, the screen glowing brightly as it played an NCAA basketball game. The sounds of explosive dunks, alley-oops, fast breaks, big blocks, dreamy footwork, and confident three-pointers hitting nothing but net echoed clearly in the quiet room. At this moment, Lauren just finished showering her hair half-free, wearing a loose, oversized t-shirt on her upper body and only underwear on her lower body. She sank comfortably into the soft, light, gray sofa, her long legs stretching out comfortably, her bright eyes fixed intently on the television. Previously, she never believed in love at first sight. But today, just by turning on the TV for a fleeting glance, she believed. Especially after watching that man play for several minutes. She believed even more. What kind of man was he? He was tall, strong, incredibly imposing, graceful, and lively, bursting with passion. In this moment, she realized her body was trembling slightly, uncontrollably. She had completely fallen. At this moment, her aunt walked out from the kitchen behind her holding a fruit platter. "Lauren, since we are on vacation, let's not focus on basketball anymore. Let's have some fruit." As she spoke, her aunt reached for the remote to turn off the television. "No, don't," Lauren exclaimed, startled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her aunt was taken aback. A head full of question marks. "This girl is usually quite composed. Oh, what's going on today? Aunt, tell me, who is this big guy on the TV?" At this moment on the court, Yao Ming was unaware of how captivating he appeared after unleashing his full potential. In just one game, he garnered countless admirers across America. Back on the court after Yao Ming made this three-pointer, his personal score reached 52 points. On the defensive end, he expanded out to the free throw line and delivered a solid block on Trajan Langdon. In the second half, the point difference between the two teams not only failed to narrow, but instead expanded to over 30 points. Watching Yao Ming draw nearer to the record, the Duke players' eyes were nearly ablaze with fury. They absolutely would not allow anyone to surpass Duke's record. Their defensive actions became increasingly aggressive, filled with a resolute determination of better to commit a foul than to let you score easily. Once again, it was the Golden Bears' turn to attack. Yao Ming attempted to receive the ball in the elbow area, but Brand and Roshan trapped him, sticking to him like glue, pushing, pulling, and engaging in all sorts of subtle tactics. Roshan even entangled his arm with Yao Ming's. Gino was struggling to find a passing opportunity beyond the three-point line. But the Golden Bears teammates were equally determined. They could not let their leader fight alone. At that moment, suddenly Thomas Kilgannon on the wing burst into action. He did not rush towards the basket, but charged directly towards Yao Ming's position, using his shoulder to forcefully push Roshan aside, who was entirely focused on Yao Ming. This fleeting opening allowed Yao Ming to break free from the entanglement and squeeze out a bit of space. Gino seized this fleeting opportunity, delivering the pass as if it were a surgical strike. Yao Ming caught the ball, and without even fully turning around, executed a forced fadeaway jump shot under Brand's fierce defensive interference. The basketball sailed past his fingertips and hit the backboard before falling into the hoop. 54 points. The intensity of this game had unknowingly reached the level of an NBA playoff. The level of confrontation was continuously escalating. But the referee turned a blind eye, allowing the players to play freely. Duke initiated a fast break. Badier ran to the outside, finding an open shot, and returned the favor to the Golden Bears with a three-pointer. Once again, it was the Golden Bears' offense. Yao Ming positioned himself at the top of the arc, closely guarded by Marcus, faked a cut, suddenly retreating, and executed a crossover with Blair Gray on the other side, their movements instantly disrupting Duke's defensive formation. Yao Ming seized the moment, delivering a bounce pass to Gino, who was cutting to the basket, and then sunk into position himself. After drawing the defense, Gino did not seek glory, but returned the ball to Yao Ming, who had already settled into the right low post. At this moment, Duke's rotation was already a beat slow. Yao Ming received the ball, faced the approaching defense from Langdon, executed a clean up and down step, and while bearing Langdon's block, scored the basket and drew a foul. The free throw was successful. 57 points. Langdon clutched his arm, a look of helplessness on his face. Yao Ming exerted himself to return to defense. Although Yao Ming's stamina was rapidly depleting at this moment, the obsession with breaking the record and the united spirit of the entire team sustained him. During the next defensive assist, he leaped with all his might, barely grazing the pass Trajan Langdon attempted to lob over the top, altering the ball's trajectory and indirectly causing a steal. On the sidelines, Coach K had already lost his voice, constantly waving his arms, his face a deep shade of despair. His tactics seemed to have completely failed against a player who appeared to have entered a zone state, possessing unlimited firing rights and absolute trust from his teammates as a super scorer. His defensive system showed numerous flaws. Facing the zone defense, Yao Ming's three-pointers were as precise as cruise missiles. Against the full-court pressure, the other Golden Bears players were exceptionally decisive in their ball handling today. He instructed his players to double-team Yao Ming frantically, even at the cost of fouls, but that big man seemed to possess a will of steel and an incredible shooting consistency, repeatedly sinking those seemingly impossible shots into the basket. Until the 8th minute of the second half, the Golden Bears had little time left on the shot clock. After several passes, the ball returned to Gino at the top of the arc. Duke's defense showed a momentary lapse due to the dual pressures of fatigue and psychology. Gino's gaze flickered as he spotted Yao Ming, who had emerged from behind Francisco's screen, gaining a bit of space at the top of the arc. Without hesitation, Gino quickly passed the ball out. The defender who switched over was Sean Badier, already panting, but with an unyielding gaze. He leaped with all his might, extending his arm to block Yao Ming's line of sight, his fingers nearly poking into Yao Ming's eyes. Yet Yao Ming caught the ball, leaped, and shot in one fluid motion without a hint of hesitation. His legs felt as heavy as lead, but his arms and wrists remained steady. This was the result and reward of countless training sessions dragging his weary body to practice shooting. There was no simple success. Behind these successes lay countless days and nights of hard work and endless sweat. The basketball flew from his fingertips, tracing a slightly shorter arc than usual, yet still unwaveringly heading towards the hoop. At that moment, the entire Alamodome seemed to have been muted. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout every corner of the arena through the speakers. His 62nd point. Meanwhile, the scoreboard showed the Golden Bears' lead had reached a full 38 points. The commentator Levi Baker in the broadcast booth clasped his head in disbelief and let out a near-shattering roar into the microphone. 62 points, 62 points, a new record has been born right here in San Antonio, in the Alamo. Yao Ming, the giant from the Berkeley Golden Bears in San Francisco, not only broke the NCAA tournament's single-game scoring record held by Austin Carr for 28 years, but he also shattered the single-game three-pointer record. Tonight, he made his 12th three-pointer. Oh my God, this is a miracle. This is Yao Ming's night. A legend. Undoubtedly a legendary night. 49 points in the first half, 62 points overall, and 12 three-pointers. He practically turned a national semifinal into a personal showcase. The Duke Blue Devils, this great team, became the backdrop for his legend tonight. This evening, the young man, named Yao Ming, made the entire basketball world remember his name. On the basketball court, Yao Ming slowly lowered his arm that was still in the shooting posture. He then raised his head, surveying the entire arena. He abruptly raised his fist, letting out a deep, resonant roar filled with a sense of release from deep within his chest. In that moment, he exuded overwhelming dominance. After a brief silence, the Alamodome erupted in a deafening roar akin to a tidal wave. This roar was directed solely at Yao Ming, a tribute from the fans for this incredible performance, the only way to honor this moment destined to be recorded in history. Fans donned various jerseys, blue for the Golden Bears, deep blue for Duke, and even neutral fans. They all stood up involuntarily, spontaneously. No one organized it. The applause thundered like a storm, quickly spreading from a small section to the whole arena. Nearly 4,000 people stood up, applauding, their eyes focused on the figure of number 11, who had just made a historic basket and was gasping for breath at the arc's peak. This applause was a tribute to extreme individual heroism, a reverence for breaking limits and creating. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yao Ming turned his head, looking towards the coach's bench, pointed at himself, then at the substitute bench, making a clear gesture for substitution. He was tired, truly at his limit. If it weren't for the belief of breaking records and the support of his teammates acting like a strong stimulant, he probably wouldn't have been able to maintain such intensity in offense and defense a few minutes earlier. The goal had been achieved, the record had been broken, and the 38-point lead felt like an insurmountable chasm. He believed his teammates could hold on to this victory. Coach Ben Hammond did not hesitate for a moment and immediately requested a substitution. As Yao Ming slowly walked towards the sidelines, his legs felt soft, as if every step was like treading on cotton, yet his face bore a relieved and immensely satisfied smile. All the players and coaching staff on the substitute bench rushed over, excitedly high-fiving him, hugging him, and patting his back and shoulders vigorously. Francisco even jumped up, wanting to hang on him, which scared Yao Ming into stopping him immediately. If he truly jumped on him, he would knock him down, and being tackled by a beautiful woman Yao Ming could just about accept, but he did not like being tackled by a man. Yao Ming sat back on the substitute bench, accepting the water and towel handed to him by the assistant coach, and couldn't help but smile. He realized he seemed to have developed a liking for this feeling of giving his all and finally achieving his desires. The Duke Blue Devils were indeed a tenacious team. Even with a 38-point deficit and their core player being overwhelmed, they still did not give up. Perhaps they did not want the score gap to widen further, or perhaps their inherent pride did not allow them to surrender. In the final 10 minutes, they launched a nearly frantic counterattack, narrowing the gap to within 15 points. Fortunately, tonight, the other players on the Golden Bears did not let Yao Ming down. They too were ignited by Yao Ming's godlike performance, giving their all on the defensive end and daring to take responsibility on the offensive end. Whenever Duke closed the gap to within 15 points, someone always stepped up to hit a crucial shot. Marcus with a mid-range jumper, Gino with a breakthrough, and Blair Gray with a cold three-pointer. Tonight, they proved through their actions that they were not just Yao Ming's teammates, they were part of a strong team. Seeing this scene, Yao Ming finally sat back down in peace, watching his teammates fight with all their might. He knew he no longer needed to take the court. In the end, when the final buzzer sounded, the score was set at 9-6-8-0. The Golden Bears defeated the formidable Duke Blue Devils by a 16-point margin, making history by advancing to the NCAA National Championship Final. Yao Ming's stats were finalized: 28 minutes played, scoring 62 points with 15 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals. He shot 19 of 25 from the field, including 12 of 19 from three-point range and 12 of 14 from the free throw line. His efficiency was astonishing. This was a perfect blend of individual heroism and team basketball, an ultimate performance worthy of being recorded in NCAA history and basketball annals. All-out Yao and 62-point night will undoubtedly become topics of discussion for a long time to come. After the game, Yao Ming slowly stood up, who, despite the muscle soreness, his heart was filled with exhilaration and immense satisfaction. He high-fived and hugged every excited teammate. It seems that sometimes thinking too much about tactics and conserving energy is not as effective as just going all out from the beginning, bewildering the opponent and widening the gap to the point of despair. Yao Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, displaying his signature smile. This style of play is tiring, but it truly feels great. By the time the players shook hands, the Duke players from Brand to Battier to Langdon looked at Yao Ming with eyes devoid of the earlier rivalry or defiance, only deep admiration and a hint of helplessness after being thoroughly defeated. Especially Elton Brand, who shook Yao's hand firmly and said seriously, "Yao, you are simply incredible. You will surely become a great player in the future, and I will take you as my goal. One day I will catch up to your footsteps." This future #1 pick had been thoroughly convinced and had subtly become a Yao fan. His only wish now was to catch up to Yao. As for surpassing him, he didn't even dare to think about it. The post-game press conference for the Golden Bears was nearly overflowing. Cameras and microphones focused on Yao Ming, the flashing lights merging into a sea. "Yao, how does it feel to break the NCAA individual scoring record?" Yao Ming smiled modestly and replied, "It feels great, but more importantly, we won the game and made it to the finals. This record does not belong to me alone, it belongs to each of my teammates. It was their high-quality screens, their selfless passes, and the coach's meticulous game plan that gave me the opportunity to achieve this." Yao Ming's response warmed the hearts of his teammates and the head coach nearby. Yao Ming always considered their feelings. "You scored 49 points in the first half, or did you realize you were close to the record at that time? What drove you to continue scoring frantically in the second half?" Another reporter asked. "At halftime, the coach told me I was a little short. As for the motivation, I wanted to establish an unassailable advantage for my team. Of course, breaking records is an allure for anyone with a competitive spirit. I'm glad I did it and helped the team lead by a large margin." At that moment, a familiar figure squeezed to the front. It was Flora, the blonde reporter from San Francisco, who had initially interviewed Yao Ming and followed his journey closely. She looked at Yao Ming with shining eyes. "Yao, congratulations. After this epic victory, you are just one step away from the championship. What is your attitude towards the upcoming finals? What is your goal?" Yao Ming looked at this reporter who had supported him from the beginning, reining in his smile, his expression turning sharp, and addressed the myriad microphones with clear and powerful words. "My goal from the moment I stepped onto the Golden Bears court has been singular: championship. We have come this far, and we will not let anyone or anything stop us from lifting the trophy. In the finals, I will not lose." His words resonated through the media across the nation, filled with undeniable dominance.